swear to God, I will hold you in my
的进3人怎么办？
没
回
办法，
RNG，
最后的2下，我们恭喜RNG。
看到闪光这一下，哇，小虎打到了，哇，无情第4发。SKT 今年的 MSI 还有很多精彩的比赛，我们再次恭喜 RNG。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to week 1, day number 2 of our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson, and I am joined by the now published 6.10 expert, Zach Rusty Pie, here on the desk. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I know you had to do that, but yeah,
Yeah.
it's great to be here. Of course, the LPL, we've had a long break, and I'm very excited to get back into this action on the new patch, as you alluded to.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, your article came out on LoL Esports as well. Anyone can check it out at home. I'm plugging it just because I really want to. But also, you managed to see a little bit of it last night. LPL has kicked off. We saw a couple of Kassadin games. Have things been sort of shaking up like you were expecting?
Yeah, I mean, the best example, I think, is we saw a Vega, so you never really know what you're going to get because teams are still going to be experimenting, and that's the best thing about a brand new patch. And whilst it's mid-season, it could throw a spanner into the works. Experimentation is the most exciting part about this game because everyone loves new things.
Yeah, most certainly. And of course, people like old things returning as well. We saw a little bit of emphasis on Rek'Sai yesterday that we may not have necessarily been expecting. Do you think this is sort of more based on the series at hand, or do you think she's actually quite strong at the moment?
Rek'Sai is quite strong, but she's always one of those champions that's in and out of the meta, and it's very dependent on who else is actually currently in it. So if we go back to carry top laners, she might come back as a tank option in the jungle, as well as perhaps we need more physical damage in the jungle, and Graves has been pushed out. So now people will look towards Rek'Sai as a viable tanky option in the physical department.
Yeah. Could be very interesting to see. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we did have a Group A clash yesterday as EDG took on Newbie. And of course, Game Talents then found a victory over Snake that we weren't necessarily expecting. Group A is sort of an interesting group, one that we may not have thought would be as competitive as Group B. But after yesterday, do you think we may need to change our minds about this one?
Yeah, look, I think you're right. I mean, Group B looks like the stronger group. Every time we look at this on paper, we're like, wow, like, this is so stacked, it's unbelievable. But yesterday we saw the team that we predicted coming into this to be the worst team in Group A, take out the team we looked at as third. And Snake, they weren't necessarily underperforming. I think there was hit and miss players throughout that series, but Game Talents, they were good.
Yeah, that was a really scary thing for me as I was sort of looking at them play and I'm like, wow. There's like, this isn't Snake doing poorly. I mean, game number 1 especially, Tank was playing out of his mind on the Lissandra, looked a little bit out of sorts maybe on the Azir in game number 2, and the Victor just was Victor in game number 3. But otherwise, Snake just looked fantastic. I mean, Crystal, back to his very, very aggressive ways, dominated the lane as Lucian, managed to really hard carry in the late game as the Twitch. But then PentaQ picks it up with Savoki. They like get beaten by the lane combination, then take the Karma Twitch into the bottom lane and then beat them right back with it. Like, this is a team that's able to come back from adversity and sort of winning game number 2 and then sort of back-to-back, you do get the momentum. But in game number 1 of a split, that is a really big deal to do, especially when you're a team that hasn't been playing together for a while.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, there was a couple of questionable magical journeys taken, things like that that we don't really want to speak of. But all things considered, Game Talents coming into this split are starting on the right foot, and I think it all starts with Wushang.
Yeah, Wushang sort of the man that we weren't actually expecting to be playing this game. Of course, Crisis wasn't looking too bad on EPA, so we were thinking, okay, Wushang is there as the sub, but my God, I mean, we were talking about Rek'Sai before. This guy flashing to knock Tristanas out of rocket jumps like every single time.
Yeah.
Really, really impressive.
There's been a lot of really cool things to say, and I think to sum that point up as well, LPL, after having a decent performance at MSI, has come back into the regular split and actually just kicked off in the right fashion that they possibly could look towards,
Yeah, really, really strong. And I also really like the fact that we have seen sort of this dragon emphasis as well. I mean, we came into this thinking, all right, this is the LPL. These are the team fighting teams. Everyone likes to just get their fight on as quickly as possible. And we saw that straight away. Newbie and EDG. EDG having their sort of like clump together and kill everyone comp in game number 1, which was beautiful to watch. Scout making his debut quite nicely on that Azir as well. But fighting around dragons, fighting around barons, this is what we're expecting out of this this league, and it's really, really good to see moving into the beginning.
Yep, exactly. The LPL, it's the Dragon meta. Doesn't matter what patch it is, they still want to fight for the Dragons. So now that the patch is almost suiting them, or at least the initial looks at this patch is still suiting the LPL, I feel like the region itself will actually benefit a lot from this moving forward.
Yep.
And yeah, Death Balls, it's something that the LPL loves to do. It's back.
Yeah, and you mentioned in your article sort of about the fact that lane swaps may be falling out of favor. We still did see a couple of them. How are you feeling about sort of lane swaps and how, I guess, profitable they are in the early game?
Yeah, so lane swaps, I mean, on further analysis, I think it's still good. I think lane swaps are still very much a viable strategy. It's harder to dive in lane swaps, so it's actually more possible to defend. I think that's where the difference lies. You have to remember towers have been changed now so that they stay heated up, and they will do the max damage to the next target that it hits and won't reset the damage. So if you're going to do a lane swap, make sure they don't challenge you, and if they do, you have to readjust yourself. But definitely still a viable strategy because you can go top. If you put into effect, then come back bottom and look for the Dragon.
Yeah, well, we'll see exactly what is going to happen as we move into this one because we start off Group B. Now, it will be Group B's sort of debut onto the Rift today. We begin with a pretty heated matchup. RNG taking on WE. And RNG, the team that went to MSI, the team that managed to take down EDG in the final of the first split of the LPL here for 2016. This team looking ridiculously strong. Went 8-2 in the groups at MSI and now picked up Uzi in the AD carry role.
Yeah, finishing in a third or fourth tied place at an international event and then picking up a superstar AD carry, I think it's safe to say, in Uzi. Now going to be playing with Marta in the bottom lane. If that's not one of the scariest bottom lanes that you've heard on paper, I don't know what you think is scary, because that is honestly danger city for anyone that goes near there. And I mean, the rest of the team performed well. This is a team that's in form that now could arguably have a higher ceiling for performance than what they already had.
Yeah, and we'll see exactly what is going to happen as well, because we have seen Uzi sort of move around a little bit. He's back on a Royal roster, of course, not necessarily the same one that he was on before, but I mean, he did find some success in previous years, making it all the way through to the finals at Worlds. Things like that has been a runner-up in the past, but often you have to build a team around Uzi. Do you think this is going to clash, or do you think this sort of fits into RNG's style?
So I think one of the things we have to consider about Uzi now when we talk about him is he has definitely matured as a player.
Yeah.
So the original iterations of Uzi was the selfish, everything goes to him, he will hard carry the game, build the team around him. I think he's starting to understand that the team game is definitely still just as important, if not more, for him.
Yeah.
And being with someone like Marta who will control him indefinitely, I feel like there is a possibility for error and that things go wrong, but ultimately, if Uzi understands how he's meant to be playing as an AD carry right now, then the team will just get better for it.
Yeah, well, they are going to be stepping across from WE here as well. And WE is a really interesting team because there's not a whole lot to talk to as far as changes are concerned. This team has stayed completely the same since the end of the last split, but they were looking on the up and up, especially towards the top side of the map. 957 really playing fantastically moving towards the end of the season. How do you feel about WE? And do you think that they are going to be using the fact that they've been together for so long now to really bring things to RNG? Do you think this could be a possible big-time clash right now?
I think it's safe to say that World Elite having performed well towards the end of the split and not changed anything will make them a better team coming into this second split. Perhaps not against RNG, but I think as individual teams, World Elite should be performing exceptionally right now. And yeah, if anyone's going to give it to RNG in week 1, day 2 of the LPL in their first game, it would be World Elite.
Yeah, it's also really exciting to talk about this one as a semi-final rematch as well, because WE actually did bring it to RNG very, very effectively. But we are going to have a look at the standings. This is Group A. This is all that happened yesterday. Edward Gaming able to take down Newbie in a 3-game series. Game Talent's able to do the same thing against Snake. So, of course, picking up some extra points for themselves towards the top of the standings. But we'll see how this one shakes out as we move forward. Of course, Group B has not yet begun, but RNG sort of by default sitting on top. It's actually really interesting because we put sort of RNG and WE, theoretically, if you were looking at the power values of these teams, I'd probably put those two towards the top anyway.
That was close
so nice
to how
default.
that was close to how we did power rankings, to say the least. But we're going to go through today's matchup.
Yeah, RNG are going to be taking on WE, like we just mentioned, first up today. And it is, of course, going to be the debut of iMay, of course, formerly EDE, a team that did blitz their way through the LSPL, and they're going to be up against OMG, a team that has made a few changes. Icon back there in the mid lane. Of course, Schwen has left the jungle, unfortunately, here for OMG. Sad to see him go. Of course, bit of a fan of that guy. TBQ, bit of a shame. But, you know, Xiang still sitting there towards the top side of the map. OMG still probably the OMG that we know and love, but could be a little bit interesting due to the fact that they may run into some, I guess, lack of experience.
I
with
will
the loss
say,
of
though,
Cool.
that for the hardcore LPL fans, Schwen is still playing in the LSPL, so you
That's
can find
true.
him there.
You can certainly find him there. We are going to go over RNG, though, as matchup number 1 is about to be underway. Lupa, MLXG, Xiaohu, Uzi, and Mata. There's a LPL Dream Team. This is it. Right now.
I mean, yeah, based off MSI performance, I would still consider Xiaohu well and truly in that list. Perhaps the only addition is a couple of different mid laners here and there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But
We've got a rookie fan on the desk right now.
This is absolutely a strong, star-studded roster, to say the least. The KDA is supported. Everything supports it.
Yeah, these guys looking absolutely fantastic, especially moving out of MSI. And look, Whoosh played very, very well. Maybe slightly over-aggressively here and there, but I mean, this was his first sort of big international event, and I have to say, very, very impressed with the player. But Uzi coming from so much experience now with Mata there in the bottom lane. If there's going to be trust, like if Mata and Uzi are going to be able to trust each other, like that is easily going to happen. You've got like world champion, you've got runner-up, you've got like, there is so much prolificness in that bottom lane.
Yeah.
Just terrified. And look, Mata, casual as ever, as you see him on your screen right now.
My only question about this team is Uzi willing to listen to Mata's instruction?
Exactly.
Because we know he's a controlling support. He's very much a big deal as a talking point on that team. If Uzi can't listen, it might crumble.
Yeah, exciting thing here as well is that we're looking down WE's roster, and there are some familiar names, of course. Hasn't moved around at all, but Zero, of course, former bottom lane duo partner with Uzi, is going to be up against his former teammate there with Mystic. The bottom lane has actually come into their own towards the end of the first split of the LPL. See whether they can continue moving up is a very big test
They've changed the
in game
time
number 1. Yeah, those jerseys actually looking pretty sweet. Heart monitor.
Yeah, they got
In
rid
effect.
of the keep your dreams.
Oh, we're still keeping our dreams, WE. Don't you worry. Condi, the king of thieves there as well in the jungle. And GA, the man able to solo kill people on Nautilus.
Yeah, and honestly, 957 to me is the big standout. The rest of the team are strong players, and that is a known fact. We've seen it in the past, but 957, and I think it was his rookie split last split,
exactly.
came into his own, honestly, by the end of it, and really stepped up and performed to the mark that was required as a top laner in
Yeah,
the
and
LPL.
it's not just like him being a role player either. This is a guy that was bringing out all of the brand new picks. The man able to adapt on this WE roster was one of the first to play Rammus in the LPL towards the top side of the map. Of course, we did see it in Korea, but he was the first one to bring it over to China. And very exciting stuff, and we'll see whether he can do the same here up against Lupa, because Lupa was playing brilliantly at MSI.
Yeah.
And still the meta definitely very similar.
Lupa's really stepped up. So if there's anyone that you're looking at in the World Elite up against RNG matchup, perhaps you'd always look at bottom and say that they might be the ones to struggle. But as far as I'm concerned, Zero and Mystic have always gone behind. They've always fallen back and then just held their own when it came to late game anyway. I'm looking at 957 and Lupa, because you give Lupa the smallest advance that he can then take, he will actually just carry the game with it.
Yeah, he certainly will. It'll be very, very interesting to see how things are going to work, whether or not we're going to get standard lanes, and whether or not WE have sort of fixed this issue that they had. And of course, the WE problem is that they didn't really do anything until like 35 minutes. They just made silly moves, lots of errors, 35 minutes hits, and then everything's amazing. Zero sort of gets all of his cavalry together and goes and kills everyone.
Yeah, they're labeled as the 35-minute team for a reason, I think. And our initial thoughts was coming into this, they're the Elder Dragon team. Because you know what? It spawns at 35 minutes or after.
We were thinking about WE when we decided to make that adjustment to the Dragon Pit. But we are into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. Kindred and Trundle banned away already from RNG. Lucian to follow up. And the Rise and Nidalee have been taken off the board. So very standard. Bans that we have actually seen very similarly in day number 1.
Yeah, the Kindred, of course, justifying that ban. And we spoke briefly at the top of this towards physical damage dealers in the jungle going a bit missing.
Yeah.
And Graves has fallen out of favor a little bit. And with Kindred banned, there aren't a whole lot of options available, which is why that Rek'Sai seems to have a lot of favor.
And the Swain has actually been banned away here. We saw it towards the top side of the map played by V on Newbie yesterday, and he was dominant, double the CS of Mouse. Unfortunately, didn't manage to win the game. Of course, lane prowess unable to really pull through if it is only towards the top side. But Maokai has been left available. RNG snapped that one up immediately. Lupa, of course, has been known to play that champion a lot. And look, we've got so many Rek'Sai mains, sort of historical Rek'Sai mains in the LPL. Condi's just like, oh, my girl's back. locking her in straight away. Of course, the first game that we saw, he managed to get a quad. Was it a pentakill or quadra-kill?
I think it was a quadra.
Yeah, underneath a bottom lane outer turret.
He also
His
stole every
debut
kill
game.
on purpose. Sorry,
He did.
secured on purpose.
Yeah, he did. But still, it is definitely a fun story. As WE are thinking about Mystic Sivir, and they are going to lock it in. So WE, AD carry in jungle, not a whole lot given away, but could it be potentially dangerous picking Sivir into Uzi this early on?
An early rotation of the Sivir is definitely a question mark that we have to raise. Of course, Ezreal is the other potent AD carry choice when the Lucian is not available, but I know that Mystic's got what it takes to play. He's got what it takes to play Sivir. I'm just surprised that he's not the Ezreal.
Yeah, a little bit strange. Of course, he has Mystic Shot. Like, you know, Mystic Shot has his name in it, so it sort of makes a lot of sense. Also had a heck of a lot of comfort on the champion towards the end of split number 1. But give me the cow and I'll win you the game is what Marta says, and the Alistair will be locked in. Victor as well taken away here for Xiaohu. Control Mage is an option for him, of course, known a little bit more as an assassin player more than anything else, and of course the Emperor of Shurima himself. But no Azir to be picked up at all, and Victor given a lot of priority.
Yeah, Azir, LeBlanc, all still very strong champions, so it's shocking to see that he hasn't opted towards that, but Victor nonetheless has been altered slightly to be stronger with damage over time, and is always going to be a valuable pick here.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that they have a lot of CC to follow up with that with that Chaos Storm as well, so you will be able to get multiple ticks. Uzi, oh my god, okay, so anyone hasn't seen Uzi play Caitlyn, it is the most oppressive thing ever. If we look at it, like the last time Uzi was playing Caitlyn regularly, oh god, give him that much range, that much ability to harass, it is a terrifying prospect. But not going to be picking it up here by the looks of things as he's switching things over to Ezreal for now. MLXG, thinking about picking up that Graves, of course, like you said, fell out of favor just a little bit. We'll see whether he's going to be able to make it work, as that's Ezreal and Graves locked in.
You have to remember when we were talking about physical damage dealers, Rek'Sai was the other one. So with Kindred and Rek'Sai gone,
yeah,
you kind of have to default to that Graves if you need something physical there. I think Xiaohu will make up for most of the magic damage. Couple that with Looper, perhaps. He does a fair bit early. Yep. So they do need that. Uzi, of course, will be bringing it up at the rear with some physical damage, but it's not really enough.
Well, as you can see, 957 actually digging really far back into the history books, grabbing himself that Nautilus towards the top side of the map. If this Azir is going to be locked in, as
we
of
know
course,
CA can play Nautilus.
Yeah, exactly. So that's sort of why we're talking about it, because the mid laner is currently being hovered as that last pick. Still a flex pick, of course, for WE.
I think it would make a lot of sense for him to go for the Azir here and kind of couple himself with the Sivir as a team composition.
Yep, like it.
Because now they have the overbearing front line. They've got some peel available with the Azir and the Bard as well. And perhaps initiation if it comes down to it to really round that team composition out.
Yeah, one thing I do like from RNG is they do have the Ventral Maelstrom, stop a lot of that AoE damage that WE will be able to throw out. But they've got so much wave clear. This WE squad, I mean, if they are still going to be the 35-minute team, I have a feeling that they will be able to at least turtle things out if they want to, for as long as they want, considering the fact that that Sivir Boomerang, so helpful with the Ricochet as well as Azir just being able to mow down the creeps. Nautilus, no slouch either, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah. I mean, in regards to wave clear and team fighting, Water Elite definitely have it down pat with the team composition that they have. Sitting in side lanes, however, is not really an option for them. And that's where they could run a risk, dependent on the Victor's summoner spells.
Yeah,
because if Xiaohu wishes to split push, then he's entirely capable of teleporting in.
Of course, Azir known as not being able to teleport as freely. We did see a couple of teleport Azirs
we did.
In MSI, but unfortunately, he just can't get the setup time if you are going to come in. So not exactly a really impactful teleport if you do utilize it. But see exactly what happens here. MLXG sort of digging back, going towards the Graves one more time. Looks like a very standard composition out of RNG as the coaches are going to shake hands. Well, ladies and gentlemen, first game of Group B underway right now.
All of us. We come and we go. All of us.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Summoner's Rift for game number 1 of day 2 of the LPL, for the regular split 2,
We go.
2016. Yeah. I'm really
of us.
intimidated, Uzi. That was real frightening.
That was intense.
Yeah, I'm really glad. I mean, we got the fresh out of the shower Clear Love yesterday. We got the Uzi today. Wonderful. Zero is going to draw first blood.
Makes sense. Perhaps there's just a big video piece that they haven't put together. And they're doing it in snippets depending on who's playing.
I don't know. I think it's brilliant. I think it's absolutely brilliant. So we are going to have a look at the Keystone Mastery. It's actually mirrored across the board, as it is going to be the Thunder Cow. Like it a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, not many Alistars will go for the Thunderlords. I think Marta's one of the few.
Yep.
There's a big debate between Windspeaker's Blessing, Bond of Stone, and the occasional Thunderlords that pops up. The way I see it is Alistar looking to match Zero's damage on the Brad.
It's
can,
like Battle Cow, man. Battle Cow feels like a
It
good
basically
idea.
is Battle Cow, yeah. But the point is that you headbutt Pulverize and your Trample can proc it, or you can slap them with a backhand, and it also procs it depending on how aggressive you're going to be.
Yeah, potentially being able to hoof people into Thunder territory. And as you can see, does look like a lane swap could potentially be in effect here for RNG. And Ezreal, Alistar, not necessarily known for their laning prowess. So they're actually going to start off the red buff here.
Is he pulling it into the bush? No, he doesn't want it. Oh, he wanted a small red.
Well, Marta has actually found Condi here. You can see how easy that Thunderlords is to proc as he pulverizes him.
Yeah, a bit of free gold.
Yep, Uzi heading up just to try and bother 957 for a bit. You can see RNG with a massive vote potential here.
Oh, wow.
82%.
And rightly so, given their international performance. World Elite, no slouches, so it's a little bit surprising to say, but we also saw this yesterday with EDG against Newbie.
Yeah,
Everybody loves the favorites.
very true. They got it right for the EDG series as well, even though it did take 3 games. Dade, of course, having a fantastic performance on the Kassadin in game number 2 to bring them towards that final game.
There's also one small thing we need to note whilst we're watching a lane swap actually in effect.
Yeah.
Is the way that you have to distribute farm between carries. So the top laners respectively, the Maokai farming with the Graves, is never mind, he's going to hit him in the face.
Oh, well, it's a lot of damage there out of this red buff infused MLXG as he just makes a bit of a drive-by into the mid lane. Jahu, now with Death Ray at the ready and a wave that's completely neutralized, might have some opportunities here.
Yeah. So the way that it works now is top laners have to get last hits. And if you don't get a last hit, you don't get experience in the jungle since 6.9 onwards. In which case you need to be very particular with what last hits the top laners are getting so that there is a distribution of experience.
Well, as you can see, top laners have joined the bottom lane here towards the bottom side of the map for WE and the top side of the map for RNG as they are taking down these turrets relatively effectively. See who is going to win this one out.
Both AD carriers, of course, running some kind of auto-attack augmenting spell. Uzi with the W, giving attack speed, and Sivir with the attack reset.
Yep.
Adding bonus wave clear to boot, making life easier for both of them.
You see RNG actually fairly far ahead here as far as this tower take is concerned. Lupa trying to pick up this minion wave as he destroys this. Nice bounce back is going to come into effect. See what he is going to be able to pick up for himself as 957 actually taking some turret shots, and this tower not going down nearly fast enough for WE. We'll see exactly what RNG are going to use in order to capitalize on this slightly slower maneuver.
Yeah, they need to get at this wave, and it's going to be close, but they need all of them there to actually secure the turret this way, which means a bit of bonus gold lost for 957 in the top lane. So whenever they reset to standard, you'll find that Lupa already has a slight edge in that respect, as well as the Ezreal and Alistar and Uzi and Marta arriving to that bottom lane far quicker than that of anyone else. And they can push whenever they choose to, or whenever Uzi feels comfortable walking near the bush.
Yeah, well,
Which is now.
He's going to ward it now, so knows that there's no one there, but just going to start catching back up in that farm. Mystic, of course, heading back to base, grabs himself a cull and a longsword, as opposed to just the tier that Uzi was able to pick up, but relatively fast on the tier.
Yeah, it's about the exact timing that you want the tier regardless, because you will still start to stack that up sooner rather than later. Nobody's going to contest him, you would assume, in lane swap scenarios. However, LPL teams really do love matching lane swaps and bringing it back to standard after a single turret is taken. And that's what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and it looks like it is going to work out quite well here for Lupa. Currently a 2-level advantage for the Maokai on the top side of the map, 3 times the CS as well.
There is a thing, there's a catch though.
Oh yeah?
Is that he's also on the long side of the map. So he has no turret for 957 to hide under, and if he were to bully him, he'll end up next to the secondary turret, which means he's far too deep, and he'll actually get himself ganked by Condi.
We'll see whether Condi is actually going to give him a hand. You can see he is towards the top side of the map. As we can see, MLXG, these are his movements currently, has spent a little bit of time towards the enemy side of the jungle. But is it revealing anything to you, Rusty?
Not particularly, of course. It's a lane swap, so you look at the way that it works naturally.
Well, this is exactly where Condi has been, but you can see right now he's trying to gank Looper. Does have the flash available as he twisted advances over towards Condi, and MLXG here at exactly the right time. Patient play out of Looper. Didn't want to blow the flash and didn't have to.
Yeah, and that's the big deal, MLXG being there. Surprisingly being there. It's almost like preemptively acknowledging that it's going back to standard lanes and recognizing that Looper is the one in danger of being ganked, as Condi's now mid.
Yeah, there's the heal. Going to go down here from Xiaohu. Gives him some extra movement speed as Condi decides not to flash on top of him.
He could have burned Summoner spells as a trade there, I would imagine, if Xiaohu actually got flashed onto by Condi. But instead wants to keep his own flash, which, to be fair, is valuable on Rek'Sai.
Real interesting. You can see currently the RNG bottom lane struggling against the power of the Brad. And some extra damage that Mystic was, of course, able to pick up. Doesn't have to grab any mana items, so he's feeling a little bit better in the early stages of the game. And RNG actually getting bullied out of the way here. And like you mentioned, the long lane possibly not having the safety that this RNG bottom lane wants.
Exactly, and it goes both ways, right? So at this point, World Elite, you would imagine, are in the unsafe position, but because they kept it in a pretty good spot for a while, they find themselves with a slight CS advantage. This is the danger part, though, where you would imagine RNG, if they're allowed to, will actually put a freeze into effect bottom, and Uzi will get himself the best wave of his life.
Yeah.
World Elite need to actually try and make an attempt to either break that or push somewhere else to draw attention so that he has to push.
And it seems like sort of the main thing that RNG were able to get out of the early...
RNG are fighting this.
Looking for it. Condi's going to be able to take away the rev up. There's a headbutt pulverizers. Oh my god, Zero's dead. That is going to be first blood going to Martyr on the cow as the tunnel comes in. Xiaohu completely out of position. Does still have the flash, of course. Decides not to use it as gravity field is good enough. WE move out. Nice kill onto Zero there from RNG.
Patient play as well from the mid laner and jungler, respectively, of World Elite and RNG. No summoners being burnt time and again. It's very curious as 957.
Yeah, there's the dive. 957 not as tanky as he wants to be right now. Vengeful Maelstrom comes in. Not going to be enough as 957 limps away. Blows his flash, but keeps his life.
And this is a good move from Mystic as well, because all things considered, Zero actually has to attend top lane. But they had knowledge of where MLXG is, which means he can push this to the turret, force Uzi to last hit under the turret, and reset the wave to come back towards him after he gets a recall in. Patient play from World Elite, but it is working out at the very least in an even manner for them.
Yeah, really patient actually from both sides as well. Martyr, of course, not using his flash to take down Zero. See whether he can make anything happen. You can see the cow starting to move around the map. This is what Martyr is want to do, generally.
I mean, Xiaohu not even using his ultimate when they caught out Zero was like another sign of the reserved nature of this game. They knew they could kill him. They knew they didn't need to burn anything, and realistically, I think he should have burned the ultimate to actually secure the kill instead of giving it to Martyr. Unfortunate.
Yeah. We think it sort of makes a bit of sense here, though, because a Mountain Drake is the first dragon that we do see coming up and can be very, very important. So trying to hold on to cooldowns, not giving anyone the opportunity to have an advantage at a dragon fight.
Absolutely. I mean, the Mountain Dragon is invaluable. Maybe not this early, but it'll always be an important detail later, so you don't want to give the Drake over.
Yeah.
In which case, perhaps you don't want to burn a Victor ultimate. They might feel confident enough to do it, but Mountain Drake also takes the longest to secure. Also gives the most time in that respect for people to respond to your advances. So realistically, they just want kills. Doesn't matter what you burn. If you have a numbers advantage, you should be able to go for it. That's a weird spot to be.
Yeah, he's just going over to try and get some popcorn chicken. Able to clear out some tunnels there as well. Wants to make sure that it's more difficult for Condi to get around.
So there's a very interesting play happening on the board right now. You can see Zero kind of baiting whilst clearing for Condi.
Oh, really nice Cosmic Binding comes in. Oh, and the boomerang there as well into Uzi. Half of his health bar has gone. MLXG just trying to lend a hand towards the bottom side. Chaos Storm comes in the mid lane here as Xiaohu. Lots of damage. Headbutt Pulverize on top of Mystic. Lots of damage out of the ultimates, but they're dodged out of the way with a flash. Now Mystic turning things on its head. Mata are in so much trouble. MLXG as well. He's so low, but able to kite things around. They've got a minion wave helping them out. Mata, he's going to fall down. Zero is very, very low. Uzi still kiting this one around. Able to get a fair bit of damage down. Goes forward with the Arcane Shift, but it's not enough. Xiaohu gets here. But it's too little too late, and that is 3 easy kills for WE in the end.
Very well executed from World Elite. Kiting around the fight, I think the most important detail that I do hope we see in a replay was the flash out of Mystic, because the headbutt Pulverize was there, but it wasn't enough as GA.
Yeah, able to knock a whole bunch of people away as Xiaohu taking some tower aggro. One more shot would have killed him, but he is going to survive for now. Nice use of the ultimate defensively from the Azir player.
Yeah, they get summoners and an ultimate out of him, but they don't get the kill, and Looper's wasted efforts essentially are just to hold the middle lane, simply because Xiaohu had already made an effort in the bottom, and he popped his ult mid, he pushed GA out of lane, and then he roamed without it where he could have got kills, and then misses another one mid lane. It's just small things mean a big deal in League of Legends, and Xiaohu just bullying with his ult does not pay off.
Yeah. Well, you can see back after Mystic picked up all of that gold. Managed to pick himself up a BF sword. He's got a lot of damage in this lane. Uzi only with sort of pickaxe sheen as far as damage sources are concerned.
One of the few Ezreals that'll always go for a pickaxe as well.
Yeah.
Loves to get that damage first, but I would say that on the current patch, getting a mana immune before you're completed at Iceborne Gauntlet would be quite valuable. You want to stack it soon and quick.
Well, just farming with his Q for now, understands that Zero and Mystic very, very scary. Even MLXG moving down here has been pinged out. Vision available from WE right now. As the Dragon wakes up, Condi's presence alerting him for the moment.
Yeah,
Zero is wandering around. Yeah, exactly right. So no one to really contest for that. As Cosmic Binding does go wide, MLXG will be able to clear out this pink ward very quickly. Death rate does not find GA.
Yeah, but both mid laners are just trying to keep each other busy to actually stop rotations around the map, and the reason for that is no teleports. They need to keep each other with their hands full, essentially, to unlock Condi and Zero to rotate together, or on the converse, to actually give Mata room to move and work around the map, because that's where he shines the brightest.
Yeah.
When he can play for his team, not just for Uzi.
Right now, level 5 almost has the Unbreakable Will. As WE move towards this dragon, so Mountain Drake has been started up. Mystic with a lot of damage to help out. And it looks like RNG may just have to leave this one go.
Yeah. They actually think that Condi is at the top side of the map based off that last ping. This will be almost uncontested.
Oh, that True Shot Barrage was so close out of Uzi. Did manage to just pick up Vision as Mata threw a ward in.
Close, but not enough, Atlas.
Yeah, no.
Unfortunately, is a very nice Dragon take from World Elite, completely uncontested besides Ezreal.
Yep, close but no cigar, much like a Graves at this
Not
stage.
on the LPL.
Yep.
Graves has a cigar.
Oh yeah, so close but still a cigar somewhere. They will be
Not
able to take
LCS.
themselves an inner turret towards the top side of the map. Xiaohu sort of relegated to underneath his in the mid lane though.
This is such a slow-paced game as well, and might be wondering why. And I would say mostly because with the Graves Ezreal, they want to get an item and actually spike.
Yeah.
Before they can get things done on the map. Remember, the early pressure of a Rek'Sai is always relevant. Whilst he is a tanky champion, it means that if he is ahead by any means, or if he has his items, then he's going to be tanky and arguably more relevant than the Graves. But he will peter off in terms of skill.
You can see right now, RNG are going to be able to take down this Rift Herald at about 15 minutes into the game. Looks like nothing is going to come of it for WE. Not entirely sure what RNG are going to utilize it for, whether, MLXG is going to pick it up, and does look like he is. So not giving it to the Maokai or anything to try and get him split pushing, give it to MLXG. So he can have a little bit more prevalence if he gets caught out in his jungle, or if he wants to shove things around in the lanes.
Yeah, heavy damage dealing. Marksman jungle as well can benefit from the 5% damage reduction. Gives a bit of extra damage as well occasionally when he's moving around the map. So, I mean, it's not that bad. It just signals that they don't really want the Maokai split pushing at all.
Yeah.
They just want to utilize him in a team play environment where they can coordinate their movements kind of just let MLXG do his thing. The lone wanderer.
Indeed. Well, there's the flash. Yahoo may actually have to use his. Doesn't have it available, though. The heal's used. Will be able to make his way back underneath his turret. It was a big play from GA, but his flash is now down.
Yeah, I mean, the end result is actually just swap summoner spells because Condi wasn't there. He jumped the gun, CA. That's not something that you need to do this early in the game. Work around your team, coordinate, and get it done. Big hiccup, honestly.
Yeah,
there it is again.
Well, yeah, teleport actually going to be cancelled now.
Speaking of hiccups.
Yeah, precisely. So WE are just looking overly aggressive, desperate to continue this lead.
Yeah. That's
Although
the
it
big
is
thing.
only 100 gold right now.
They just know that they have control of the map. It's not a genuine gold lead. It's not even a map lead. They have momentum.
Yeah.
And with that momentum, they want to accelerate the game further and try and put it actually into their hands in terms of items. From that point, you have momentum and items, you have the game. But they don't do it. They actually fumble more than once. And RNG are going to be very happy with that because if they want to sit back and farm and get items on their respective carries, it's exactly what they've been allowed to do. Unless people can get kills from just raw laning or simple map movement ganks, which is what World Elite are now trying as well.
Yeah, given a massive amount of space for Xiaohu in the mid lane as well, whose flash just came up. GA doesn't have his. He's going to be very, very safe. Next dragon is going to be a Mountain Drake as well. So possible 2 for WE and RNG able to potentially even things out as far as the dragons are concerned.
A whole range of Mountain Drakes now available.
Yep, Looper going to be able to kill a Cinderling. Says, who would deny the red buff?
I believe the answer was MLXG.
Yep, that's precisely it.
Clearing it for his own team. Once again, though, I think turrets will start to fall here for RNG as they are organically keeping everywhere pushed.
Yeah.
957 with no teleport is actually probably the determinant of this.
And it's interesting as well because we looked at WE's comp and we were like, oh, wow, they're going to have like really impressive wave clear. It's been RNG that's been able to keep the pressure up in these lanes sort of over and over again. And of course, they do have pushing champions like the Victor. Of course, Maokai, no slouch towards the early stages as well.
Especially when you have a Cinder on a champion.
Yep.
Notably, 957 did not opt towards that.
Yeah.
As they want Mystic.
Yeah, Spell Shield is going to go down. Pinkwood is now there in the brush, as you see Uzi still with not a whole lot of battle statistics, but Man Immune has been completed. Two-item spike still incoming.
Never underestimate an Ezreal's attack speed as well.
Oh, MLXG out of position just a little bit. Does still have the flash available. Quick draw was not enough to get him out of the way, but there's the flash forward. Chaos Storm. Lots of damage here. Out of the way, though. So it's not really going to help out. Condi has to use the flash. And Uzi now having to struggle with... Oh, my goodness. That magical journey takes him the wrong way.
Now Loop is in.
Yeah, won't be able to get them there. True Shot Barrage over the top. GA is going to fall down, and RNG orchestrated that so beautifully.
That was weird. Definitely made it work, though, as they're not done.
Yeah, heading
wow.
underneath the turret. Fantastic. Cosmic Binding does come in as MLXG going to flash over towards Zero. Mystic now underneath the turret, and that's just a drive-by here for RNG.
They accidentally disengage. Rule number 1 of a Bard is do not stand next to the person you're ganking or diving the turret with. For no particular reason, they get stunned, and Zero can take a magical journey to safety whilst Mystic spell shields and flashes simultaneously to prevent any chance of injury. And all things considered, they get a kill. That's handy, but that was one of the weirdest series of events that I have witnessed.
Oh no, Condi.
He'll take it now.
Oh, he better. Good old Dolphin Rex Eyes. Here's the replay. Bouncy castle for MLXG.
Yeah, but MLXG does not burn anything, and the call's been made by Marty. You can see how far ahead he is. He actually flashed to close distance to CA, who was not in range. They find Zero and go to help Uzi, who does swapsies. And that was one of the better things that sets them up here onto CA, who does go down. Thank you to a fantastic teleport from Looper to round him out. But this is where the blunder really took place from these guys. Zero gets out scot-free because they go for Mystic, but then he flashes and spell shields.
Yeah, MLXG, of course, flashing for that one as well, but unable to get anything done, and WE will be able to grab their second Mountain Drake after all is said and done. That is a huge deal for being able to push down these turrets.
Absolutely. I think it's 8% true damage now because we are on 6.10 opposed to 20.
Yep.
If memory serves. And that's actually a lot of pressure now around the Baron as we are 20 minutes in this game. Don't let their team composition fool you. It doesn't matter what you are now. You're always going to do it quickly.
Well, especially when you've got an Azir who just did it quickly anyway.
Yeah. Well, and a Sivir as well.
Yeah.
Still does it quick. No slouch with the crit build that naturally goes towards.
Well, Zeal is now picked up as well. Mystic, we'll see exactly which Zeal item he decides to go for. Of course, Phantom Dancer, Shiv seem to be the ideas a lot of them have. It's been a while since we've seen the old Sivir, though.
Yeah, it is. Used to seeing Ezreal and Lucian, but Lucian banned this game.
Yeah, Twitch and Caitlyn, of course, making a little bit of a resurgence. As in goes WE, they're looking for Xiaohu right now. Chaos Storm onto Zero, has to flash out of the way. Tempered Fate locks up Condi and Xiaohu as he's trying to use the Q, using the heal as well for some extra movement speed.
Hasn't got the knock up yet.
He's running.
Now.
Yep, Death Ray comes in, and there's the knock up. Condi says, well,
He's
that's about
fine.
all I got.
Yeah.
And they are going to move away.
There's a lot used and nothing gained. Once again, World Elite showing proactivity to a fault. I think
Yeah.
if you, instead of like constantly looking for fights, if you fight when you make a good decision and set yourself up for success, then you'll get much more impactful engages and more gain from them. Same thing goes to RNG this game. Everyone feeling sloppy, like they've got the first round jitters.
Yeah, a
Kinda
little
striking
bit.
through them.
It's like the team's feeling them out a little bit right now as RNG all moving towards this Raptor camp. MLXG is going to be able to steal that one away.
And I've missed tank junglers. That's the one thing I can say about this patch or this week. How often do you see current patch junglers just walking in there and contesting their raptors,
Not
knowing
really
they're
caring.
not going to take a single point of health in damage?
Or also knowing that it's going to take them about, 3.5 minutes to die anyway. So may as well just contest.
Exactly. Lots of positives to having Condi on this Rex side. He's going to be a super tank. And it looks like
Stolen from MLXG.
And it looks like Deadman's played as well, I believe, the build for Condi. Depending on how he rounds out the next part of his item build.
A little bit more on-hit damage available.
Never mind Random.
Oh, yeah, looks like Random. Which makes some sense.
Look, it was a cloth armor before we went to the gold. Okay.
Don't worry, I trusted you. I trusted you. Xie is going to move away from the Death Ray, though. Xiaohu now with the Rylai's Crystal Scepter completed. Couple of levels in that Hex Core. Only the perfect round to go next.
And so we're at a point in the game where the map actually stagnates quite heavily. And you have to remember, because the mid lane turrets are standing, they even managed to keep the outers in side lanes, and that's the interesting thing that's now taking place. World Elite of lane swap. They've realized that they've got 3 objectives sitting on the top side of the map they can work towards. 2 mountain dragons also. Means taking this is a lot quicker. Zhao really likes this.
Yep. Flashes the Tempered Fate there as Mystic is going to spell shield, but actually blocks the Chaos Storm. It's now Mata and Xiaohu trying to fight this one out. True Shot Barrage does snag Mystic, but no one really committing to anything. That was a 2 versus 3 that RNG decided to take.
And it wasn't a bad idea. Like, the amount of damage that Xiaohu does can kill Mystic 100%, but he misses the timing, which is really unfortunate on the Sivir spell shield. He was close to perfect, and that's what he was going for, to surprise him.
Yeah.
Wasn't enough.
Oh my goodness, another one. Thanks, MLXG. What a jerk. One thing I do want to talk about here is the sort of build that Victor's now going as well, because we have been seeing a very quick, perfect Hex Core. And I love this. Given the fact that you have so much more power of the follow-up of Chaos Storm, giving it that extra movement speed that perfect Hex Core gives you has become so much more important.
All of your damage is over time now as well, so like you can be more reliable in actually upgrading that Hex Core and actually augmenting it, as you mentioned, to give move speed and whatnot. So smart decision in that respect. But Morello's is still a very good item that you could look towards. I will say, though, you can go into the perfect Hex Core and then look for a defensive item as well, because they all give cooldown reduction, and that's where the alteration can also be implemented.
Of course, you're mentioning the Abyssal Scepter and the Zoni's Hourglass that are now building out a Fiendish Codex.
But Rylai is also very invaluable. So the rule of thumb now with the new Victor is it does a lot of damage in a pulsating effect, so every 2 seconds, it might be 1.5. It actually pops and does a base damage of 150, 300, or 450, depending on the level of your ultimate. So at this stage, 300 per pop, not including AP. And Rylai's actually keeps them within that storm if you're using other spells on them, which means the consecutive follow-up damage will be massive. It's just harder to actually hit, which is why he goes for the item.
Oh, very true. You see, Uzi actually mixing things up with the Ezreal build just a little bit. Berserker's Greaves have been picked up. Interesting.
I'm not justifying that. I'm not against it. Perhaps he has cooldown runes.
Yeah, what is sort of the attack speed limit for his passive. You know, if you've got full stacks, how much
he'll
is
be
redundant?
fine. In terms of attack speed, he'll be fine, but that's very much like an on-hit build that he's doing. So the way I see it is tank shredding because he's got Condi and 957 to contest with.
Oh, see if he builds a Black Cleaver, gets the 40% CDR.
I will be shocked if he goes Black Cleaver.
Imagine it. It has been changed a little bit. Who knows what's going to happen as MLXG steals away another big buff. GA missing out on 15% extra AP.
Yeah. RNG actually continuing that pressure load and putting down towards Border Elite's jungle. And once again, they've got a damage-dealing jungler that can take creeps a lot easier than Condi. Why not rotate around the map?
Yeah,
Weird balance.
RNG at the moment just looking to try and contest for this dragon. It's going to be a Cloud Drake. It's Drake number 3. So the couple of mountains that WE picked up, they're probably feeling pretty happy about that. Probably don't want to waste too much time on a Cloud Drake.
No, but it's also quite important just to have the Drake there. Thinking about the Elder Dragon and what it actually means.
Yeah.
More bonus damage and whatnot. World Elite also primarily showing that they want to have Dragon control above all else. That's what they've been setting themselves up for all game.
Well, MLXG tried to get it, but not going to find it there. GA able to pick that one up. MLXG just wanders out of the pit here as well, as there's the ultimate popped on the hunts there, but...
Guard ulti not used.
Yeah, just looking for disengage, saying, all right, well, we've got 3 dragons now, feeling pretty good about it.
And it's no surprise that coming into game number 1, World Elite have shown that they're going to be an Elder Dragon team.
Oh, yeah.
They want that 35-minute mark. There'll be one more dragon, obviously, before. So that one will probably be contested. RNG, of course, I'm going to say starting to get a bit hyphy. Wanting to get things done. That's why they're fighting for every blue, every raptor, and every red buff. Almost to the
not really
second.
fighting to every dragon. It seems pretty free here for WE for now, but MLXG has to be careful here around the red.
Yeah, I just don't think they want a 5v5. And I don't blame them looking at World Elite's team composition, but they want to actually catch people out of position going for these buffs. This is interesting.
Yeah, teleport going to come down.
Caught.
Yeah, Xiao actually going to stand right in amongst it here as he's may have the Chaos Storm. No, can't use it at all. Big knock-up comes in as Uzi manages to Arcane Shift out of the way of the Emperor's Divide, but everyone flashing over the top.
God,
he does make it out. Yeah, Mystic flashes as well. Dredgeline, but the Arcane Shift is enough. And Uzi's just like, come on, guys, leave me alone.
They've just won a team fight. They're chasing Uzi instead of getting turrets.
He gets into the Dragon Pit here as well.
Is wild.
957 trying to flank it.
All right. He is temporarily alive. We'll see what CA gets done.
Yeah, another Arcane Shift comes in. Of course, lots of cooldown reduction available, but he is able to eventually pick that one up. And because of that, WE weren't able to take any objectives at all from those 2 kills.
And RNG are going to say thank you, Uzi, for keeping them busy for far too long. He did not deserve to live that long, but he kept them so busy they get absolutely nothing for it. They can control some minion waves, maybe deny some creeps under that turret. Net gain of nothing because RNG still have the gold lead, even though World Elite just won a fight.
Yeah. And Jaho just going to extend it out here as well. Lots of wave clear available. So Death Ray going to clear up this full minion wave. 3 towers to 1 is the lead for RNG, which is where a lot of this gold advantage is coming from.
Well, it is the gold difference, that's right.
So MLXG clearing out vision as well, but his location definitely known, and WE utilizing that in order to get towards this outer turret in the mid lane. Nice spell shield there from Mystic. The ultimate comes through from MLXG, but it's too little too late.
Yeah, and they're going to set up here as well. MLXG is very squishy. You can see that from the damage that he is taking, which means World Elite are now starting to be the aggressors, and I feel like this does come once again back to that momentum we discussed earlier. They think they can take everything.
Exactly right, but Mata actually looking for an engagement here as Mystic gets exploded, but he's still alive. Looper's able to finish him off. Mata does fall down. MLXG going to go as well as Yahoo still at full health, but needs to get the damage down. Uzi kiting this one as effectively as possible as Zero has made it out for now. Yahoo actually tanking for a very long time for a Victor. As Condi gets his way on top of him, Xia is going to be able to lock down the Victor. Looper as well, very, very tanky, but Uzi's dead. Looper's able to lock down 957 falls. That's not your turret, Looper. Dangerous, dangerous times. And Xie just with so much damage, setting up some more soldiers, is able to, almost, there it is, take down the tree as Condi
is alive.
Yeah, it's not going to fall.
And World Elite win themselves another team fight, this time positioned better to get objectives and grow that gold lead further. Very well executed once again, and I'm looking at the Azir and saying that he is the big deal in all of these team fights, because whilst the engage was great onto Mystic from Marta, who I will say baited that spell shield perfectly, they catch Xiaohu out. Lupa has to still use his Twisted Advance. And there's a lot for Mystic. Like, CA is essentially ignoring Lupa and just has to avoid the Victor ultimate. Kind of bides his time. And once the attention has been changed, you can see the Azir sets himself back up, even flashes into position for this with Zero. So the coordination is unreal between these guys and sets those Sand Soldiers up again. Very well executed as a team, recognizing that when you're low health, you don't just run away. You actually commit to the fight and you go back in. Zero, ZA, members of the team with no health know they can still do more for the fight.
Yeah, and you can see Jie definitely able to do that, as that's a lot of extra damage. 3 times the amount of his next highest number. As WE now looking for this Baron with 2 Mountain Drakes as well. This is doing a lot of work. As Zero Magical Journeys his way out. Marta's going to follow him. The Baron is going to fall down. As now MLXG finally in here. Marta does have the ultimate, but he's going to fall down.
Oh, they got Lupa.
Yeah, fairly overly aggressive, potentially, from Marta. Lupa now tanking a lot of damage. Xiaohu and Uzi now together.
Lupa's
as they
not
are
the right
gonna try
target.
and oh my goodness, the Emperor's Divide only onto Lupa. He's dead now.
He's dead.
GA is going to fall. MLXG very, very low. Uzi as well with a lot of health, though. Condi, Empowered Recall is going to possibly get him back here. RNG, they do theoretically win the fight afterwards just because they had control of the area, but it's a 2-for-1 in favor of WE, and they grab the Baron.
Yeah, exactly. So the Baron buff now stands on World Elite's roster, and that is the big deal because somebody still has the buff in their hands. They can reset now, utilize that, push down more turrets, get a bigger gold advantage, and everything's still going right here for World Elite. We've seen glimmer of hope, though, for RNG based off that last engage, things that they can still do right. Condi is a bit deep here.
Yeah, trying to steal away this red buff. Uzi, True Shot Barrage is going to do a lot of damage here to the Rek'Sai, but pretty tanky right now. And Uzi's going to say, well, at least I got the red buff.
Well, that's all he really wanted. I don't think there was too much of a chance of killing Condi. Randuin's Omen, not going to be too useful this game. I'm very curious that he's gone for it.
Just wants the slow, I think, more than anything else.
It is. It's for the slow, but you have to remember it reduces critical strike damage to him.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at Zero members who have critical strike besides Graves with like a Phantom Dancer, so he's a 30% crit champion.
Yep.
Not worth it, realistically. But that to me is when I look at the team and I'm saying, well, where's your Frozen Heart instead, perhaps? He's not a mana champion. I think it's fine. Randuin's for the slow. The active, still quite valuable. World Elite now looking for the Dragon as well. This one considered, I don't think it matters who gets it. It's the fight for it that's important.
Yeah.
RNG should fight.
Just getting destroyed here as well. Tempered Fate is
Xiaohu
going to find
caught.
Xiaohu one more time. Uzi, decent position here as well as Mystic right in the back line, but he's getting demolished by RNG. Lupa locks him down. Chaos Storm on top of Condi only, as GA still hasn't committed to this fight. Uzi, very, very low, 957, trying to escape. GA, full health, just hasn't been able to do anything in this one at all. Powered Recall is going to get Condi out, but RNG easily able to win this fight. True Shot Barrage.
CA's going to do a Mystic now.
Yep, Teleport is going to be used from Lupa, so they've managed to get the flank in. We'll see what GA is going to be able to do here. Marta's going to fall. It's opened him up some time. MLXG in trouble. So much auto attack damage out of these soldiers. As Lupa says, yeah, try and get that much damage down onto me. I'm a big, burly tree.
So CA's got no mana, otherwise he'd probably continue fighting. I don't know how deep Lupa's going to go because Zero's here. He's kind of just checking out what happens when he pressures him. But World Elite get the Dragon. So like every single time that we've seen a fight that RNG have now won, they're still showing their capabilities of winning these fights, but they're not winning the game because they keep losing the Dragon, losing the Baron, or even having even trades in situations where it's undeserving of them.
Yeah.
This next fight, whether it's for the Baron, whether it's for the Elder Dragon, which will be up in like 5 odd minutes, whatever it may be, RNG need to actually get there before the objective's taken. They need to be there on time.
And now it's sort of the denial game for RNG from this point onwards. As you mentioned, 35 minutes is when that Elder Drake is going to be coming up. Actually, no.
Well,
I think there's still one more dragon to be taken.
I think it's 39 minutes. So no, if it's going to spawn, after 35 minutes it will be an Elder. So the next one is an Elder.
Yep.
But it'll spawn at like an undefined time by our knowledge. I'm going to say 39.
Yep. Well,
there's your gauge.
Will mean that RNG just have to play denial here with the Dragon. And we'll see whether WE are going to be able to trade that, potentially grab themselves a Baron and say, all right, well, you can have an Elder Dragon that doesn't really do anything for you.
Yeah, and
Take
that's where
down
the dance
another
starts.
sieging buff, yeah.
We have to choose, right? So do we deny the Elder or do we get the Baron?
Yeah, Chaos
Zero.
Storm now on top of Zero. It's doing a lot of damage now that it's perfect with that Hex Core, but Zero is going to survive. Some chunked members here from WE. No
Also,
Ocean Drakes to speak of.
I have to question Xiaohu's item build as well. He's gone for the Lich Bane, and like it's not a bad item on a Victor. I just mean he is against 2 tanks that are going to have MR. He
Yeah.
doesn't have his Void Staff, instead he opts towards the Lich Bane for damage, which means he has to be hitting carries. But even the carries, like you've got an Abyssal Scepter on CA. It means you have to be hitting Mystic, and he has a spell shield that has been used to actively shield Xiaohu's ultimate almost exclusively in a lot of these fights. I feel like he needs something to actually get past the tanks or do damage to anybody on the map, because right now Jie with his own Void Staff and 4 completed items is actually
huge.
just beyond massive. There is nothing that I think Xiaohu's going to be doing in these fights. It comes down to Uzi. Uzi is everything.
Yeah, Sun Turret once again going to be erected here in the mid lane. Uzi actually behind by quite a lot. That's 2,000 gold, the lead for Mystic. Just been clearing up creeps over and over again.
He does still have his items though, Uzi. And there's the 4 items
Yep.
completed. Whereas the 4 items that Mystic have, maybe more expensive, but I think Ezreal's always going to be doing his job. My biggest concern is always going to lie with the mid lane.
Yeah.
And the magic damage that is being done across the board for RNG. Completely negated.
Oh, 957 cancels that back. WE looking to try and get some pressure here towards the top side. You can see Condi was pushing that one out. Xiaohu is looking to head back to base. We'll see whether they are going to be able to defend this inner turret. Whether WE have got the inside track. Lupa also heading back.
They have some damage available here.
Yep, True Shot Barrage clears out part of that minion wave, but look at that damage. Double Mountain Drake, man. It's dumb.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage, as well as the Azir, remember, with the W.
Yeah.
Arising soldiers to just, like, I guess they're kamikaze soldiers. I
Yeah.
don't really know what you'd call that part of his W.
Yeah,
It's a bit interesting.
just put soldiers inside the turret to attack it from the inside.
Explosive soldiers.
Yeah. Don't know. Kamikaze soldiers, let's just
Yeah,
do
we'll
that.
just do that.
sounds
Either
fine.
way,
Yeah.
like, the speed that they take that. This is the interesting part, though, right? We've got the Baron up in 30. We've got the Dragon in 1:20. What do they do?
Yeah,
What do
what-
RNG do?
What can RNG do here as well? Because WE are just starting to take a lead here. GA, they're going to try and get himself out of there. Of course, picks are still available possibly here for RNG, but they may need to rely on some sort of mistake out of WE, because we've been seeing these team fights just with the composition that WE have, just looks better out of this team.
Yeah, I mean, best case scenario, they do it on spawn. They do Baron on spawn. They pressure World Elite into a team fight. Okay scenario is they trade objectives and perhaps they get the Baron, but they lose the Elder Dragon.
Yeah.
World Elite, remember the Elder Dragon's duration is not very long. So you can maybe exploit that. But worst case
this is
scenario
cheeky.
is World Elite get one of them and it's uncontested. Which
Look
means
at this.
the other
That
one
is
will be
the
easier.
quickest two-man Baron I have ever seen. It is going to be seen there, but of course she shrieks a whole bunch when she falls down, so they would have known anyway. Uzi trying to grab it with that True Shot Barrage.
But this is it. Like 20 seconds until the Elder spawns. I was right, by the way. 39. Really well done.
yeah, nailed it.
Almost perfect. Wow. Either way, yeah. Look, sorry.
The Prophet. Mystic as
Educated
well
guesses.
almost. He basically has 6 items right now. I mean, that's a Last Whisper upgrade. That's all he really needs to do, and this Sivir is going to be well and truly dominating this game. Bloodthirster there as well for some extra survivability.
All or nothing time for RNG.
Yeah.
If they don't fight now, they don't fight at all.
Well, Teleport is coming in here. Lupa trying to find his way through. Mystic on the hunt has been popped. There's a point-blank twisted advance. There's a Teleport to follow up here from WE. Zero already very, very low as Uzi towards the bottom side. GA in trouble, and he's
GA.
going to die. They've managed to pick that one out. Zero over the top. And RNG still haven't lost a member just yet. Lots of blinking health bars. Looper as well, taking a lot of damage. The spell shield is in there. MLXG
Uzi's
trying
in.
to do the work. Uzi over the top, but he gets knocked out of the way by Condi. Chaos Storm doing a lot of damage. But here's Mystic, and he's doing so much goddamn work. Uzi's like, nah, peace, boys. I'm out of here. We tried.
We'll see how far Uzi gets. That was actually really lucky. Condi missed, but that is still 4 people dead from RNG. The Elder Dragon to be secured by World Elite with Mystic getting the buff. They've still got the Baron. And they are completely in the driver's seat right now in this first game against RNG. Something I don't think we expected to say.
Most definitely not. And look, I mean, Uzi played that quite well with Mata there to
Watch
take
this.
out GA. But look, yeah, this is just dumb. They're going to be able to breathe on all of these turrets.
Look at the damage in that last team fight. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. 12,000 damage. These structures are getting obliterated.
A knife through hot butter, Atlas.
Damn right.
Whatever
Even
you'd like, a hot knife through butter. Look, it's one
It's
of
the
them's
same
hot.
thing.
Yeah. I feel like it achieves the same purpose
Yeah.
in the end, right? Like the butter gets sliced very easily.
Chicken or the egg, Rusty, is the question. But no, Nexus turrets still stand. I have a feeling that if WE had have really understood how much damage they do to these turrets, they would have just headed in and destroyed them. It was only
Oh
a couple
my God.
left. As there's the sliding glide in there. MLXG just says, all right, yep, you earned yourself that one, GA. And WE now with a 5 versus 4 situation as they siege through the top. And I say
Yeah.
siege, I mean obliterate like artillery.
The
towards
brute
top
force
side.
commences as well. 2 lanes at once. World Elite looking commanding. And 41 minutes in this first game. There's the fight.
Yeah, Lupa actually just getting destroyed as well. He's supposed to be that big tanky Maokai, but you can see Mystic able to tear him apart. All the inhibitors are dead. WE saying, we're going to play this one by the book. As Mata, the last-ditch effort, unable to do anything. Now Xiaohu with a Chaos Storm on 4 people. That is pretty impressive, but honestly, he's still dead. These turrets as well. Uzi sitting on his fountain. And WE with such a brilliant performance in their first game in the LPL for split number 2.
Yeah, very impressive performance from World Elite. We spoke to this team's roster not changing, as Keep Your Dreams definitely should be the other way around. But really, really impressive performance. It's still World Elite as well. Like
Yeah.
They haven't changed their strategy. Nothing's different about this team, including the roster. They play to the 35-minute win condition, but this time the map favors that. And they get a Baron and an Elder Dragon to boot. Very strong showing.
Yeah, and I actually just think that RNG showed that they haven't necessarily made all that many adjustments, moving into 6.10 because they weren't looking at the Dragon at all. I mean, that was something that we saw at MSI a lot, is the fact that Dragon took a back seat. Not a lot of these teams really focused on it. They were like, well, you can take Dragons, and sort of had some prevalence that came back towards the end of the tournament. But WE all over it, and just the objective control in their decision-making was just better, flat out.
I feel like, World Elite just had a purpose in this game, right? They were playing to the win conditions that they had set for themselves, and this is actually one of the first fights where it all started. Small skirmishes where RNG were trying to be proactive. Uzi was trying to put in overtime, but he didn't have what it takes to really save himself and the rest of his team. Uzi still had a great game, all things considered.
Yeah.
My flag is always going to lie with Xiaohu, time and again caught out by the Bard ultimate into a Nautilus knockup.
I just find it ridiculous as well that he picks up the Victor when Azir is still available. And if anyone can blind pick Azir comfortably, it's Xiaohu.
Absolutely.
But decides not to. They had the Maokai on their team. I mean, they could have really utilized that champion very, very well, but decide not to. And this is Uzi's great chase.
We're not
Wonder
watching
whether
this
we're gonna see the whole thing.
We're going to see the whole thing, aren't we?
Yeah, speeding it up.
We're absolutely seeing the whole thing. He did
Makes
well.
He did.
This is one of the fights where World Elite actually won as a team fight and got nothing for it. But this is the big one. This is where Xie did like 6,000 damage in a single team fight and put the rest of the team on his back. No surprise as Xiaohu caught by the Tempered Fate once again. Really didn't have a good game. It's unfortunate because Uzi played his heart out.
He did. Trying to get the damage done. Zero able to magical journey his way away. Got himself to safety there. But you can see Xie is just like, all right, this feels like my time. Slides his way over the top. Xiaohu, nothing he can do. And then the 2 carries immediately die. Followed by Lupa after a while.
Yeah, Lupa doesn't take a small amount of effort to kill. I think it's safe
Yeah.
to say, even towards the end when he got his Guardian Angel. Like, he was a monster. RNG still looked like the same team, but they just didn't really understand how the map worked. And I think that's the standout feature to me so far.
Yeah, they seemed like the same team at the wrong time. Something like that. It's a little bit interesting. Maybe they will be able to adjust. I think the team comp out of WE also looked very, very strong.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether the drafting phase is something that is going to have to change from RNG, because we actually saw Victor Maokai comps being picked up over and over again yesterday with very varying success and not necessarily really working out like the teams thought that they probably would.
Yeah, I mean, it's still good. Like, it's absolutely still good, and perhaps the scrim results have indicated that these are strong picks for them. But then they actually come into this, and they just don't play proactively.
Yeah, seems very, very interesting. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether WE can close it out against RNG in game number 1 of our Group B matches. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas. This is Rusty joining me right now. We are one game in to RNG versus WE. WE coming out ahead in surprising fashion, to be perfectly honest. I mean, we were expecting a lot of things out of this RNG squad, and maybe some first game jitters, something like that, coming in. Not entirely sure.
I mean, there could be multiple reasons for it, but I think ultimately it was just RNG not knowing how to play the map properly. I think plain and simple. Of course, they played well at MSI. We're looking at a team that actually performed well, but coming into the new patch after having a slight break, not actually having the same amount of time as everyone else, they looked respondent and not actually proactive at all.
That's exactly right. MVP is going to go to 0 this time around. The Brad doing a whole bunch of work. 90% kill contribution, 1, 2, and 18. My God. We expect a lot of things out of 0, but man, this was a good game.
You can say my God. I'd probably say my 0 based off this game. Honestly, performed out of his mind. He caught carries with his ultimate every single time. It was Xiaohu every single time. And I mean, do I look at Xiaohu? Do I look at 0 and say one of them performed poorly or greatly? I would look at 0.
Yeah.
He performed out of his mind.
Incredibly well. And you can see here, like, magically journeys his way out of the way of a flashing MLXG.
Everything that he does in this game was a standout performance. Like, watch this one as well.
Xiaohu did happen to walk back into it, which is unfortunate.
But the positioning made him question where he should be walking because of the teleport from 957. So
yeah, good
in
point.
terms of communication, it continues to happen. This one as well, Mata engaging, almost catches Uzi, who has to dodge it, and that was the difference between damage in that fight that Uzi could have been doing and not, was he had to do backwards. Xiaohu also being caught. 2 carries missing in a fight like that. It's where Xie somehow, with no health to his name, actually comes out ahead. Small details make a big deal in League of Legends. I've said it like 3 times already.
Yeah, it's like his zoning power as well with all of his spells. I mean, uses like the nuances of Bard. I mean, you can say that like he has a set of abilities and he used them incredibly well, but it was how he used them and how he sort of controlled the enemy team with all of those abilities. It was so beautiful to watch. So we'll see whether he manages to pick up the champion again. Mata, of course, a decent Bard player himself. We'll see whether that's going to be a contested pick because something needs to change in the drafting phase, I feel, for RNG to come out ahead. And I find it so strange that the Emperor of Shurima himself, Xiaohu, did not pick the Azir given the opportunity.
Yeah, and his Victor was definitely
Lackluster.
Wow, nice. To say the least. But, I mean, he's got more champions up his sleeve. He's got the LeBlanc as well, standout performer at MSI with the LeBlanc. I think he's got carry options, but they chose the Victor specifically in an early pick in their drafting for him to play, and maybe it's to take it away from the opposition team. He didn't do that bad.
Yeah.
I just feel like you're right. Like, he should just have the Azir. Give him his best champion.
Yeah, and I'm like, if we're looking back to yesterday as well, I mean, I don't even feel like the Alistair is necessarily like that key pick as well. We saw it banned away in game number 1, I believe, EDG versus Newbie, but then was sort of overlooked a lot of the time, not actually picked up because there are a lot of these other aggressive options in the laning phase, and we have seen the laning phase sort of coming back into prevalence here. Oftentimes you will have that first turret falling down, but then they will head back in there. And having this extra laning prowess, I just feel with Uzi now on this RNG roster, so much more important.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think there's a lot of things that RNG still have to work out. Shake off the cobwebs of the new patch as well.
Yeah.
They alluded to it before, but it could be because it's so fresh to their minds, having been at MSI for a long period of time. Everybody else in the LPL will have practice and experience now, at least scrimming with this patch.
Well, we can see right now, WE not changing too much as far as that ban list is concerned. Trundle and Nidalee going to be taken away. Of course, Trundle first pick worthy at the moment as Lucian, once again, blue side banned. Of course, RNG banned it away last time around, so not wanting to first pick it here for WE. As RNG now have a few options of things that they can take away.
But like, whilst RNG banned it last time, it was also blue side that did ban it. That is a great adaptation from RNG to close out the draft.
Yeah, Bard is going to be taken off the board. 0 MVP performance, get him off the champion that he did so well on. And look, once again, at least considering a lot of priority for this Rek'Sai, as Condi's going to lock it away.
Yeah, she's standing out as a very important pick right now in the LPL. We've seen it across the LCK also, I believe.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, Rek'Sai has out of nowhere risen up to the top tier, and that's with basically no changes.
Yeah,
Still goes Cinderhulk.
That changes to vision thing that Frostgurn was talking about last night, like the fact that, you know, longer cooldowns on the scrying orbs means that you're not going to have as much vision around these big objectives that have become more important. That could be the thing, is RNG are going to take away the Maokai and the Sivir. Do like this. Make sure that Mystic is on a different champion.
There's
I
also
want him to take the counter match.
There's also the thing we mentioned earlier, actually, before broadcast, is that when playing Rek'Sai, you don't necessarily need vision because you have Tremor Sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, which makes life a lot easier for a Rek'Sai and for a team to work around that Rek'Sai and maneuver to objectives, with a lot of the focus now on Barons, Rift Heralds, Dragons, objectives in the middle of the map. She's got an invaluable asset with her passive.
Yeah. So, we'll see what WE decide to pick alongside her. It's Condi and GA now going to be picking a couple more options. Yeah, Azir could go into the hands of GA. He could go back towards a Victor as well. They could wait, grab their solo lanes a little bit later as Condi's having a look at the Braum. Again, the Nautilus flex pick here for 957. Feeling like the super tanks there towards the top side of the map, still feeling good. And 957 did sort of have an understated game last game, but did his job just fine.
Yeah, I think both tanks kind of did their job, and that's why it was understated, because neither of them really stood out.
Yeah.
It was the rest of the team standing out around them. But credit to 957, he held his own against Looper in what was an early game deficit through the lane swap. And he did what was required of him when it came to team fights.
I love this. If the Karma is going to be picked up, of course, can flex towards Xiaohu if he wants to. But Mata and Uzi will have probably the fastest lane in history towards the bottom side of the map. And this looks like a big adaptation towards 6.10 with this particular draft, especially if they lock away the Elise for a lot more early ganking power for everyone, as MLXG getting quite vocal there on the desk.
Yeah, they needed crowd control as well with this Karma being locked in. So it may not be reliable, but they do still have the Cocoon now for MLXG playing that Elise. Early pressure, as you mentioned, early ganking to potentially match that of Condi, or at least to 1v1 him and fight him, which is why either that or the Lee Sin are arguably good options now.
Yeah.
As the Death Balls work their way around Summoner's Rift. The players some sick tattoos.
Yeah.
I didn't know he had tats.
Mystic actually looking to pick up a Twitch here as well, as Victor is a consideration for GA in the mid lane. I like the Twitch. Of course, Sivir, relatively easy lane for the little rat.
And if you're going to go the Twitch, I would still say Azir potentially a better option, but it'll still do its part in the way of an abundance of magic damage, and the Twitch will compensate very heavily with physical.
Yeah, well, RNG sort of positioning themselves for a very easy Azir pickup in the mid lane, if they would like to. Hovered now, see whether Mata locks that one in, but counter matchup here available for Xiaohu if he wanted to go for it. Mystic, of course, not opting into the Ezreal into the Sivir this time. And if they lock this in, I mean, RNG's comp just looks fields better. So much better than in game number one, in my personal and not all that valid opinion.
I mean, their game one team comp was still perfectly fine. I mean, they've changed out the AD carries, the jungle, and they've swapped mid laners as well as having a Karma in the mix, so their pick, and that is what it essentially would be. I would prefer this, because that would go all into the comp that they actually want. Oh, this was banned as well.
Yeah, Swain is actually going to be picked up. Xiaohu looking to play that one in the mid lane. And against a mage that is relatively immobile in the Victor. I feel like the never move will have to be flashed.
That's filthy.
But think about the amount of speed he'll have.
Yeah, okay, so there's a lot of positives to having
Turbo
that
Swain.
They also have a 1-3-1 as a possibility. They've got a big overbearing front line with a lot of close range carries, and Mystic does have the possibility of going off. And that's the only danger point that you'd have to look towards. But what it actually does, and what it actively forces out of CA, is to go cleanse, to get out of the never move, because if it ever hits you, you die.
Yeah.
That's just the way that Swain works in the middle lane. But also means that you have a cleanse against the damage dealer, which backfires massively.
Well, we'll see exactly how this one's going to work. I do love the adaptation. Xiaohu now picking up Swain for the second time here in the LPL. First time we saw it was V playing it towards the top side, which was incredibly oppressive. Doubled the CS of his opponent. If we remember back, Mouse playing the Trundle, but easier lane. We'll see whether GA is going to be able to do it any better. The coaches shake hands. Let's head into game number 2. Yep. Looks to me like we are going to have a pause to start this one off. A little bit unfortunately there, as we saw Looper on your screen, so we'll see exactly what the problem is. We'll try and get us back in a game as soon as possible. We did manage to have a full game without a pause last time around, so it's probably not too much. Of course, yesterday, a few of the pauses were due to some ping issues that people were having, so we'll see whether we are going to make sure that everything's going to be fine straight back onto the Rift. But Swain as the last pick. We didn't get to discuss it too much, Rusty. We'll see. What are you expecting out of the mid lane pickup? We did see it towards the top lane. Has a massive win rate at the moment up there, but how's the mid Swain?
I think it's the same as the top lane Swain, to be perfectly honest with you. So the rule of thumb now, we're on 6.9 and past it to 6.10, is Rod of Ages giving health back when you use mana, giving mana when you use health.
Yep.
Perfect for Swain. Like, it is the Swain item, and that was an expectation. Now
Yep.
they've given his ultimate to have flat health. He's going to be seen all the time. What I do expect is Rod of Ages into Spirit Visage, probably just as the item build. I think
Yep.
perhaps an adaptation to go into Abyssal if he needs resistances could be seen, because mid laners do more damage than top laners if you're looking to do that.
Yeah.
But realistically, he's just going to be another tank. He is effectively the 6.10 Nautilus mid, I would imagine.
Oh, GA sort of like getting it thrown back into his face. We are onto the Rift, though, ladies and gentlemen, as RNG moving into the enemy jungle here, as Uzi just heading straight into Mystic. Gets one proc of the Boomerang there just a little bit, as Mata is going to make his way down as well. Uzi aggressively moving forward. Love the Pack Sivir skin.
It's an
Poor
okay
baby.
skin.
What do you mean? It's the best skin in the game.
You kidding me? The Boomerang one is the best.
Oh, yeah, because it's an actual Boomerang.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Damn it. The validity of your argument is too strong. But actually, GA mixing things up as well. He's gone for Deathfire Touch on his Victor.
Yeah. Look.
I'm attempting to, yeah.
That's a thing that he has done. I'm not sure why it isn't a Thunderlords. Perhaps he wants more damage over time to match Xiaohu's, if I really wanted to go deep into something unnecessarily.
Yeah.
Xiaohu, as expected, will actually have the same Keystone Mastery, however.
Yeah.
Has a lot of damage over time.
Yeah, of course. Swain always wanted to take that
Got
one.
him.
Oh, Zero steals it away as WE say, nope, ain't no start for you. But lane swap is going to be answered here by WE.
Yeah, so take stock of what's actually happening in front of you as well, Atlas. This is a top laner and a support kind of working in tandem, but it means that Waterloo well and truly wanted to match it, and they match the experience as well, if not besting it, that 957's going to have.
Yeah, real cute.
But votes changed.
Yeah, WE pulling it back. That's
8%.
8% swing.
Doesn't
the
sound
WA
like
squad.
much, but as far as Chinese fans are concerned, there's a lot of them.
Yeah, all of the WE fans coming back now. Of course, they used to have a hell of a lot. It's a very popular team in China.
If I were an RNG fan, I would not have voted for them until the end of Game 1 as well.
Well, you can see the tanks just smacking each other here towards the bottom side of the map. WE doing their very best to pick up as much farm as they can as the Sivir oppressively
MLXG
shoving the wave in.
ganking.
Yeah, MLXG, level 3. Looking for the cocoon on a 957, just holding onto it. There's the flash. Probably could have held it a little bit longer there, but they get the summon to spell. It's what they wanted.
Yeah, it was actually timed perfectly in the way of the flash because it was at the same time as the cocoon, which potentially could have been held on for a bit longer to force the flash. They get the result they were looking for. Condi's too low to do this, unless he has Smite.
He's level 2, smites the red buff. Is Mata actually looking to try and get on top of this? Oh my god, Condi! He's going to fall down first while it goes to Xiaohu as he just sneakily throws a bird over the wall.
Yeah, and gets double buffs for his trouble as well. Definitely doesn't place a ward. And has a great time in this middle lane, honestly, because Xie...
That's going to be a hard enough lane as it is.
Yeah, good luck is all I can really say to the Victor now that he's against this Swain. As levels start to actually come through, you'll find more and more strength in Xiaohu's hands.
Yep. Once again, RNG capitalizing on good movements from Mata. Making sure they know exactly what they can do. Teleport comes in from Looper to get himself back into this lane.
That was too much from Condi as well. Like, to be fair, we saw it happening. Like, we know that MLXG was on the bottom side of the map, so Condi tries to respond. But it's a Sivir Karma. Like, there are very few situations where a Twitch or Braum can actually rotate and stop that from happening.
Yeah. Well, Focus Resolve comes in. Mystic gets stalled for a little bit, but you can see Zero doing his very best to try and stack up this concussive blows.
Mystic got out-traded, though.
Yeah.
You have to remember he's against the poke lane, so they can fight.
Oh, actually has to flash 2v2 here on the side of Mystic at the same time. Zero in trouble. Boomerang could have been held for a little bit longer, but really nice spell shield out of Uzi. Gives him all of that mana back, and they'll just continue shoving this one through. Backs have to come in, and WE struggling in this lane right now.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And they actually, by having to go back, put themselves even further behind. Just mentioned that they can't fight a 2v2, yet they tried. And needlessly tried. And we'll stay on top of that. And they pay for it, as MLXG's even here.
Yeah, there's the flash cocoon. MLXG actually looking to pick this one up. Easy pickings for the Spider Lady.
He has boots of mobility. That makes a lot of sense as to why he got the kill, but I have no idea why he had mobility boots.
Well,
Evidently
they just
out.
paid off. Exactly right. Steals a Grump with him as well. Actually doesn't use the boots for that, as Condi takes a cheeky auto attack from Uzi.
But he's going to get dove.
Yeah, he's actually going to flash underneath as well, as there's the repel. So MLXG keeps himself safe. And Uzi doesn't pick up the tower aggro. Nicely played by Condi, though. That was very cute.
Actually getting a positive summoner trade from it, all things considered. So Condi makes the best of a very bad situation.
Yeah.
This is why you don't go for mobility boots when you're playing Elise. The thing is, and like...
He's looking to get Cloud Drakes, man. Look, Cloud Drake is going to spawn first.
That is quite amusing.
Imagine all of the out-of-combat movement speed.
No, that is actually very amusing. Of all the Drakes that could spawn, perhaps that is MLXG's.
He would have seen that at the very beginning.
I know.
mean, oh.
What I'm saying is perhaps that is MLXG's strategy. I was actually trying to have the same point as you.
Yeah, no, good. Sorry, just overly excited. Massively high degree.
And the reason that I would imagine he also can afford to go for it is the changes to experience gain from jungle items, where he had the Hunter's Talisman, and actually gives full experience for camp clears as well, so you don't need both aspects.
Ooh, teleport coming in. They're looking to capitalize on the lack of flash from Mystic, who does have the ambush, but the vision is all there, and Xiaohu just says, you ain't never moving. And Uzi picks up the kill. Both carries grabbing stuff. Of course, MLXG getting one as well, so RNG off to a phenomenal start this game.
Yeah, the Catalyst picked up and even a Null Magic Mantle for the teleport mid laner in Xiaohu. And this has just gone from bad to worse. It feels like they've just awoken the beast in RNG.
Oh, yeah.
And they come into game 2 and they just start destroying.
Yep, and it's not over yet here at Zero. He's going to get stalled out. GA is going to try and get over there, but Mantra oh my god. Okay, Marta would have almost killed him there with the second proc. As Laser Bird is being frustrating again.
Yeah, he's in a very poor position here. Yeah, there is nothing that he can do to get himself back in this lane. He just wants to farm. And honestly, Swain's not going to let him farm for too long. But that's the only victory that you'll get, is Loop is actually in a weird spot.
Yeah, a little bit of
He
trouble
should
there.
kill
It's
Mystic.
Mystic. Yeah, trying to gank this lane. 957 taking a lot of damage, but in goes Condi.
He should, yeah.
Yeah, Lupa turning things around. He gets a heal. So, I mean, that's good. But Mystic is going to be able to lock that one in with the Contaminate. WE at least grabs something on the board here towards the bottom side.
They collect some pennies as a payment to Mystic for having a very bad time in his top lane, respectively.
Yeah.
Uzi and Marta now have free reign. So does MLXG, it seems.
Yeah, as there's the Chaos Storm, has to use the Repel as MLXG is trying to get out. Nice Mantrid E is going to help out there as well with the shield. GA survives for now, but gets a teleport out of 957.
Who wanted to be top lane, you would imagine, given where the lane assignments are. So he's going to miss all of that farm under the turret. And RNG now pull further ahead by forcing summoner spells, getting more CS, everything going well.
Yeah, and with the fact that Uzi now has a lead here towards the top side, he's going to try and take down this turret against 957, and Mata has been unlocked to run around this map, and it's always good news if Mata gets freedom. See what they are going to use it for at the moment, just hanging around towards the bottom side jungle of RNG.
I just can't believe he has boots of mobility.
I like it.
So ballsy. The sad thing is the second he got them, he got the kill. Like, the best thing that you could do right now, if you were RNG, is make sure that turret falls. He was ideally trying to get it to reset the minions, but one minion's okay. Like,
Yeah.
it will eventually push back from World Elite. Uzi should now recoil, look towards Dragon with the rest of his team.
Well, Laserbird.
He really doesn't want to, though. He wants to get ganked. He's baiting it. He seriously is baiting it. There's no spell shield. That's it.
Yeah, there's the on the hunt. In goes the Cocoon, though. Condi taking some damage. Flash out from Uzi. Will be able to turn this one around, but maybe a little bit overly aggressive.
And
there
now
from
I
the
don't
RNG
think he was
jungle
baiting
bottom
it.
lane.
I actually just think he is being silly. Like, MLXG was baiting him. Like, I think that's the best case scenario is that nobody died, but you don't use a spell shield for a Riptide's third proc if you're baiting.
Wanted to get himself some mana back.
He absolutely wanted to die. But he didn't, thankfully, as MLXG was indeed there.
Very true. Well, that null magic mantle for Xiaohu was turned into some Mercury Treads. So, still not sure whether he's going for that Abyssal Scepter as his next item, as he's now moving in towards the bottom side, red side jungle for WE.
The issue is that 10 minutes in the game, Xiaohu's roaming and cannot be killed. I don't think there is a single member of Mod Elite that could kill him yet. It would take at least 3 of them, and one of them would have to be Mystic.
Laserbird being frustrating there for GA to deal with, but not doing a whole lot of damage. No AP actually built yet, apart from that one Doran's Blade for Xiaohu.
For what it's worth, he's still getting farm on the Twitch. My Uzi is not too far ahead,
Yeah, really true.
surprisingly.
Escaping that sort of lane, which is really nice. Look at all of the vision put down by Mata alone.
And those awards killed as well from the looks of it.
Yep. All over the place as Mata
He has
in this game.
actually gone from top to bottom. Lots of map movement and RNG. We've always said work around Mata. He tells them what to do, where to go, when to go there.
Yeah, zoning never move came in there. Of course, Condi was waiting in the wings. Hanging out towards the top side. You can see Tower Falls on the bottom side of the map. MLXG is here as well. And WE saying, well, let's just move everyone towards the top side. See whether we can trade this one out. They still have a relatively big creep wave. As they're going to try and clear out this vision as well. GA and Xiaohu just battling one another.
Yeah, Xiaohu's actually got like near dive threat. He just doesn't have enough ability power to make it work. But RNG are, speaking of making it work,
So far ahead.
they're not going to get it until the next wave. There it is.
Yeah.
A lot of damage.
Uzi will be able to grab that one. We'll see whether WE are going to be able to answer. Looks like they will with 4 men up here.
Yep.
But just an even trade.
Of the extra person, though, is perhaps the difference, as Loop is kind of just hanging out.
Yeah.
So unfortunately for RNG, the trade is evened out in a situation where you would imagine they should have actually been ahead because of how fast they were to get there.
Better positioning now on the Dragon, though, for RNG if they do want to go for it. They have pinged it out. Lots of pings towards the bottom side of the map as MLXG already there. Xiaohu with his control in the mid lane means that they will have an opportunity to do this. Cloud Drake going to be started here for MLXG, so I like it. Just start prioritizing the Dragon, please.
Yeah, and it goes to show how much effort they put towards going for the Dragon as well. It was a slow and arduous decision for them to make, but due to mid lane's control, due to Xiaohu actually having that ability to zone away CA, they can take it freely, opposed to contested at all.
I'm looking forward to when MLXG gets hovered over and we see that movement speed number. You know, extra 15 as well as the... mobility boots as well.
Yeah, mobility. He's got the Cloud Drake. He's got the, what you call it, from his Runic Echoes that gives him the move speed. Aether Wisp.
Yeah. Very true. Little cheeky 7% or so, something like that.
Yeah. The biggest deal right now, though, is that Rod of Ages. 2,600 as well. It's a bit cheaper now. Oh, my God.
Yeah, MLXG's going to
And he has a Karma and a Sivir.
Yeah, precisely. This guy's going fast.
In terms of RNG dragons that RNG could have RNG'd.
What?
They got themselves the best one for their team composition. I think besides perhaps the Cloud.
Yep.
Sorry, the Ocean.
Oh, WE now poking their heads around. MLXG and Mata, best friends club. We did see used to such great effect in the games that they managed to win at MSI.
The rule of thumb is they're not best friends. It's a dictatorship.
Well, that's a good point.
Mata says do
sometimes
red buff and
friendships
hits
are
it.
like that, you know? Do the red buff. Come on.
Look at the pings. He really wants to go in. There's the teleport to flank, actually.
Yeah, in goes Looper straight away. Actually, a 0. He's in a bunch of trouble. Does use the W to stand behind his friend. And there's the ultimate in as well, as Xiaohu just zoning everyone away. Yep, I think that they've at least managed to take the red buff. That is very true. As Condi can't grab it. MLXG had to smite that one away, though. That is important.
Now they're working towards bottom, which is a very weird place to be. I would not bother, honestly. As MLXG
Yeah, he's going to get double knocked up here from Condi and 957. The rest of RNG have collapsed. Condi in trouble. There's the flash forward from Uzi. He wants the kill, picks it up there as well. As Death Ray doesn't snag him for the second time. Mata in trouble. Jie is going to grab it with the Chaos Stormers now. Mystic flashing forward, never move. Not going to quite find him.
Got the red buff on him.
Yeah, Xiaohu running away. Ravenous Flock is going to be there, but look at the Laser Bird doing some work. Looper, what are you doing, buddy? Is Jie in a whole host of trouble? Mystic over the top. Looper now being a big front line. And RNG ain't finished.
No, they're not done. Looper, of course, makes his way back into the fray. That was unusually a good fight for World Elite because the way that it was executed was in a choke point where they could benefit the most from Braum's zoning capabilities, from the Nautilus knock-up and displacement as well. And a lot of the focus went onto Condi. You have to remember as a tank jungler, so the same damage going onto MLXG as it is Condi doesn't feel the same.
Yeah.
And the Swain just did not get a whole lot done. Like, yeah, he did the most damage in that fight. That's not much damage because even the person he's been beating,
yeah, 800
him.
less than Jie, who does have a perfect hex core that he rushed. And what we mentioned last game comes into effect beautifully here for this item. So I like the fact that he's grabbed it immediately. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. Perfect hex core, boom, straight away. At Chaos Storm, actually able to do a lot of work.
I feel like I lost the joke in the context of the don't pass go there.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like to make Monopoly references when I can. It's one of those things.
I was going to say, I don't understand where Go came into that one, but you're right. I think in regards to Victor and Twitch as champions and their team fighting capabilities, they would suit the best case scenario damage over time.
Yeah.
Slowly whittling down opponents, finding the perfect opportunity for Mystic to use his, what is still spray and pray, how dare you.
Oh, actually,
wow.
Look at all this movement speed into the mid lane. Zero stopping it in its tracks with his ultimate. Has never moved, not going to find any targets. Laserbird doing some work, but this tower just going to get obliterated. Nicely done from RNG, and look, they know that they just press their move fast buttons.
Herald.
Things work well.
Yeah, that felt like the inevitable fate of the mid lane turret, however. They rotate there quicker, they get things done quicker. 957 is...
Oh, look at these pings. Mata is right here. Twisted Advance on top of him as well. As Lupa just trying to keep him busy. Does have to flash out of the way. Xiao, yeah, not Zero.
He didn't need to flash.
Yeah, I was going to say, why don't you just fight him?
He did get ignited by Zero.
Yep, very good
So
point.
sustain could have been lacking.
Tremor Sensor spotted him out, though, as Preyseeker does let everyone know that Xiao has been seen.
Big thing to note as well is you would imagine Morello's and Last Whisper that reduces the healing as well to apply grievous wounds is essential against this Swain.
Yeah,
almost
very true.
forces itemization out of certain champions.
No one actually on their way to picking that one up yet. And looks like Xiaohu's actually going towards the very old Swain build of Rod of Ages into the Zhonya's Hourglass. Was, of course, always what the Swains like to pick up,
So
ideally.
they'll always still get it. Oh, the question was build order.
Yeah,
I think,
yeah.
Spirit Visage is still an invaluable asset for a Swain to pick up, especially against a one Ignite team, to put it in perspective.
Seems interesting that the itemization for Swain actually hasn't changed at all, even though a lot of these mage items have changed. It's just the items that he always would buy have now become better.
Look, I don't think many items in terms of build path have really changed. They've just changed the ones that were good to be better.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I cannot think of a situation besides perhaps Rumble where I would go for a Proto Belt.
Oh, Swain with a Proto Belt.
So that's what I was thinking, and then I immediately rubbed it out of my mind. And I was like, no, Condi.
Yeah, Nevermove comes in. He's taking a lot of tormented damage here as well. Ravenous Fox not quite able to take him down. Very tanky is Condi. The Rek'Sai being relatively impressive so far. Not necessarily this game, but definitely game number one. He's streaming ahead in the farm.
But this is the unfolding of both teams now in this series. As RNG have found themselves with a lead, they are controlling the Dragons, and as such, I'm looking at closing out the game through the Dragons again.
Yeah, well, look, it was WE that was in control of this buff last time around, but now RNG grabbed the first two very, very quickly and effectively. That's Infernal Drake, definitely a good one as we move later and later as far as that scaling is concerned. And when they do have champions that can use these flat stats quite nicely, looking at Uzi mostly is very important.
Problem here for World Elite is that they can't split push, but Xiaohu and Lupa can. And so the 1-3-1 is always going to be an opportunity for RNG to put into effect, whereas answering it is a matter of putting a very important resource into a position that could be very detrimental to the team.
Yeah, really true. Well, RNG now moving around the enemy jungle. Brambleback, once again, being turbed out of his pit. Condi going to at least smite it, but doesn't actually manage to steal it away. I believe Uzi got it.
Yeah.
Very smooth.
I don't think Condi could get in range to even use this.
No, he smited.
He did, yeah. There you go.
He got his health back.
I was
and he's
giving him
like,
benefit
oh,
of the doubt
damn.
as well. It's like, surely.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. No one gets Harold.
Yeah. See you later, Harold. 20-minute buff.
Healthy Harold.
Not going to happen this time around. Of course, no one really looking to split push as their main option when you've got these super tanks towards the top side of the map.
But we saw it on MLXG last time, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
It's still
true.
just an extra bit of power and gold that goes to everybody that's now just gone awry.
Well, RNG, they have managed to finish off the 2 items in the mid lane. Jahu now with the Zhonya's completed. Uzi looking for item number 2. We'll see whether he goes for Phantom Dancer, which is what Mystic went for last game. Whether it is going to be the Shiv continuing to wave clear things effectively. Swain not offering quite as much, and yeah, you're right. So Static Shiv has come in. And I do like it, the fact that they are lacking a little bit in the wave clear department.
I would imagine the big thing World Elite on the flip side are looking for as well is the Runan's Hurricane.
Yeah.
Once they get that on Twitch, they can do a lot of damage in team fights. Jia is always going to be doing his job as he has finished his items respectively.
This is going to be the Crystal Twitch build as well that we saw from yesterday. Saw a couple. PentaQ decided to go for the Ghost Blade, but Mystic opting in to that Blade of the Ruin King, much like Crystal did.
And I agree with this build simply because he's against a lot of health stacking tanks.
Xiaohu just not caring at all what 957 does.
Swain.
Yeah.
Swain. Why did we do this to you?
Rusty questioning himself a little bit.
There's no bad experiences that I've had. What are you talking about?
Don't know. Not talking about anything. I'm
I
just
can kill
enjoying
Swain. What are
the
you talking about? It's fine. Everything's fine.
Anyone can kill Swain. It's not really difficult to kill. He doesn't just press Zhonya's and get all of his health back in a team fight. No ridiculousness like that.
Speaking of which is why I would suggest Spirit Visage is his next item, because you get yourself low, your Zhonya's, and you get all of your health back.
Yeah.
As you get increased healing from it, all sources.
And it means that extra, 2 seconds of stasis equates to about 400 health or something, depending on how many people are around you.
It's also why Olaf is a silly champion, because you can press your W when you pop a potion and have a Spirit Visage. And the increased healing from that potion makes it like 1.5.
It's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. Means nothing, but it's great.
Never move comes in, 957. Not moving a whole lot, but is still moving.
Jahu has no mana pool to work with, and that's the real issue for the Swain. If he wants to fight 957 and try and push the Nautilus out of lane, he needs a blue buff, which thankfully he has right now. That will inevitably run out, as will the bonus AP that he gets from that.
Now, is he actually looking to try and put a dent into the bottom side of the map? But they have already taken down that turret. So RNG probably need to move their sieging capabilities around this map.
Yeah, I also think that Uzi was in a position that the team didn't want him to be in. He just rotated after clearing the middle lane to kind of have a look at bottom and see if he could get his eye in there.
Just see what's up.
Yeah, maybe put some damage down and say hello to 957. Because Baron is definitely where MLXG and Marta are putting all of their attention in the way of vision control, even just movement around the map and denying World Elite the position.
Yeah, WE also recognizing that that could be a point of power. They are positioning themselves all the way up there. Twitch is hilarious. Ambush has been popped here as well. Mystic looking for a position. Repel immediately used there from MLXG, who gets himself out. That is the Chaos Storm flash out of the way, but massive Glacial Fissure here as Looper well and truly in the backline. 957 doing his best tank impression at the same time. Looper is finally going to fall down, but can Uzi get the work done? Xiaohu's just gigantic. They've got another tank. Don't worry about it, guys. The backup tank right there in the backline. Uzi as well, barely even needed.
Xiaohu takes almost no damage from most of that fight, and yes, it was Looper tanking, as was 957. It's still a 2-for-0 trade, however, for World Elite.
They still had to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, but they don't exactly win the fight. They can't get anything from it. And this, once again, choke point fighting. World Elite's exact forte, what they want to do with the team composition. The Twitch, he was locked down by Looper, and yes, most of the damage dealt in that fight from Mystic was to Looper. But the Victor just sits there, puts the Chaos Storm down, maybe throws a laser in the chokehold,
Yeah.
And it's simply because Zero is setting them up with 957.
The Glacial Fissure was beautiful in that fight.
Yeah, exactly. That and the Nautilus knock-up as well, keeping everybody in an area that's going to take damage from the Victor. This is something that was missing in that last game, but I feel like it's a team composition thing.
Yeah, well, RNG not quite able to win the fight necessarily. We'll see whether they can gather things back. Xiaohu building towards an Abyssal Scepter by the looks of things for item number 2, as the Negatron Cloak as well as another Fiendish Codex.
Yeah, getting cooldown reduction, which is missing from his boots as well because he went for Max, but also stacking resistances. I still question his mana pool.
Yeah.
It will start to run out. If a team fight extends, which is actually what World Elite want to do, right? It's something that we've alluded towards now multiple times. They want extended duration fights. Swain will run out of mana by the extension.
Well, Ocean Drake is going to be taken for free here by WE. RNG deciding not to actually contest that despite having full vision of the area.
And once again, that's perfect in terms of Drakes that World Elite could get. Extend the fight, kite back, deny the mana regeneration from Xiaohu that we just said was missing.
Yeah. Well, in goes the Mantrid Q. RNG actually looking for a fight here as MLXG right in the front line on the hunt has been popped. We'll see whether Uzi can get some damage down.
957.
Quite far away from this as Nevermove heads down on top of 957. He's in so much trouble. Zero as well. The tanky members of WE are melting in this fight, but look at the damage Mystic's capable of. The Chaos Storm also doing a lot of work. Another slow comes in. MLXG creating room,
they
but
caught
look
him.
at the Nevermove Mystic. He's going to fall down. Uzi grabs the kill. Xiaohu grabs one at the same time. 957 running. RNG looking for the Baron.
Yeah, they can go straight to that Baron. Whilst their health bars are in fact low, they've got a Swain, so it shouldn't matter. Oh, I think Condi's actually going to cause some problems here, though.
Yeah, Uzi trying to turn this one around to 0. He's got a Winter's Bite to throw out. It takes
it's
a
causing
boomerang to
problems.
the head. Yeah, flash forward. Oh my god, Uzi. It's a lot of damage.
2 hits, 2 crits.
Yeah, he's on a rampage. Better players crit more, you know that, right?
They can't Baron now. If they do, of course, Condi will have his ultimate, so he'll just come straight back out. Let's just revel in the needless health regeneration that Swain always has.
Balance, balance, balance. Feel it. See what he's going to be
More
able to pick up for
balanced
himself.
than a circus. And they have beams for that.
He's a tightrope walker. But you can see, probably just about ready to grab himself the Abyssal Scepter, which is why I wanted that next wave. We'll see whether they set up for another fight around this Baron area.
Still positive for RNG this time around. However, the tower was still taken by World Elite, so they're getting some gold in the back pocket. Promising signs from a losing team in game number 2.
Yeah.
They're still waiting on big item spikes. They can't kill that Swain yet. And whilst it's MR actually stacked, it's still a Rylai's being done by CA because he needs that crowd control to slow them consistently because they just want to keep Mystic alive. If ever there was a time for Mystics to step up to the plate, it's now.
Damn right. That being said, his opposite number, Uzi, just finished his Infinity Edge. There's Siva. This is her spike. This is what she feels good in.
Yeah, I wonder how much money Mystic has.
Yeah, probably wants to be able to grab an IE pretty quickly.
Yeah, the question is, does he sell the cull to get it or just to get an item in between it, like perhaps the pickaxe or the crit cloak? He's recalling now, so we'll see.
So whether he can actually afford it. If he can get the Infinity Edge here, that could be a very big deal for WE.
Yeah, and like an outright buy of that is like a lot of money, so no, he's not going to be able to.
Yeah, not quite. So, does have a Cloak of Agility. Bit of extra critical chance will be good, but nowhere near the effectiveness.
Do you find it weird that a Cloak of Agility is its name, but it gives crit, not attack speed or move speed?
Yeah, but if you've played any other games that involve agility
know.
or dexterity,
I
you know,
know.
they often give you critical strike at the same time. Going back to like D&D rules and things like that.
Yeah, I know.
Wow, we just admitted our nerdiness pretty effectively there.
Well,
I
nobody
also
knows
loved
how fun it
sports.
is.
Loved sports a lot. Yeah.
How's them OKC, by the way? Spawn will be happy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, basketball. Yeah.
Oh, look, I was serious about that one.
Yeah, I was seriously not knowing anything. That's Stephen Curry guy's pretty good.
Oh, God.
RNG, though, setting up some vision around this Baron. You can see there is a ward that has spotted them at least. There's MLXG trying to use that Raptor sense to clear things out.
Sorry, you tilted me by saying Steven.
Stephen. Is it Stephen?
Steph.
No, it's Stephen Curry, right. Tilts everyone, though. It's
Yeah, I
brilliant.
know.
It's so good. WE They are in a decent position to try and get something done. Xiaohu getting caught.
Wow.
Yeah, everything being thrown down here as he uses the Zhonya's. Look at the amount of health he's going to get back. Really mistimed dredge line there out of 957. Never move. Going to cause him to stop.
But we just saw a glimpse into how much damage CA still does. And that's an MR stacked Swain.
Yeah.
And whilst his sustain is definitely high, I mean, he got a lot of health back from the Raptors as well as the Victor when he used that Zhonya's. Means he's definitely still killable. The tank is not exactly a tank if he has nothing to heal off.
Well, that's all of his health back now. As the siege is on. Mata and Uzi with a lot of movement speed available.
Nobody's
957 gets a massive knock-up into the backline, but RNG still very healthy. Xiaohu right in the front line is going to get thrown back into that gravity field. Zero's going to die. Uzi picks up the kill. This Infinity Edge is doing so much work as Lupa grabs another. The turret is not long for the world. Uzi finishes that one off at the same time, and WE, base is being broken towards the bottom side.
Mystic was farming top, so it's just a very quick rotation from RNG, and they pull the trigger very effectively. If the Twitch isn't there, RNG have control, and now that there's 2 dead, they definitely still do.
Welcome back, Xiaohu. Can teleport his way in. Home guards as well. And that is the inhibitor dead. So Baron inhibitor, my god, they've got so much extra control. And this dragon spawning, 20 seconds.
The last of its kind, whichever it may be.
The last of its kind.
As the Elder will spawn at 35 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Now I feel like if I talk with a deep voice at all, I am a voiceover.
I feel like it's just Skarner now.
What was the intro video for Uzi? What did they say? We come, we go.
Oh, I don't know. I was too busy being intimidated.
We go.
It was beautiful. Ocean Drake, number 2.
There you go.
Coming up here. WE, of course, were able to grab their first one of that particular variety. Cloud Drake and Infernal Drake in the hands of RNG.
So Condi, before we actually look for any contest, you have to remember, he is the King of Thieves.
He is.
The Prince of Persia of League of Legends.
Mm-hmm.
If there's anything that he can steal on the map, it's usually an epic monster. He's on the wrong side of the map this time around, however.
Void Rush in there. Doesn't actually have too many tunnels towards this side, so MLXG will be able to grab that one. They're trying to catch them all right now. Only need a mountain.
So Mountain doesn't actually spawn.
Yeah, not going to happen.
And I mean, it won't actually spawn. There's 3 elements that spawn in any one game.
Ah, you can only have 3 elements.
Yeah. So they've got all of the elements. Except the mountain. Close enough.
WE setting up. Raptor Descent's going to go off. Condi going to be able to clear out a ward. It's now RNG. Will probably want to move towards the Baron. Exactly right. They've grabbed the most recent dragon. Still 6 minutes on that. And RNG. Uzi just throwing out boomerangs. He's just celebrating. This is beautiful.
Uzi wants to do this. Like, this
is a 100% crit chance Sivir as well because of the Zeke's Harbinger.
Oh, yeah. The occasional 100% crit that he will have is unbelievable, actually.
Just understand where you're going to press that W. As Mata, yeah, possibly caught out of position. Focus Resolve comes in. Condi slowed down as the teleport's coming in right in the flank. Yeah, Mystic can't actually get into this fight. Has never moved. Flashed out of the way off WE. Have consolidated their members. But that is a teleport to answer.
But they're fine, right? And that's the big deal. They are still here if they want to contest this. That cheeky ward is going to spot that they're doing the Baron. And whilst it's cleared, they are going to face check.
Yeah.
They have to.
Never Move comes in. A lot of movement speed now available here for RNG as Uzi right in the backline. Big knock up there from Zero one more time. As exactly, Rat-a-tat-tat doing some work. 957 melting though as Mystic's being caught out. Uzi grabs it. It's a double already as he's so incredibly low. Gets a triple. Isn't going to fall down as 957's running as best he can. Actually, no, he does. Chaos Storm is enough to finish him off, but RNG say, yep, we got enough. And my god, the Civ just did so much work. Exactly, just wander through the bottom side. They got super creeps doing some work.
So the Nautilus and Braum still stand, and it is going to be a 3v2, but it's a top laner and a support against these members of RNG that I would say there is a very low chance of killing any of them. And if they can hold the fort here...
Actually, it's only one Nexus turret that falls down. Not wanting to try and grab the next one. This Never Move somehow hits the gigantic form of Nautilus.
Yeah, so they do well, Worldly, to not actually lose more than that. The Baron stands. Model Elite's base does still stand. That inhibitor was already taken, and you would imagine will be up reasonably soon, though.
MLXG caught out of position here as well. 957 and Condi, not a lot of damage there, but a lot of lockdown is available. We'll see whether the Lease is going to survive here. Mata is running as quickly as possible, but 957 grabs it. That could be a very powerful pick-off for WE.
Yeah, so the interesting thing about this situation in the game is with one Nexus turret already dead, they still have to address the bottom lane minions because they will actually win the game. World Elite, they're actually looking to fight.
Yeah, going in. Lupa, decent in the front line. There's the flash, but it's before the Twisted Advance goes off. Lupa has to be very careful. Concussive blows in there. Has another Twisted Advance. Mystic in trouble now as Condi's taken down Lupa, but has the damage been done? Chaos Storm moved out of the way up there from Uzi, still at full health right now. As GA right in the front line, he's in trouble. Another auto attack from Uzi will do it. Death Ray for a lot of damage. Dodges out of the way of at least one. Has a spell shield there as well, but it's a nice fight from WE.
They get the kills at the perfect time because they have to hold the fort. Something that we just mentioned is these minions are going to be able to take the game out if they don't recall. So, yeah, the desperate fight works out impeccably for them. No Last Whisper even available for Mystic, but it just doesn't matter. He's still shredding Lupa's health bar, and that's so surprising.
After that fight, Uzi had 2,800 gold to spend, which is really scary, Rusty.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. He's been doing a lot of work here, Uzi.
Has himself a Bloodthirster now. Complete those 4 items as well as the Last Whisper.
And the next Dragon as well up in a minute 50. It's going to be the Elder. This is where it becomes crunch time now for most teams.
MLXG also able to steal away a blue buff. So giving his mediocre AP a little bit of a boost.
Void Staff now as well for GA. Also, we're pointing out very important things.
Yeah, very true. Infinity Edge also done for Mystic, which is good.
Oh my god.
Yeah, a lot of movement speed on the hunt has been popped. GA is the one that's been caught out of position. Gets the Chaos Storm down. It's a lot of damage. Brilliant use of the ultimate comes in from 957 though, and Mata is going to pay the price.
Surprisingly, they trade, but it's Mata for GA. And this means that we're expecting a monumental effort out of Mystic, and it's against the Maokai.
Yeah.
No summoner spells available as well for the Rat.
Oh, Xiaohu just stopped. He knows that he can't move.
Yeah, they're going to have to... They have to fight this. There's a ward in it, so they can see the health bar. Very cheeky ward.
Well, it is a very cheeky ward. Zero is going to get spotted out of the way there. Condi, of course, the Prince of Thieves. Can he do it? No, RNG are actually just going to turn on this one. There's the Never Move. Zero locked down, but he may not necessarily be the priority target. Mystic right in the back line. Can he get the work done? So much rat-a-tat-tat damage, but he is going to fall in the end. Uzi with the Bloodthirster able to eat up the health bars of WE. And they've only got one left standing. Can they get any more this time?
Mystic tried his hardest, but it's not going to be enough. He's just too far behind. His last buy that he now has in his inventory may not be enough to save World Elite, as Xie is thankfully alive because he was dead for the fight.
Yeah, good point.
And that was probably the difference between potentially coming out ahead in it and losing.
Well, you can see
Zonia's needs to stop.
Yep, Creep Wave is coming in. Decided I wanted to ignore that Zonia's sound as 957. He's going to be the target. RNG just deciding to take down what they can. Xiaohu now as well, knocked up into the sky as GA on his fountain, but is it going to be enough? Flashes the Never Move. As now MLXG and Uzi fighting in the fountain. They are doing battle right now as they tie up the series against WE.
Impressive tie-up from RNG. They came out guns blazing in game number 2.
Severely.
Yeah, and they put in work. Uzi showing that he has what it takes to keep up with this RNG side that he has newly joined.
Yeah.
And RNG, I'd say an across-the-board victory from this team because they went through team play.
And a lot of things actually made sense out of game number 1 here. The early pickup of the Sivir, taking that away from Uzi after this game, looks like a very good idea. Of course, Uzi was a player that sort of picked up Sivir relatively late, but then was incredibly dominant when she was hitting sort of her peak stride after that the crit chance was added to a Ricochet. So we are going to see some of the highlights here, but yeah, it's just really good to see. Of course, the Swain ban as well, making a heck of a lot of sense after seeing Xiaohu 3-0-11 on the champion, unable to die.
Yeah, well, Swain on this patch definitely unable to die is the way to summarize his capabilities as a champion. And again, this is the glimmers of hope that World Elite had throughout this game, but too little too late was the name of it.
Yeah.
As they just could not get it done.
Get in there, Looper. Flash Twisted advance, but doesn't finish EA off with the Ventral Maelstrom, which was very interesting at that stage. But here it is. Another really, really good fight out of Zero.
Yeah, exactly.
Sets up the Glacial Fissure in a really brilliant point, allows them to deal with Looper. So WE, there are so many signs of hope. It just seemed like RNG, with all of their dragons, with the fact that they had so much scaling power and this unkillable Swain that you can see right now, just utilizing what they had a whole lot better in game number 2 than they did in game number 1.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of the drafting from RNG, I would have to say, in the first game was denying options, perhaps, from World Elite.
Yeah.
They realized when they're one game down, they should probably just play their own game of League of Legends. That's exactly what we saw from them, because no one could kill Xiaohu. Nobody could deal with Uzi, whose damage was just unbelievably high. Everything that RNG did this time around was marked improvement.
Yeah, and I really liked the switch over to Karma from the Alistair there as well, because Marta just looked brilliant. He was sort of orchestrating fights, giving everyone so much movement speed. It was really, really great to see. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break, and when we get back, the deciding game between RNG and WE. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, this is Rusty, and we have a tied series between RNG and WE, and it is going to be Uzi that grabs the MVP for that last game. 13-1-5, 90% kill contribution. The guy did good on Summoner's
Yeah.
Rift.
I would have been shocked if he wasn't MVP once again.
I mean, Xiaohu didn't die, but I mean, Uzi only died once.
He was a Swain. This guy did so much damage.
That is close to
38% of a
is
team.
ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. And like, I say that every single time. 35% might be the average for carries. So
Yeah.
anything above that is unreasonably high and should be noteworthy. So 13-1-5, respective from his damage share. He didn't just kill steal.
Yeah.
He actually put in the work.
We are going to have a look at some highlights here as well. And I mean, I believe he went down at the end of this fight.
To a
We're
Victor
looking at it.
pulsation,
Yeah.
if memory serves, because it's the kind of thing that you don't often expect to take. And that was, given the level of the game, 450 damage, not including AP, every tick. As you will see it here. Look at this. He died to it, exclusively the Chaos Storm. Unlucky.
The consistently low health bars that everyone in that team fight had, though, just based on the fact that there is like an Infinity Edge ricochet like flying across the whole team. I mean, Siva just does a whole bunch of work towards the late stage of the game, so
Yeah.
does seem to be a key pick in this series, and we'll see exactly who's going to be able to grab it in game number 2. Of course, red side getting 2 of those priority picks instead of the 1 looks to be pretty important as we move into game number 3, and might actually favor WE just a little bit here.
And that's an interesting point that you bring up as well, Siva being a priority throughout this drafting phase. The way I see it as well, Siva and Twitch both being selected in game number 2, is the ideology of what both of these teams are trying to accomplish through their AD carry, and is that you hit the back line when hitting the front line. Siva, you press your auto attack, you press your W, you got the ricochet, it bounces to the back line and takes them out whilst you're hitting the tank. Twitch, very similar principle in that respect, and I think the major difference between them was how Looper actually played the game on the Maokai. And that was standing behind the Twitch to make him not hit the backline with his ultimate and just hit Looper. But what they wanted to do, what Mystic wanted to get done on the Twitch, was make sure that you're hitting the AD carry or hitting the mid laner whilst you're simultaneously hitting the tank and trying to take him out. Reflected through the item build to no avail this time, though.
Yeah. However, I mean, despite the fact that RNG were able to take out that game, there were still glimmers of hope on the side of WE. Of course, Condi's still looking good on the Rex side. Jie actually having a great performance on the Victor, despite Xiaohu getting ahead towards the early stages of the game, grabbing that early double buff and really owning that lane. The Victor was still doing a hell of a lot of damage when that late game rolled around. And if we're going to compare Victor play between game 1 and 2, of course, Xiaohu picking it up in game number 1, Jie actually looked a whole lot better.
Yeah, I have to agree with you as well. The Victor definitely looks strong from him, and I think whilst we're looking at the drafting as well, the priorities were definitely there. RNG wanting to take it away from World Elite, now realizing that they can work around it because the Swain wasn't banned. We still saw how strong his Victor can be, but we just know that the Swain is ultimately stronger. Probably shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
I think we should take that one off the board.
Yeah, we'll see whether, once again, on the red side of the Rift, that Swain is going to be banned away as WE have a little bit more flexibility with what they can take off the board. And I just want to see Xiaohu go back to an Azir pickup, something like that. This is shown to be a champion that he's happy to sort of blind pick moving in. The Bard, once again, going to be banned as we enter Champion Select. And Swain is once again going to be taken off as well. Picked and ban champions, you can see 100% pick and ban rate for those top 7 champions. It makes a heck of a lot of sense there as well, but Rek'Sai, 100% pick and ban.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the unexpected standouts of that.
Yeah.
All things considered, I even predicted the Victor to be 100% pick or ban, so not a surprise given how strong the champion is. We saw how much in a losing game that Xie could get done. That ban from RNG is interesting, though.
That's the adaptation there, of course. So getting rid of the Siva. We'll see whether this is so that Uzi can hop onto Lucian potentially. Trying to get WE
It means
to
what
change
will have
things
to
out.
ban it.
Yeah, of course, not going towards that Maokai first pick there as well. Looper is going to change things up, and you're exactly right. So Lucian is going to be banned away. And RNG, what are they going to first pick away here? Of course, Echo is available if they want to prioritize the top lane. And Nidalee is up. Kindred is up as well. There are so many strong junglers now. And Kindred is going to be the priority there for MLXG. I like this a lot.
Yeah, I think Kindred's one of the top tier junglers as well, moving into patch 6.10 and beyond. Jungle control, very important.
Yep.
The damage that you do to epic monsters, most importantly, as well as a standout feature that Kindred provides. You've got early pressure. It may not be kill threat, but your level 3 ganks are ridiculous because you've got so many dashes.
Yep.
You will at least force the summon a spell and alter play styles and play patterns. Kindred's just all around ridiculous in a very good way.
Yeah. Well, there's sort of no pressure on WE to pick up jungler here now as well. So Nidalee is, of course, already on the board.
I think it depends on information they want to disclose. You
Yeah,
can still go back
precisely.
to the Rek'Sai if you wanted to, so that you're not showing your hand, or you could deny options from RNG.
Yeah, Echo is going to be picked up, and Caitlyn right there for Mystic. So lots of different AD carries have been on show here. We've seen back-to-back Sivers, but other than that, you know, Twitch, Ezreal coming into play. And I think Twitch is something that Uzi probably wants to look at here. With Lamb's Respite available, you can just chuck that down, Twitch, and just go to town on everyone that is in range of that spray and pray rat-a-tat-tat.
Yeah. I feel like it's something they might look at, though I would imagine they'll save that for their last rotation for the AD carry-on, unless they go for like a safe Ezreal. Now, the thing I'm looking at, however, the inclination towards Maokai that was present for Lupa
Ooh.
may want to change this time around simply because the Echo's already been locked in.
Precisely, and Trundle, of course, has been permabanned this whole series as well. Now going to be taken away. MLXG grabs that for potentially Lupa, or, of course, Mata in a pinch if they want to do that.
Yeah, and for those who watched that small tournament that recently took place in Shanghai,
Yeah.
they would have notably seen that Lupa playing Trundle is good enough to beat SKT. So probably don't give him that, and you'll be fine. But
Well,
he has it, maybe.
He does potentially have it. I do like this pick away from Zero. The Karma in Mata's hands was phenomenal. And to round out their picks, they could go with the Twitch Karma bottom lane, which we saw put to great effect by Game Talents yesterday in their win over Snake, and of course by Snake in their Game 1 victory against Game Talents as well. So, currently being hovered, 10 seconds to go. GA, of course, a fantastic Karma player as well, was able to take out Vici Gaming with back-to-back Karma games. Nidalee's going to be picked up from Condi, though, and that is going to be the Karma. So a lot of flexibility still here on this WE roster.
Yeah, absolutely is. Of course, Nidalee being locked in by Condi, no longer going to be the Rek'Sai. Isn't even banned away from him.
Yeah.
And I think we'll finally see our first not 100% for Rek'Sai in pick or ban.
Yeah.
But Condi actually opting towards more of the damage approach, going for the Nidalee. It's a heavy farm against that of MLXG, perhaps to keep him down.
No.
Early clears. We all know Uzi just wants to play Ezreal.
I know.
Whatever Mata tells him, though, you would imagine is law.
Well, it is going to be locked in. And the Thresh there from Mata at the same time. So Mata's Thresh has always been unbelievably good. Uzi having some grins here as he looks over to his teammates. But GA now considering heading towards a Kassadin pickup, meaning that Zero will be playing the Karma. And 957 will definitely be playing the Echo. Of course, there's still a lot of flexibility here in this comp. And that's been locked in. So Kassadin into Victor. We saw this be quite successful yesterday. Dade, of course, starting that one off against Scout in the mid lane in game number 2. UV versus EDG.
Kassadin surprisingly good in the LPL for no particular reason into Victor, whereas the LCK Victor picked into Kassadin because for no particular reason, surprisingly good in the opposite matchup.
Depends on your nationality.
Apparently, but...
But there's a lot of Korean players currently in China so I don't know whether that makes sense.
I think it's a 50-50 win rate for Kassadin and Victor looking at LPL games from last split. It was at least very close to that, and that was with a lot of games played. So GA picking the Kassadin knowingly into the Victor is no slouch into the matchup and should be a big threat moving into this third game.
Yeah, they do have ranged wave clear, of course, out of the Karma as well as the Caitlyn to try and offset that lack of wave clear that Kassadin does have. Safe wave clear, that is. Of course, Force Pulse can work out. But we'll see exactly how this one is going to go. Lupa back on the Trundle. Terrifying pick. The Kindred there for MLXG. So many power picks for this team. We'll see whether Xiaohu can step it back up now on this Victor. But let's do it. The deciding game between RNG and WE.
All of us. We come and we go. All of us.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift, ladies and gentlemen, where all of us, we come and we go. All of us, Rusty.
Man, that dubstep is so intense, and then it goes to absolute silence when we get onto the riff. Like, it builds you up for this, like, sick moment, and everyone just walks out of the
now
score.
we've all got anticipation for this deciding game between RNG and WE. RNG once again on the blue side of the map.
All of us.
On the blue side of the map. As Uzi takes a bunch of damage. This is a terrifyingly annoying lane. We saw Deft and Mako just do disgusting things against Newbie's bottom lane yesterday as the Karma Caitlyn. We'll see whether the Ezreal and the Thresh can navigate it or whether they are not going to.
And this
going
is
to head back to base and try and lane swap, something like that.
Like, between bottom laners is such an interesting dynamic as well, right? So, game number 1, we saw Thunderlords out of all of them.
Yeah.
Like, basically, like, both supports running it. It was a Bard, Alistar. This time around, it's Karma and Thresh. They both have Thunderlords.
Yep.
So they're picking their battles and, like, they're timing it to what you would assume is want standard lanes, so they do more damage. Or it's that they want a lane swap so that they can then have their supports roam and do more damage elsewhere. But they seem to coincide with their thoughts and theories behind how they're going to play this game. And they always have Thunderlords at the same time.
Yeah, quite interesting. Of course, last game we did see the Windspeaker's blessing out of Martha's Karma. Does work very, very well, especially if you mantra that shield.
Yeah, which is like exactly the point as well. They're changing their keystones to suit each other almost. Like, they want to do more damage. It's like they have a mutual agreement in chat before the game starts. Do more damage this time.
Yeah, get it.
Let's have more fun.
Well, level 2 is going to be gained relatively quickly here. There it is. So Uzi already up. Mystic as well. Oh, dodges out of the way of a Mystic shot. If anyone can play against Ezreal, it is this guy. And the trap's already down. God, it's annoying.
And Ezreal doesn't have too great of a time against the Caitlyn. But with his Mystic shot, he can still last hit at the very least. So he'll have an okay time.
Yeah.
Health bars aside.
Headshot going to come in from Mystic. Just trying to be as frustrating as possible. But Uzi will just farm. Do the best that he can. Bit of a crowd shot here.
I know that's meant to be someone.
Yeah.
I know it. I just can't.
Just left it. I didn't know. Didn't know. MLXG is going to be able to take his red buff, as you can see.
That is early to be top.
Yeah, slipping into this brush. The push already on here for 957, who's very, very healthy, but Looper as well. I mean, both of these guys just been farming things out.
I just don't think he'll achieve anything from this unless 957 is the god of baits.
At the moment, though, I mean, of course, Echo, pretty damn good as far as pushing up the top lane. It's not like Looper's going to immediately turn something around and get kill threat or anything like that.
Yeah. I mean, to draw parallels, MLXG is still farming. He's going to get a mark for free and now move towards the blue buff.
Yeah.
If he has another ward on him, he'll probably spot Condi.
Doesn't have Smite quite available just yet.
They
He throws
both
down
will.
some vision. Oh, yes, he does actually have it right now, so
But Condi's doing wolves,
Yeah, wolves.
so it's actually just gone.
3 buff. Really nicely played from MLXG. Bit telegraphed, though, of course, from RNG, because, of course, the mark was there. He knew that he was most likely going to be on that side of the map at that point.
Yeah.
It's just Condi sort of making sure that 957 is going to have a decent time, although that wave is already pushed up. There's not all that many real reasons behind his jungle pathing for that early stage.
Yeah, he just wanted to... So the way I see it is he did a full clear to top side, and that's fine, but he also opted into walking into the bush to try and look for a cheeky gank beforehand. So the same thing that he's doing right now is he walked into the lane to recall just in case they're fighting, which is actually a lot of time wasted if you add it up. Like the 10 seconds he spent topside, the 5 seconds he just spent walking into the bottom lane was essentially the difference between him having blue buff and not having it at all.
Yep. Well, GA did teleport his way back into the mid lane. Does have a Ruby Crystal now as well, obviously building towards that Catalyst. Wants to make sure he's as safe as possible getting towards level 6. Xiaohu, however, going through his mana bar quite effectively. As another Rift Scuttler goes down for MLXG, just checking up on Condi.
Yeah, he was actually looking for the mark respectively as well at the Raptors that has already been taken. So MLXG actually has complete tabs on where the Nidalee is going to be at all times.
That was an incredibly nice dodge there out of Uzi to avoid the mantraed Q. But WE, this is what this bottom lane wants to do. Get underneath the turret and destroy creeps and destroy the turret at the same time.
Yeah, Uzi will be last hitting quite well though, considering
Really well, yeah.
Israel's actually quite good at last hitting under the turret anyway as a champion design.
Yep, Mata fading out Zero's attention for a moment.
The way Mystic plays as well is actually very clever. He knows that when he has an advantage because the supports are seeing each other, that he can then afford to bully Mystic.
Yeah.
And working it quite well. This is still the problem point for World Elite and RNG.
Oh, Spear is actually going to land here. Nice exhaust to stop that takedown damage. The Xiao who uses both of his summoner spells now heads back to base. This bodes well for GA.
Yeah. Actually very well for GA. Of course, he's already got his recall in with the teleport, so he'll be feeling quite strong as this is a lot of damage.
Yeah, big level advantage here as well. Zupa still has the ultimate. There's the flash play as MLXG's going to make his way in.
Nice hook.
Yeah, Zero, he's possibly going to fall down here. That's going to be first blood going to MLXG. Exactly a guy that wants at Wolfsbite as well.
Here.
Lots of damage. It's Condi looking for a spear. MLXG is so incredibly low.
Wow,
the flash
Condi.
comes in. Oh my god, the heal from Uzi. Condi's going to fall. Uzi grabs it. Mystic might be in trouble. The onslaught continues. Double kill. And RNG get 3 on the board.
Mata and Uzi just put on a clinic there. That was really coy from Condi, the way that he executed on that pounce. Was looking for MLXG, but he just didn't have enough damage. The execute wasn't there. There was no redeemable feature of that engage. He needed the spear to connect and overcommits. But RNG make him pay for it. And finally, it backfires and results in a big, big lead in this bottom lane for RNG. That is a full mana immune.
Yeah.
At 7
oh
minutes.
My god, that is terrifying. I just want to say that the finesse from Uzi in that last fight was stunning. Waiting for the pounce to use the heal. Everyone was so low, but then waits for that opportune moment. MLXG, I believe, also had his passive available as well. So went from like basically being dead to being absolutely fine, able to turn that one around.
Oh, on the winning end of that fight, like RNG played mechanically brilliant, and something I didn't even realize was possible with the way Condi played that was the like animation cancel of his flash and pounce almost.
Yeah.
Like as he got like the full range pounce, he flashed and did all of the damage to MLXG. So credit where it's due as well.
Really cute
He
play.
tried hard, but he didn't succeed.
Yep, in the end, it's 3 kills to 0. As Uzi continuing to stack up this Manamune, but 8 minutes into the game, the fact that he has that item is just more, like it's just got rid of all of the problems that Ezreal just generally has, right? in the
Ezreal
early
and
stage of the
Caitlyn
game.
lane, huh?
It's just done.
Yeah.
It's like, let's just skip having a like tier ever. Don't even need to worry. Still stacking it up.
Means unreasonably quick it will be stacked as well. He did forego the Sheen to finish the mana immune, but it's definitely still worth it. Caitlyn being an auto attack heavy champion wants to weave spells, but Ezreal will always match that damage. Just means that Uzi's going to be a lot more auto attack focused himself.
Yeah. Well, Condi looking to try and take down this Rift Scuttler. Also marked, but Xiaohu's going to make his way over. Just saying, yeah, no, this is my jungler's Rift Scuttler, you jerk. Hits the spear, takes it away. Condi says, well, you called me a jerk. Don't say that. Actually didn't. That was all
I
me.
don't think he said
Yeah,
it.
Xiaohu is going to move over a ward, though, back towards Jia, who has a level advantage in the mid lane. Kassadin doing work.
Yeah, and the way that this lane always works as well is once Kassadin gets that level 6, he exploits the fact that Xiaohu doesn't have a lot of sustain. And the Catalyst will actually help Jay out a lot with that, as well as being able to get on top of the Victor.
Yeah.
The major conflicting difference was usually the flash and exhaust that a Victor will have in his back pocket. Not currently available, at least one of them.
Yeah, still about a quarter of that cooldown on flash to go. As Dragon's just going to be taken here from MLXG. Doesn't quite have the Blood Razor just yet, but still able to do a lot of work.
Yeah, so they don't actually need it in regards to doing a Dragon by himself. Depending on the Dragon, you would imagine.
Yeah, that's very true.
The Fire, at least the Infernal Drake in particular, can be taken at level 7 with just the recurve bow in his jungle item. I've seen that on more than one occasion.
Yeah, Looper actually looking for a bit of strength here towards the top side of the map. Of course, you can see Condi making his way in. We'll see whether anything's going to come from this. As Subjugate doing so much work, and Looper says, yeah, come here, kitty lady, I'm going to kill you too.
I feel like this is a trend that we were going to note since Champion Select. Giving Looper Trundle is put it like in the mistake column.
Yep.
I made a big mistake.
That's an oopsie.
That's a big oopsie.
Yep.
That's a mark as well.
Yeah, Teleport's actually going to come in here as MLXG does take away his mark. GA back into the mid lane here. Of course, Lamb's Respite is available. Spear not going to connect, and MLXG making sure he's...
Oh, wow.
That burst damage was huge from Xie, and MLXG wasn't ready.
Yeah, so Xie's actually got 4 levels at that time into his Force Pulse, which I think is what took him by surprise. Most Cassidans against the Victor matchup, you would see more than 1 level into the Q to survive all of the magic damage and have positive trades in that situation. But this time around, it actually backfires onto MLXG. Xiaohu not even controlling the lane, considering the skill order as well.
Yep.
Xie having a great time.
Yeah, Xiaohu's just like, damn it, man.
Not again.
Yeah. And Xie, he's been sort of the consistently good member of WE in every single game so far. The Azir, phenomenal game number 1. And of course, had a great performance on the Victor despite the loss in game number 2. Is now Xiaohu in trouble. Xie throws out a Q, but we're not going to find the spear here from Condi. His death ray does.
Yeah, just more pressure from Condi. Something you'll note from this jungler as well for World Elite is just how quick he's clearing the jungle camps. So
yeah.
Every time we look at him, you'd think it's time wasted, sitting in a bush, sitting in a side lane, maybe looking for a gank somewhere, but it works out fine because he's still ahead in farm by 13 to that of the Kindred, who every time we've looked at him has, generally speaking, been farming.
Precisely. Well, Xiaohu looking to head back, wants to heal himself up just a little bit. About a creep wave behind Xie here. Uzi just clearing out wards, clearing out minions. Just reveling in his advantage in this lane after that first skirmish.
Lots of clearing.
Yeah.
Having a great time. And Caitlyn's always going to be fine in laning phase. The question will be arisen of past this stage, how will Caitlyn do in the mid game?
Well, Condi actually running pretty quickly.
Got him.
Oh.
First one, I think.
Looper doesn't really care all that much, though, as Mata, he's relatively low. There's a True Shot Barrage. Mystic in trouble, but does blow the heal. Is going to be okay. Shield picked up as Condi. Wolf's Bite is there.
Condi's
MLXG picks it up. And this bottom lane, it's fighting as well. Oh, my God. Uzi able to pick one up. Picks up the double in the 2v2.
Wow, Uzi goes off. RNG across the board, except for that middle lane, essentially just destroy World Elite. Condi dies. The bottom lane dies. Uzi 4-0-1.
Yeah, MLXG as well is about to kill 957. That death sentence was so close.
But this is just so much damage from the AD carry. It was an early heal popped as well by Mystic, and overstaying their welcome, I will say Mata, actually in an active attempt to block it.
Also an active attempt to die because he knew that Uzi would be able to pick up the double.
E-flash to get the auto attack off. Like, that was so well done from Uzi.
Oh, does that mean that he also gets the arcane shift damage as well?
So I don't think it did.
Okay.
And it shouldn't. The auto attack is still what secured it.
Well, still very cute, regardless. Now WE looking to try and take away red buff. Of course, the other one was stolen by MLXG as Mata. It's right in here, had vision.
They don't miss a beat with aggression, though, World Elite, when it comes to jungle camps.
Yeah.
You have to remember, they just lost the team fight top lane and bottom lane. They're 3k gold behind, and there is vision everywhere that Condi is. But he knows that he's safe to do it. MLXGs are fighting for the greater good.
Yeah.
As it were.
Taking down this Rift Herald as well, and this game is one where they really do want to take this one because Looper, Tiamat already built up. It will be massive in that split push. GA looking to try and get a gank towards his bottom side. They have to try and keep Uzi down. The ultimate comes in. Uzi trying to get something back. Spear is going to miss. What can he do underneath this turret? He'll die. That's exactly what he'll do.
GA might die.
Yeah. Oh.
Close, but well done from World Elite. They get something back on the board for their team.
However, a lot of damage towards the mid lane. Xiaohu easily able to get back up in farm at the same time. Couple of Hex Core points built up.
Checking out Condi's heat map.
I believe that's MLXG's, yeah.
The Kindred.
And
That's the other one.
yeah, so that's going to be Condi. Not spending too much time in the enemy jungle.
If we look at the time he's actually spent in side lanes, so there's actually red dots there to indicate that that's a lot of time.
Pretty hot.
Yeah. Hot damn.
Yeah. Well, the rest of WE looking for Looper here. Does have the subjugate that he can throw down to try and make himself a little bit tankier. But he'll just wander casually out of the way.
Yeah, walks it out.
Yep, walk
Team
it off,
WE
walk it off.
showing some proactivity though. Level 11 on the Kassadin could be the other big thing.
Yeah, they were looking for the death sentence there as Condi is going to lend him a hand. Primal Surge going to be helping him stay healthy in that mid lane as well. Also
Noteworthy that he put levels into his W over the Qs when he had the choice.
interesting.
So maxed his Force Pulse, then put it into the W. Auto attack reset.
So not really too worried about giving himself more of that magic damage shield,
No.
especially when you're up against a Kindred, Ezreal, and Trundle.
And like realistically, you'd say damage in general as well, right?
Yeah.
That means he wants to be auto attack.
And the W does do a lot of damage and gives you a lot of mana sustain.
It does.
Pretty repugnant. There's RNG organically taking the bottom lane turret. 957 possibly in trouble here. True Shot Barrage flies through. He'll have to use the ult. Might be able to get back onto his... No, it doesn't. Thought he might be able to get back to his Parallel Convergence for a stun for some sick plays, but decides not to go 1v2. Makes a bit of sense. Top lane outer turret does fall as Uzi still tagging 957. MLXG looking to try and get the dive on here underneath the turret. Yep, there's the chrono break, but has he used it at the right time? Nice stun comes in as WE are able to take down the Trundle at the same time. Looper just a little bit overly aggressively positioned. They might need to go back to base now, potentially try and defend.
Oh, they're fighting in mid lane. Xiaohu should not be doing this.
Yeah, dangerous.
Oh, what? Sorry, the ultimate's actually out.
Yeah, there's the flash in. The exhaust was there from Xiaohu. Can he actually make this one work? As there's the teleport. Going to be cancelled. Not sure whether that was the right move. As now WE are going to make their way towards the mid lane. Inner turret falls. They grab the adder in the mid as well. So WE, just better map movements.
Yeah.
They're ahead by 500 gold.
That's exactly what that was. Movement around the map. They actually... So the thing is, Echo is actually very hard not only to dive, but to push against. Because he throws out the Q. It's always going to remain, and two of them will clear a minion wave. It's exactly what happened, and it's what slowed down RNG's push on the bottom side of the map. MLXG also wasting a lot of time trying to kill him that he just walks out of, and even has a teleport threat in the middle lane. And for reference, Xiaohu's ultimate was actually there in that fight that he was having with Xie, but it was just invisible.
Ah.
So
Yeah,
if you
it is
couldn't
on
see it,
cooldown.
it was there.
I certainly couldn't see it.
And that's why the fight was a lot closer. Xie still has a lot of burst zone. You would almost say outscaling the Victor. It is an inevitable thing. Team WE are looking quite strong.
Does depend how they utilize both of these champions, but you're right. It feels like Kassadin, once you get into a late game stage, there's not a lot that you can't do.
So the way I see this is they will put Xie into a side lane. And WE will try and have that 1-3-1 with Caitlyn mid.
Yeah.
Once they've got 5 levels into the traps. They'll just kind of sit back and let it happen in mid lane whilst they work around top and bottom respectively. Or 957 to match up with Looper.
True Shot Barrage takes half the health off Mystic. Thankfully, now with the new and improved red buff, 9% of his health, missing health, sorry, back.
It's only 6.
6%.
Because he's
sorry.
level 10. Once he hits level 11, it will be 9%. But it's still a lot, as you can see.
Yeah, he's just really not too worried about missing some health.
More
That's
than
easy.
an Ocean Drake. Level 1.
It's just a bit silly. Your red buff?
Well, I mean, blue buff gives 15% ability power.
That's a good point. Both of those buffs. Very, very strong. As
Worth
RNG,
fighting for.
They have grouped up. Now moving towards the mid lane. No Dragon, of course, available.
Nice
And
hook.
there's the hook on a 957. Pillar comes down. Looper trying to lock him up for even longer, but not going to be able to find too much. Mystic waiting here in the brush. Raptors have been taken. Ward there as well from RNG as they're trying to siege things up. And Uzi will grab himself the red.
Yeah, and whilst we were talking about the potential 1-3-1 out of Team W, we also have to look at the converse being that Uzi is actually just 4-1.
Yeah.
They have an Ocean Drake on him as well, so the sustain that the Ezreal has got is unreasonable.
Just a little bit silly. We'll see exactly what is going to happen. It has been sort of like, it has slowed down the game. No pun intended based on what just happened there. As Looper is going to clear out this bottom side of the map. But yeah, where does RNG go next? Where does WE go next? What is the next plan of attack for both of these sides? Because I feel like both of them really want to be split pushing eventually.
Yeah, I think that RNG will be split pushing through one lane, so the 4-1 is definitely a possibility for them. World Elite, Team WE rather, looking for the 1-3-1. I think that's the major conflicting difference, but for the most part, and from what we've seen of both of these teams, it's just Dragons.
Yeah.
They love the Drakes. Not the Canadian one.
Something about a cell phone. The blue buff has been tagged here from Uzi.
Something Yamato cannon.
Lots of pings towards the bottom side of the map there as well, out of RNG. Mystic just waiting, clearing things out in the mid lane. Both AD carries, in fact, doing exactly that.
I still think there's a very big concern for this Ezreal. Like, Uzi is just so massive.
Do they need to act on it, though? Because, I mean, Mystic, he's got 2 items now as well. 3 items, generally the sweet spot for Caitlyn. Do they need to make something happen here in the mid game while Mystic isn't as strong and, of course, safely strong with that massive range?
So I think the saving grace is mostly that it's going for a more of Malmortius on Uzi. He hasn't even finished his boots yet.
Nice.
Yeah, LXG, well done. He's now skating. He's ice skating.
Whee! Damn it. Why would you auto attack?
It was the best.
So sad.
It was the best. No, what I think, and why I say that Uzi could be a problem, is that if these two are 1v1ing, Uzi can still beat Mystic.
Oh, yeah.
As long as there's a minion wave, Uzi has control. This is the opposite to that, however. GA is starting to outscale Xiaohu if they stay in a side lane.
Yeah, Riftwalk is going to be used. Mata booking it towards GA right now. Teleport's coming in. Both
Cancel.
sides as well. It's now Uzi over the side. Cloud Drake has been let us know as there's the Chaos Storm. 957 taking a lot of damage now. Does have the ultimate, but GA, that exhaust nowhere near enough as Mata's just going to get obliterated. But the rest of RNG, they have made their way over. Uzi has the help of his jungler. Chrono Shift is going to come in as MLXG just getting rid of Zero.
This is delicate, though. Uzi's still big.
He is still big, but he has to kill 4 people now with a man disadvantage. MLXG does have
Get
his
into
ultimate
it.
now. As GA has to stand on top, but he's going to fall down. MLXG picks that one up as Xiaohu in a whole host of trouble. Uzi, can he clear this one up? That's the first one. That's the second. Triple kill comes in for Uzi. As now Condi clears out some vision and says, okay, Uzi, I'm going to leave.
So, Uzi comes up massive for RNG. He is the Fed member of the RNG roster, and he does exactly what is required of him, and that is get the triple kill. Very well played from the Ezreal, but Team W, I keep saying it, are still doing well. They're still fighting well and executing effectively to at least have trades in situations where you would almost question it. So this teleport, I expected to be cancelled, but Condi was already here. Uzi's late to the fight, so that's the almost saving grace of WE. And GA does too much damage. It's actually quite silly, considering he was exhausted. This is where the cavalry's here. Uzi hitting the right targets the entire time.
Xiaohu as well was completely out of mana that whole fight.
Yeah, and summoner spells used to actually get towards Xiaohu and Lupa. So Uzi's just able to kind of get free reign, stack up his passive most importantly as well. This is where it all starts to really unfold. WE probably could have afforded to maybe all commit to the Lamb's Respite and actually stand in it to do damage to Uzi. That's my maybe one complaint on it.
Yeah.
But mechanically, Uzi just comes up big.
Super big. That is 7-1-2 now for this Ezreal. Its parallel convergence flies through. WE thinking about setting up for this dragon by the looks as the pillar flies through. MLXG just wants to steal away jungle camps, as he generally does.
There's so much vision set up around the dragon as well. There's lacking amounts on the top side of the map, and RNG could very easily look towards the Baron. That's why I'm a bit confused that they've gone for the Hex Drinker onto Uzi, and that he's actually finished it into a Maw.
He just likes fighting consistently as well, so actually does use the passive quite well. As 957 gets on top of Uzi. Nice. Lantern is going to get him to safety here as Lupa not going to have the same ability to get out of this one. He's so low. Zero grabs the kill in the end. MLXG right in amongst it.
He's
Mystic
deep.
may actually fall. No, he doesn't because of the Lamb's Respite that had to come in for MLXG. He will take him out in the end as 957's going to fall as well. Uzi, so huge. Gets himself that surge buff, so now actually has some lifesteal as he heals up after killing those creeps.
And this is all fighting without Xiaohu every single time. They're utilizing him as more of a cleanup, but Uzi's just putting in enough work for everybody.
Whoa, the flash hook. Pounce is going to be able to get Condi to safety. Flay back onto GA there. The Ignite is down. Uzi wants to find it. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, come on, Condi. I believe in you.
You guys got to chill.
Yeah. RNG trying to kind of ooze out everything they can. Oh, God.
That was spectacular.
Ooze out everything that they can.
Yep.
And they get damage onto the turret. They chip at it, but it's not going to be enough.
Nope, Zero. Going to make his way back towards the mid lane. This inner turret not going to fall down. So he just holds this minion wave for as long as possible. Wants to give Mystic all of that farm, who now has 3 items. Rapid Fire Cannon done, so even more range. Glutton for range, this Mystic character.
No. Working towards that rapid fire, of course, doesn't really need a static shift, doesn't need a phantom dancer, whilst they are still good items.
Just wants to have more attack speed and crit, I guess.
Yeah, he needs the attack speed, needs the crit. Extra range is always handy. Get that headshot as well. You can time it with the rapid fire, incidentally.
Lots of damage.
You find yourself critting someone's head off. Uzi as well not having too much armor to speak of. He does have the Iceborne. You'll still hurt him. You'll still hurt MLXG. It's just really Looper at the moment. So the longer range you can be, the further away you can be from Looper, the better off you are anyway. So it's still a good option. Well, Baron's not happy with you.
Yeah, Runic Echo is actually going to proc that one after MLXG tanked the spear, but he may actually have to go back to base. It's a good news story here for WE. Of course, Blood Rays are fantastic for taking down Baron. They probably would like a Mountain Drake.
You would think so.
But it's actually not even... There isn't going to be one this game. Of course, it's Infernal, Cloud, and the Ocean Drake that are in this game. So once again, a mountainless match. As MLXG says, all right, now that I'm not in the pit, we should be okay.
The backside ward clear.
Yep, like it.
RNG as well setting up around that Baron primarily. That's the big condition that they are looking towards. Marta's turn to get destroyed by Baron. Maybe it's Xiaohu's now.
He's an angry man.
Yeah, it is. It's Xiaohu's now.
Takes
Who's next?
Peacemaker as well. My God.
20 gold a ticket. Baron can halve your health instantly.
Well, Uzi, he's having none of it.
3 out of 3 analysts agree. That's a throwback for you.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a good one.
Still, patient play, and I don't blame them given that Uzi is the primary recipient of all of their gold.
Yeah. 12 out of 13 kill participation here as well from Uzi's Ezreal.
Yeah, MVP'd with 90% last time around. Wouldn't be surprised if they win to have the exact same thing this time. Uzi, star AD carry joining a star team. And went to MSI and has definitely shown up, if not the best in this whole team for this first week.
Yeah, it does seem to be Xiaohu that we're asking questions of in this first week of play from RNG. He was sort of the star player for RNG at MSI. But so far, not necessarily found comfort in everything that he's done.
Yeah,
Actually going for a Lichbane once again.
And I don't disagree with the Lichbane build. It's just that he's like, game 1 in particular, he was against magic damage carries. Or magic resistance, rather.
Yeah.
So this time around, you know, having a bit less magic resistance on the board, there's no Rek'Sai with the Spirit Visage. He'll be in a better position with the Lichbane to still chunk people out. I just hope that after he gets it, he still looks towards a Void Staff. He's got to kill 957, he's got to kill Xie, and they've got to lock it on 0. Like, it's not an easy thing to do. And you would imagine they'd be looking at armor as well for Uzi, so...
Well, right now we do have Xie with on his Hourglass. So can stasis himself up in these team fights. It's a big item for him. Also, Condi, the Rylai's. 957, lots of slow power. Yeah, 30% CDR there as well. The Echo, which is very, very good. And Mystic, we were talking about 3-item spikes. Now also has some lifesteal at the same time. Going for the red and yellow build. Like it a lot, like it a lot. Color coordination always very, very important.
Yeah, no, the game's completely stagnated.
Yeah.
Not a lot of gold separating the teams. I think we've found a trend in this series where Dragon is the be-all, end-all for team fights.
Well, Dragon is actually spawning right now as well, as Parallel Convergence is going to come down, but RNG actually moving away from the pit. Xiaohu moving his way in. And Mata looking to try and catch him out. There it is. That hook somehow hit. No idea how that was even possible, as Condi being exhausted, half health already. on the Nidalee as Lupa looking to find his way in. Mystic, some auto attacks there, but he's away from his team at this point. 957 slowed as MLXG right over the wall. Mystic is his option as he's taking a lot of burst damage, but it doesn't matter. Lamb's Respite going to keep him alive. That is a big cooldown now. Down Uzi, 1 versus 3, gets himself back out again as Chaos Storm's doing a lot of work. And RNG, have they chunked them enough to grab this dragon? Not entirely sure. Chrono Break going to be able to get 957 out, and Xiaohu taking a lot of damage. Lupa has to grab himself the ace in the hole just to avoid his mid laner dying as MLXG looking to go back to base.
Yeah.
Dragon was started. Uzi wanted to get it, but they're just going to give it up.
Yeah, so it looks like they're going to try and not even steal it, honestly. They just have to give that up. The fight was close, but nobody dies. The thing is, all of that health now missing from all of RNG, they would just get poked out. 957 was too healthy.
Yeah.
He was able to just be that frontline threat. And with the assassination options of GA as well, level 16 on that Kassadin, you can't afford to overstay in a bad position because you will actively just be losing yourself the game like that. Giving over a dragon is perfectly fine, however. Mortally getting there first.
Exactly.
Still a big one that RNG would have wanted. 2 Infernals, 16% AP and AD.
That being said, it's not the end of the world if they do lose it. Exactly right, Rusty. So just playing a safe game.
And this is that point now where the crunch time, so to speak, of Dragon and Baron comes into effect, where they put all of their emphasis around the map.
Well, at the moment, trying to get some vision around that Baron pit. GA as well, picking himself up the blue buff. Important now with 3 items. Grab that extra 15% AP. Gromp as well, giving him some extra money. MLXG moving towards this Baron pit. So Bloodthirst are done for the Kindred.
Yeah. Full offense Kindred build.
Yeah.
Had a lot of
Relying
the
on his
kills
ultimate a
as
lot.
well, so in that respect it makes a lot of sense that he's doing a lot of damage. And Xiaohu probably could have went Rylai's instead of Lich Bane, given that he has none of the gold, none of the kills, just farm.
Bit of a tankier build may have actually benefited him as well, as these fights seem to be going for quite some time.
I'm still just confused. There must be personal preference for him.
Oh, Spear is going to help out taking down this Baron. You can see RNG, everyone's here.
It's getting chunked.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. 957 looking to try and get over the top. Condi, this is your time to shine. Spear is going to land. He's looking for the steal. Lamb's Respite is going to stop him from being able to, as now everyone standing on top of it. MLXG is going to take down 957, grabs himself the Baron. That's 3 kills already. Mata's going to fall. Xiaohu launches himself on top of Mystic. He's going to die as the double kill comes in for Uzi. Still up, full health, and RNG, what a team fight.
RNG pull the trigger on the Baron and come up huge. The best thing about that entire situation was that Condi was baited into smiting by the Lamb's Respite.
Yeah.
Did not have it available and then was just stuck in the pit with nothing to speak of. And now RNG, with that Baron buff, with their key members alive in Lupa and Uzi, with Xiaohu to boot, they have a lot of damage they can do to structures. It looks like they want to at least get one of these turrets and perhaps the entire game.
Yeah, they got 2 auto attack enhancers here with the Iceborne Gauntlet and the Lich Bane. Xiaohu does a lot of damage to these structures. The Nexus is just going to get torn apart. This is going to be game for RNG. Bit of a fumble in game number 1, but what a finish for the MSI team that did so well. And RNG, we expected them to be strong, but WE, they impressed me a heck of a lot at the same time.
Yeah.
Both of these teams, I mean, if they're the tops of the group at the end, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Waterley, I'm going to say no surprises. WE rather, no surprises. They show up to the first week of the LPL.
Yeah.
A consistent roster in a consistent position. And they find themselves performing as if expected. And actually still have the Keep Your Dreams on their shirts. And still, even though they didn't win this series, and very well deserved win by RNG, still a lot of credit to World Elite.
Yeah, so taking a bow here, RNG. 2-1 victory. Not exactly the clean sweep that a lot of people would have been expecting, as RNG did look just so incredibly dominant as we were over in MSI. But this just bodes fantastically well for the LPL in general, because WE looked brilliant. That was fantastic out of this squad that have been consistent, but they're not necessarily star players in each of these positions. They never really were. I mean, Zero, you could probably say, is like one of these sort of old school phenomenal players from, you know, ages past, things like that. But otherwise, 957, rookie, GA, crazy guy that sort of came in the middle of the previous split last year. And they've just come together really, really nicely.
Yeah, honestly, they have. And it's team play that actually separates WE from the rest of the teams, I guess, is the plain and simple of it, right? They work around their dragons. They set up well with their vision. They team fight well when it comes to it. And everything the WE set themselves up for is, generally speaking, successful.
Yeah.
I think this time around, they were only really bested because they were against a similar version of themselves, but with star players on that team.
Yeah.
It's Uzi going 9-1, something ridiculous by the end of the game as well, was probably the difference between him and Mystic is Uzi's just genuinely a star player.
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw those highlights from the bottom side of the map, especially sort of those first 3 kills that happened in the bottom lane. Just out of control. The guy was sitting on like 8-1-4 for the majority of that game. Grabs a double kill at the end of it. So like, what, 10-1-4? Uzi just looks like he's slipped into this roster so incredibly effortlessly at the same time. And you could see that the synergy is already building between him and Mata. There were some fantastic lanterns being thrown out for him to pick up. It looks like these guys really meshing together well. And that would be terrifying for every other team in Group B.
It does feel like a near seamless transition for Uzi coming into RNG. I agree with you. And the fact that they're winning 2v2s, as you alluded towards, them actually doing well in the bottom lane and having synergy there, ultimately is just a scary thing to consider because, I mean, you're a new bottom lane. Perhaps the shot calling isn't always going to be there. Perhaps Uzi's got a bit of a personal flair and ambition where he wants to go, what he wants to do, how he wants to play the map perhaps. But all things considered, Mata's still definitely the shot caller for that team. I don't think Uzi joining the roster has actually influenced that in the slightest because the minimap indicated Mata did everything.
He most certainly
in the way
did.
of pings, in the way of moving, he was always 2 steps ahead of everybody else.
And I really like the fact that what they did with their like early advantages that they managed to pick up in the lane, even in the Karma game that Mata was playing, where he just left the lane. He just like, all right, well, Uzi, your Siva, looking ridiculous. I'm just going to peace, and I'm going to go like put wards everywhere, clear out vision, join MLXG, start to invade, start to grab incremental advantages around the map. He did it once again when he was moving around the map in game number 3. That's what led them to victories. And I mean, the Alistair, unfortunately, being sort of his one loss now, it's like generally Mata says, like, if I get Alistair, I will win. But the range supports, the fact that you can put on so much more pressure with a lot of these guys with the early laning strength does seem to be working out a whole lot. And I mean, his Thresh is always a joy to watch. Like, Mata is just generally a great player, and I'm really glad that they have moved away from the Alistair, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. And whilst I think Alistair's still a great champion, still a great Mata champion, and has kind of tarnished the name, funnily enough, that
it's a bit
he's
sad.
lost with the one champion he said he would always win with. I do think, like, notably from this series as well, we can look at Bard and we can be like, Bard's a big deal. It's now been banned away. RNG making sure that Zero doesn't have it, even though Mata can play it. We've also got Karma, who seems to be winning every single game Karma is in.
Yeah.
It goes without saying, strong champion, does a lot of work, win or lose, is still a respectable support option now. And it's kind of like this middle point between damage and sustain, I think that supports are now going towards, where you need to be a threat, but you need to also be able to keep your AD carry alive when it comes down to it. And Karma does that, but for the whole team as well, because you can mantra your shield, which is what I believe you would max.
Yeah, well, exactly right. And you also get all that movement speed. We've been talking about movement speed so much, but the fact that you like take Windspeaker's Blessing, you mantra up that shield for everyone, give them a little bit of extra armor and magic resist at the same time, but it also acts as a peel technique, right?
Yeah.
You can just, everyone can reposition. You get so much extra movement speed. I think it's absolutely beautiful. And watching this Karma be played with the likes of Twitch, with the likes of Caitlyn, just means that it gives these really long-range carries so much more ability to kite, which is almost to the point where they're impossible to get to. Unfortunately, Zero didn't quite make it work in that game just because of how incredibly strong Uzi was. But we have seen it time and time again, and I have a feeling that Karma's going to be even more prevalent as we move forward.
Yeah, and I feel like that's where there's been a couple of actual changes looking at the drafting phase. And to me, there is a worrying concern initially that everyone will just play Maokai and Nautilus then. Simply because you play a long-range AD carry that's getting peeled for, you kind of have a single role then as a support that's actually make sure he stays alive. Maokai, in particular, from Looper and the Nautilus from 957, was just getting onto the AD carry or the target that they were looking for every single time without fail. But that last game indicated that it isn't necessary all of the time. You can still alter what you're looking to do as a team, perhaps change the draft up to change the style that you want to play the game out, whilst the focus is still on the Dragon.
Yeah, I actually feel like a lot of this came down to what the jungle was doing. Condi didn't necessarily have the best Nidalee game. He was still trying to sit in brushes and gank people and things like this. Like, I feel like this sort of tanky jungler meta that we've been experiencing over the last few games, while Kindred is banned, while Nidalee is banned, we're seeing like Condi have a much better time. So I have a feeling that WE probably need to adjust their draft phase to get rid of these sort of carry junglers, put themselves back into this sort of like tank jungle meta that we've sort of delved our way back into, and it works out quite well. But we are going to have a look at the MVP, and I wonder who it's going to be. Rusty? Surprise, surprise.
Not a clue.
Yeah.
Who could it ever possibly be besides Uzi?
Just
the guy is a beast, and we said it before, coming into RNG, joining the roster as a new AD carry for the team. Obviously not a new AD carry, but he's almost like he's back home.
Yeah, it feels like it. And like him and Mata just look so beautiful together. I alluded to that before. But I mean, like this time around, I mean, he's not doing 40% of the damage like he was on the Sivir. But it's just this expert play and his ability to weave his way around a fight. Like, that could have, theoretically, just been a lost fight flat out for RNG.
Yeah, I mean, the way that he kites himself, the way he handles himself individually as an AD carry is remarkable. Usually when you see Uzi die, it's because he bites off more than he can chew, or gets something like a crit that is unexpected.
Yeah.
But as far as mechanics is concerned, this guy is something else, to say the least. Uzi really did step up to the plate for his first game with RNG in the first week of the LPL.
And it also shows that MLXG should never get Kindred, ever, because his Kindred looked absolutely stunning. The fact that like he has this way about him where he decides to build damage on basically everyone that he picks, like the Bloodthirster third item that came in for his Kindred.
Yeah.
But in that last team fight especially, I mean, we saw MLXG was darting around that fight so expertly. The Lamb's Respite timed to a T to make sure that straight afterwards he managed to pick up the kill, then dashes forward, gets even more damage down, opens the floor for Uzi to pick up that easy triple kill. By easy triple kill, I mean, you know, difficult triple kill, but did
well
it beautifully.
Earned.
Yeah, exactly right. But it was all like a team effort in the end, and the Kindred, stunning from MLXG.
So you know the funny thing about the Kindred and even the Nidalee that you mentioned beforehand is simply that they were banned every single game.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like RNG were the ones actually banning the Kindred in game 1 and 2. Nidalee was actually being banned by World Elite in game 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And then they come into the third game. It was like, throw everything out the window, guys.
Let's ban Sivir and Bard.
Let's play the champions that we were actively banning. And
yeah,
it's funny because I feel like they were actually picking them to take it from the opposition then, but they can both still play the champions well enough that the end result was like no net gain, except that it worked out better for RNG as a team composition.
Yeah, and it also changes up how you're supposed to play these games as well, because you have a whole lot more damage coming out of the jungle. And I actually really like the fact that RNG were like, well, okay, let's ban Maokai first up. Not going to put Lupa back on like that particular super tank once again. We're going to grab the Echoes out. We're going to grab the Trundles out. We're going to have sort of this split push style and get a lot of extra damage in these fights out of our jungle position. And MLXG, when he can get into a carry roll, my God, the guy looks terrifying.
Yeah, he's such an interesting player, isn't he, as well?
Yeah.
Like I just don't feel like he's capable of playing tanks, and whilst I know he can, I've seen him do it. It just doesn't feel like it's MLXG. He wants to be the Graves that has a Phantom Dancer. He wants to be the Elise that goes Mobility Boots as his first item. Like, he is an unusual player.
He's an unusual player as well, because he was one of the only players to play Echo Jungle last split in the LPL as well, and decided to go Cinder Hulk and built Eye of the Watcher. So you just never really know what's going to happen when it comes to MLXG, but he's stuck in his ways with his playstyle on each champion as well. That is definitely a fact.
I mean, like, yes, he's stuck in his ways, but that's also what makes him good for RNG, right? Because Marta is essentially the voice that guides him. It's like, you're going here right now, MLXG. Like, literally pings it 6 times and says, go to this spot. And he'll have to. Like, MLXG is what I always lovingly refer to him as the weapon for Marta. Marta is the one wielding MLXG around.
He's got a sword and shield, and their names are MLXG and Lupa.
Yeah. Basically right, and that's Marta in a nutshell, but it's also MLXG's strengths, is that he is the sword, and like he does an abundance of damage. He's a strong mechanical player. He's stepped up at MSI even, and now coming back into the LPL for the first week, he's still performed well, even in that third game.
Yeah, and this is exactly right as well. What I love about it is the fact that Lupa looked completely lost without Marta when he was playing in the LPL prior, and there was same can be said for MLXG, who has always had phenomenal mechanics, but often made decisions that you'd just be like, in which world would that ever work? But not happening at all now, just because, you know, Mata keeps everyone on a leash and makes sure that he's just using them for their phenomenal mechanical play. And this is exactly where they can perform, because they have this sort of in-game coach of Mata making sure that every decision they make is good.
You could almost akin it to High from Cloud9 in that way. I would say that
Elimination's notebook.
Mata makes a team out of players.
Yeah.
Whereas the players themselves are always going to be good. You could get 4 challenger players, arguably, and put them in a team with Mata. And sooner or later, they will become a great team simply because they've got the leadership, the guidance, the shot calling, everything that you could want and more from the support role. And that's also what made LGD good when PYL was really in form.
Yeah, exactly.
Because his shot calling was impeccable. But now that's gone missing. You can see how LGD starts to suffer, even with stars like Marin on the team.
Yeah.
They still just can't actually get it together.
Yeah, doesn't quite work out as well. And I'm glad that we're talking about sort of support power when we have WE on the other side of the rift. It was a 2-1 victory, guys. I mean, this is RNG falling in game number 1, possibly with some jitters, possibly with a lot of pressure on them now that Uzi is on the roster to perform, and meant that they sort of faltered just a little bit. But Zero played every game out phenomenally. The Bard, impeccable performance. The Braum in game number 2 was also phenomenal, and it took sort of some late game team fights with some incredibly well played like Siva and sort of lots of team comp things to come into fruition. But Zero also has been phenomenal. I'm really excited to see what Road is going to be capable of in our next series as well. And it looks like we are going to have a lot of really powerful support players really stepping up to the fore. And when you've got a powerful support player, it does allow you to just have like really mechanically strong players to back them up, but not necessarily good with their decision making or anything like that, because you have sort of this like conductor to tell them exactly what to do.
I almost thought of it like Pawn from EDG.
Yeah.
You know, like the sporadic player in the middle lane can be kind of brought back in by the support shot calling capabilities.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the debut of iMay taking on OMG.
来但取反了，往里面进3人怎么办？
没
回防线，
最后的2下，我们恭喜RNG。
看下山坡这一下，哇，小虎找到了，哇，无情第4发。SKT 今年的 MSI 还有很多精彩的比赛，我们再次恭喜 RNG。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm still Atlas. This is still Rusty. We're in for our next best of 3 series between iMay and OMG. Both of these teams, you know, iMay, of course, brand new. We are going to introduce them in a moment, but OMG also making a couple of changes. Cool, no longer being that sort of forefront mid laner in the team, and Icon stepping back in, which I know you'll be very excited about.
Absolutely. He's my favorite mid laner, arguably in the LPL, of course. He is a rookie that is just mechanically gifted and likes to solo kill everybody in his respective lanes. So, of course, as you mentioned, stepping in for Cool, who's now going to be missing from that roster. One of the big, I guess, the crux of the team for many a year or split has been now missing.
Yeah, and of course, like, I think he's still on the roster, ladies and gentlemen, so we may see him potentially play, but we'll see whether Icon is going to be making his way back into more of a standard mid laner for the team, because of course he started off and then like things weren't necessarily working in a team sense. He was still getting solo kills in the mid lane. He was playing incredibly well, but they just didn't have that rock, that sort of experience to get things together. But now, see whether they can actually put it to work. But they're going to be up against iMay, a team that was formerly EDE, sort of came through the LSPL incredibly strong. Of course, auto-qualified, so we didn't see them in the promotion tournament. But it's Amazing J again, of course, formerly of EDG, formerly then prior of Energy Pacemaker, the guy that picks Garen on purpose. Like, what a beast. And a whole lot of other phenomenal players. Like, you've got Jinjiao there towards the bottom side, has Road in his back pocket as support. I mean, Jinjiao plays Draven, like, the guy's ridiculous. But Road, I'm so excited to see him play because he's been hyped up so much heading into this.
Yeah, look, Road has been defined as a very proactive, aggressive support player. There's a lot of positives to him, but we'll get to that in a minute, Atlas.
Yeah, we're going to start with OMG.
That is cool.
Still towards the top side of the map. Yeah, World 6 is going to be back in the jungle, of course, formerly of Vici. But Cool is going to be playing. So we were expecting Icon, most likely, but Cool, we just wanted to have a cool head there in the mid lane, which is exactly what he brings. It's like the pun's there, but let's ignore it for now because this guy has the experience, has the shot calling to get things happening. And look, we may actually see him play as Ari. Of course, a lot of his comfort champions now feeling a little bit better in the mid lane as far as that meta is concerned. SMLZ in 5, SMLZ playing incredibly well towards the end of the first split, 2016. We'll see whether he's going to step straight back into that. As you can see, of course, lots of money per minute, but of course does consistently over 30% of his team's damage, which is huge.
Yeah, he's been a very impressive performer for OMG as we hit the later end of last split. So really came into his own as a player and in OMG as a team now, and they learned how to work around him. 5 as well, actually, a very impressive Thresh player.
Yeah.
To back up SMLZ in that lane, and Cool, that level-headed, experienced player now still in the roster, able to provide some shot calling where necessary and keep the team's mental in place.
Yeah, and I think that's really important here as well because a lot of young players, a lot of players that can get fired up, and you need Cool to just be there, make sure that everyone stays okay. But let's have a look at iMay. New team in the LPL, flew through the LSPL. Like we were saying, Amazing J there towards the top side. Athena is actually stepping in the mid lane. Thought it was most likely going to be Baimi there, but not going to be. Athena, of course, formerly of Ever, then formerly a sub for EDG. Played a couple of games, if you remember. But we're looking towards the bottom lane for these powerful players that are looking to go off. And they're going to be up against 5 and SMLZ. Could be quite difficult.
Yeah, it's not an easy task, to say the least. So there's definitely a good first step for iMay.
Yeah.
Showing off what they have capable to them in the LPL.
And a Voidless as well, coming in, I believe, one of the LSPL teams, Young Glory, rings a bell, but not entirely sure. But of course, was playing in the LSPL for quite a long time. A Voidless has a lot of experience under his belt as well.
Yeah, he definitely does. Now you've just got me thinking. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah,
Amazing Jay as well.
We saw him in the promotion tournament.
Yeah, we did.
Can't quite put our fingers on it for this moment.
There is still the secret experience, of course, on this roster. Athena is a young player.
Yeah.
One of the Koreans, but Amazing Jay has actually taken his craft with EDG internationally.
Yeah.
He's now here to represent this new team as he makes it into the LPL in his own right.
And
no longer is he a sub.
Exactly right. And I actually want to start there for like the matchups that we want to talk about this game, because Amazing Jay has always been this guy that plays carries, plays really weird champions, is more than happy to try something new if it is going to be able to throw a curveball and get them a victory. Xiang plays tanks all the time. Of course, was formerly a mid-sub, I believe, also played support, has been playing for a very, very long time. Still a very young player, but I believe he started playing when he was like 10, something ridiculous like that. Like, this guy has been playing for a long time, still very young, but does play a lot of tanks, does sort of play that role-playing role where he can just sort of get into the back line, disrupt things, be that CC bot. Up against Amazing Jay, not entirely sure what is going to happen, because, of course, this is a guy that loved Teleport, Ignite, Hecarim, loved playing Fizz there towards the top side of the map. Garen was thrown in, and he got a double kill despite the fact that he lost the game. But let's hop into Champion Select, see exactly what is going to happen. Do you suspect anything's going to change as far as this draft phase is concerned based on these teams?
So it's really hard as a preliminary assumption to say what iMay are capable of playing at all.
Yeah.
There's a couple of niche picks that SMLZ was always a big fan of, but I don't think we'll see them addressed at the moment. The meta champions have always been overbearing in their strength as of late.
Yeah, exactly right. Amazing Jay, though, is going to have that Trundle banned away from him. Makes a lot of sense. Nidalee and Alistar, 2 picks. Alistar being banned away from Road. Like that a lot. Lots of playmaking potential in the champion. We saw Mata actually picking up first loss in the LPL was on Alistar. Really, really weird thing to think about. But Ryze went through, and OMG are going to pick that one up immediately. Cool, of course. Lots of experience on the champion. And honestly, they must have a plan. iMay must have a plan for this guy.
Perhaps it's Swain. Always something that needs to be considered. Of course, Ryze being locked in. Remember, on the current patch, the Rod of Ages has been changed.
Thank you, Amazing Jay.
Amazing Jay's just given a shout out to his historic Garen game, which was a momentous occasion.
It was.
And it's never going to be seen again. If it is, I will be shocked.
You'll cast the heck out of that game, though, Rusty.
It'll be the best. Every time he spins, he wins.
Damn right he does.
Except for the Nexus dying. Never will.
Well, it is going to be the Sivir locked in. Rek'Sai there as well. Jinzhao, that doesn't look like a Draven. But it's okay. Of course, she's phenomenal and has actually been sort of key champion in the first series of the day. It's like Group B and Group A have sort of these clearly defined different like power picks almost already.
Yeah, it kind of feels that way. And
yeah, it's really weird.
That's also a very unusual thing to consider, because if I was in Group A, I would scrim Group B. Yeah. And vice versa. So I don't think they defined this meta intentionally. As an example, the Azir ban, simply just to take it away from Cool, because he is a god like Azir, and kind of leaves open these other options and priority picks. Lucian being this permanent ban actually brings about the Sivir also as the possibility, so it kind of curves itself through bans into picks.
Yeah, exactly, but it is going to be Thresh locked away here. Of course, 5. Known to be able to play the Thresh incredibly well, and has done so for a very long time. Him and SMLZ really come into their own on the bottom side of the map, and giving him comfort straight out of the gate. And look, that is all comfort picks for OMG right now. Very, very scary.
It certainly is.
Jinzhao cycling through some amazing J picks here. Like it a lot.
For all we know, it's road picks. Kind of just let it go. He's an
the
aggressive
old
support
Kazakh
player.
support, like it.
You never know. Isolation.
I recently saw that montage as well.
Yeah, so good.
That's so good. Ah, didn't even know you could queue in midair.
Yeah.
But completely irrelevant.
You've never seen the
to this series.
Kazakhs double jump?
Yeah, not like that. He was
Okay.
doing like quadra jumps.
Yeah.
It was really, really silly. But Road, give him a playmaking support and he'll be able to go to work. Athena looking at grabbing the ever-powerful Victor. Not necessarily considered, you know, a counter to Ryze in any way, but will definitely be able to clear out the minion waves quite nicely.
Yeah, and I think that's the important factor in that is you can still wave clear, and you can wave clear from a safe distance.
Oh, yeah.
keep yourself happy. This is, of course, the SMLZ pocket pick that I was referring to at the start of the draft.
The special, and he's going to lock it in.
Never mind. There you go.
So, Jin, right there, of course, was considered a brilliant pick into Sivir as well, because people really liked having the early laning power, not exactly where Sivir is strong.
I mean, it was primarily Kalista that you would see Jin
that's a good
locked
point.
towards. Sivir's still able to hold her own, right? I think the cool thing about it is that the ultimate can only be blocked by one. Like, the spell sheet only does one of them. And you can bait that out at the start of the fight. It's still a good pick, right? Because you outrange the Sivir, but everybody outranges Sivir realistically. She just makes you fight minions, and SMLZ on Jin have a hard time doing that.
That's a good point. But of course, Jin Thresh, powerful lane in its own right. There's a last pick Echo is going to come in for Amazing Jade potentially, and that would be pretty ridiculous. We've seen a lot of priority on this champion, a lot of bans, a lot of picks.
Solid draft if they lock in the Echo iMay. Of course, the first time we've seen this team in the LPL.
Yeah, a lot of maneuverability, but also a heck of a lot of wave clear.
And it's into a Maokai, so he knows that he has the, I'm not going to call it counter, but the better hand in this matchup in the top lane. So there's a lot of availability to iMay in terms of drafting and what they've set themselves up for. Concern always going to be that Arise exists.
Yeah.
Always a pressing issue.
And there are, like, in 4 of the roles on OMG, you have the ideal champion for that player at this point in the meta. Like, maybe not Jin necessarily.
He's more of a Tristana guy.
He is more of a Tristana guy, but I mean, SMLZ known for his Jin play, but Jin not necessarily the pick of the meta at the moment.
Yeah, no, Jin's going to be perfectly fine, and I agree with you, except for perhaps the Azir that was banned away.
Yeah,
so
precisely.
Gragas maybe for World 6, but either way, they've got a lot of comfortable champions, OMG. First match in this best of 3, first match in the LPL. Yeah. I don't mind them defaulting to comfort whatsoever.
No, neither do I. And Avoidless as well. I mean, he was known as a bit of a Rek'Sai player. Of course, everyone was known as a bit of a Rek'Sai player. But Avoidless, first game in the LPL, going to be very comfortable. And Amazing J, you give him a champion that can be this frustrating, I'm quite frightened. I mean, for a debut, like, Amazing J is going to want to go off. And he has the tools to do so.
Absolutely does.
Athena there as well. I mean, this is a champion that he was sort of known for as well, as they were doing so well over in Korea.
Yeah, they've set themselves up for success quite well here, iMay, all things considered. And yes, we spoke about comfort, but they've just got powerhouses to back them up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, really strong drafts on both sides. Let's get into game number 1.
Oh, these are great.
They're fantastic. Onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1 between iMay and OMG. Oh, every single time. This is just brilliant. I hope there's just one for every single team, so we're going to experiencing new ones, like almost every single game for the first couple of weeks.
It's great.
Stunning. All right, SMLZ going to throw a ward down in this brush. Doesn't want to go toe-to-toe, though, with the Sivir Bard.
There's no point giving Bard free gold this early in the game, and as you can see, Thunderlords would smack him for some health at unnecessary.
Meat slap, man. Oh.
Yeah. The one thing that we always deliberate when looking at Rise is which Keystone Mastery they will be choosing.
It's my personal favorite, actually.
I agree. The move speed as well makes the necessity for Ghost.
I think the main thing is the fact that you get like a slow reduction. So you can keep up your movement speeds, keep closing distance on these carries, despite the fact that you may be exhausted, you may be slowed, like crowd control will be coming through, because you have to get so up close.
Have to do the damage first. So
precisely.
It only procs once you've done about 30% of someone's health, I think it was.
Yep, 30% within 4 seconds.
Yeah, which means ideally the exhaust isn't at the start of the fight. And speaking of, there's only a Ghost for Athena in this middle lane, and that's a curious thing.
Whoa! That is a massive vote there for OMG. Still keeping their fans. So OMG, of course, a very prolific Chinese team.
Yeah, well, let's just preface that with saying they definitely have a lot of fans, and our expectations of iMay coming into the LPL are questionable.
Well and truly unknown. I mean, they had a great LSPL, but are they going to be able to do the same thing here in the Premier League of China? Fantastic Cosmic Binding to bring things out, though, from Road.
I think the rule of thumb, and something that we should say about iMay, is that as far as how they have come into the LPL, we'd put them at close to Xiaogu tier.
Yeah.
Or Snake tier from the split beforehand. A team that we expect to excel, if not now, then later in this split.
Well, this is really interesting. We've got backs instantly towards the bottom side of the map. Of course, Jin not exactly known for his ability to lane swap. And they are just going to try and find these standard lanes as best they can. Now moving towards the top side, we'll miss out on maybe a couple of creeps. No. We'll see whether it is going to bite them. As it's at the moment, 11-14. Slight lead there for Jinjiao.
It's a price that you must pay, in a way, when you want to get the standard lanes. Something that isn't ideal, naturally, but if it's something that you want, and if it's a lane that you expect to do well in, then the end result is what matters, not how you get there. Which is naturally with the CS deficit, because it's just kind of what happens.
Well, hopefully it is going to be worth it here for OMG.
World 6. He's going to find Road, so...
Yeah, actually, may find both Amazing J and Road. World 6 just, okay, casually wanders through. Will quick draw his way to safety. I feel like, yeah, ships in the night was what really happened, but I thought that iMay might have been able to turn on that one.
Happy to call that one ring around the rosy.
Yeah.
I don't know if Amazing J was aware that Road was there, which, by the way, is a level 2 Bard, currently bottom lane when his AD carry is top. Now mid lane, while his AD carry is still top, and here's the gank.
Yeah, there it is. The flash comes through from Cool, though. Is going to get knocked up, but it takes a long time. First blood goes to Amazing J. And that is a 4-stack in the mid lane. Road not even getting an assist.
And as if the Prophet Froskuren predicted, Road likes to not be where his AD carry is. Wants to be roaming. Makes
Relatively
plays.
ironic name, isn't it?
Hit the road.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I guess that
Name
works.
Jack.
It's not as ironic as I thought.
Yeah, it's not really at all.
Yeah, off the beaten track is what I was sort of thinking. But
Either way, still not getting an assist sucks, but you know, it's the point that he is actually coordinating the team, seemingly.
Yeah.
To be in these positions, to rotate around the map early and be proactive with their plays. Gets them a nice early kill onto Cool, who can't even afford a tier on his first back, and that's a big deal.
That is really sad. And teleports back into the lane there as well because he had to. So SMLZ doing well now that he's got back into the lane, even things out completely. There's a Voidless.
That's very efficient farming.
Yeah, that was really nice.
It's not always great to go into a burrowed form when you're playing Rek'Sai and you're trying to clear. She doesn't do too well when burrowed, you know.
Can't auto attack.
So if you last hit with the Prey Seeker and use your tunnel to the next camp, absolutely one of the best ways to do it.
Well, Voidless already impressive. There it is, Curtain Call. Not going to quite find the damage. Does at least demonstrate the fact that Sivir is entering the brush.
Nice spell shield.
Yeah. Jinjiao understanding exactly how to play out this matchup by the looks of things.
So the thing is as well though, whilst he can spell shield effectively, it's still a decent matchup for him. Rose sacrificed a lot of control of this lane by not being in it. And it's at that point that Jinjiao has basically zoned himself into being behind. And speak of the devil, the man's walking through 2 pink wards with some chimes to collect and a mid lane to look at with a magical journey to flank Cool.
I like it as well. I mean, he gets to go around and grab the chimes. If there's ever a champion that you want to be and are leaving the lane,
Make them second guess where you are.
it is most certainly a Brad.
Yeah. That's always the mentality behind it, right? Is he chiming? Or is he actually ganking mid? And you'll find both times your mid laner will still back off.
Yeah.
Currently not doing too well. Oh, Cool.
Yeah, Athena with a big minion wave shoving in there as well. So Cool will be able to at least even this out somewhat. I don't know whether there's quite... Actually, no. He'll be able to do quite well from this one. So evening things out completely. That first blood not affecting him too much, but we'll see.
Big gank top lane.
Yeah, exactly right. There's a Cosmic Binding. SMLZ will be able to take the Lantern and survive somehow. That was very well played from 5. and the only reason why SMLZ survived.
Yeah, 5 actually flashing to create extra space and a better angle for escape as well. Avoidless was so close
Yeah.
to getting the knock up in the middle of the dark passage, and it would have been super clutch and near impossible to time.
Wushang would have been able to do it.
Well, he would have also flashed into it probably.
Yeah, probably.
Makes it easier. Nonetheless, still another proactive attempt, and very well done from IM.
Yeah, and once again, look, everyone moving over. That's on the hunt popped, and World 6 could be in trouble. Not going to be in trouble at all, as he was able to create enough distance. And iMay,
They know what they want.
they want skirmishes at all stages.
It makes a lot of sense. Remember, Rek'Sai, early pressure jungler where Graves wants to be farming. Bard, early pressure jungler, very good at support, very good at skirmishing. Wants to get those 2v2s and 3v3s in his back pocket so they can get kills. Sivir also very good at augmenting the team where realistically you can just press here on the hunt and walk back to lane.
Yeah.
As long as you give them the speed boost.
Oh, a Voidless. What a beast.
3 levels in that Pro-Seeker does plenty of damage. Mm-hmm. Not bad.
Denying it from Cool is such a big deal here as
Yeah.
well. Look at his mana bar. It is nowhere right now. He's still Rise, of course, so has not too much trouble getting back into a game.
His
And there
mana
is-
costs are acceptable.
Yep.
Doesn't make it okay, unfortunately.
Yeah. Bad news, Bears. Being said, iMay now trying to push things out here towards the top side. Couple of curtain calls there, hanging out here for SMLZ. Someone's going to stand on him. Dancing Grenade, helping him out, clearing out this way.
curtain calls?
It's curtain call, isn't it? That's how, no, her curtain call is his ultimate. What the hell? Captive
Deadly
Audience.
Flourish?
Captive Audience.
He's got some crazy names.
He does, and then often not related to what it actually is, which is why I was calling his ultimate freaking the traps. And what is a Deadly Flourish? I mean, that's just a big zap, right?
Which is why I figured it was his traps.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they're like plants.
I know, they're not.
Oh, well.
Captive Audience, though, makes a bit of sense.
It does.
At least you are a
So
captive
does
when
curtain
you're
call,
caught in a
the
trap.
more you think about it.
Yeah. Lights out.
Yeah.
Hang on, that's Graves. Let's move on. Avoidless takes down his Wolf Camp. Thank you very much for catching that out, though, because it would have been very uncomfortable.
Yeah,
team fight situation.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, unfortunate. Cool, however. Still just clearing out minions underneath the turret. I love how the E does that. Just puts the minions exactly the right level.
Actually very handy because it double taps the mid lane, the middle one or the one you're hitting as well. But thing is, Cool's positioning right now after watching a bit of his laning is actually quite poor. He's setting himself up to cop every single laser for free and then making active attempts to avoid the second proc of it, which is not what you want to be doing. The idea is you don't stand between the wall and the turret. That way the laser, which is a very linear and thin spell, will not connect.
Yeah.
But he keeps doing it. And it's a thing that he needs to be consciously aware of changing, because Athena is having a great time.
He is. Keeping up his lane prowess, clearing out minion wave after minion wave, and he is doing notable damage to the turret. I mean, you may not necessarily see it reflected in the CS advantage or anything like that, but otherwise, still doing a lot of work creating pressure on this map.
Yeah, that's the thing, pressure. And with Road roaming around the map, with pressure from a Voidless as well, coupling.
Oh, God.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, SMLZ, however, still strong.
Yes, with all of this pressure that's being put around the map from multiple parties,
Yeah.
you'll find that Athena actually just keeping him busy and pushed in as a saving grace for iMay. If I may say so. Get it out of the way now.
Cheeky Cool. Oh, no, I was laughing at Cool's teleport, but that was an excellent pun. But look at how much damage he's done to the turret.
Yeah, you can
That's
see that.
stupid. Whoa. Catalyst now done, though, so Cool, I guess, having a better time as far as being able to return his health and mana.
Even going refillable potion to acknowledge the fact that he will be taking a lot of poke.
Yeah.
And he just wants to have more efficient potion purchases.
Oof, that's alliteration.
You know, a lot of P's.
Yep. You can see, see whether they are going to be able to find something here. Oh, very last minute flash, but does get SMLZ to safety. The
Yeah,
fact
he
that you
does
can
well.
basically demand a flashes Bard is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, he was out of position because there was no support with him, so couldn't take a lantern, couldn't really feel like he was safe if he actually got hit by it. So rule of thumb, flash it. You could see how he flashed late is because it actually took him a second to work it out.
Yeah.
Like, do I actually need to flash this? Can I dodge it? No, flash, default to flash. So very well done from Road, because considering summoner spell cooldown to ultimate cooldown, one's already a quarter of the way back to being available.
Yeah, precisely. SMLZ without his only escape tool for quite some time. The Voidless starting off this Ocean Drake in full vision of OMG.
Ocean Drake.
Starting, yeah, they don't want it at all.
Naturally having splash damage on its auto attacks. Not actually intentional, because it does.
Brilliant. League of Legends has a sense of humor.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
that play was so sick. Curtain Call has come in now from SMLZ. So as Jinjiao taking a fair bit of damage. Road is going to survive for now. Nice exhaust onto World 6. He's sort of on his own here as the teleports come in. OMG may lose their jungle. A nice flash comes in. There's the heal as SMLZ saves his jungle. They do lock down Road as Amazing J is trying to get a stun. Parallel Convergence doesn't get it. There are 5 members of OMG in the top lane.
Yeah, OMG here in a Voidless is not. He had no tunnels to use his ultimate to either, so unfortunate stuff here for iMay, the Rek'Sai. Not able to help the team. World 6 does really well to live because he actually bit off more than he could chew.
Yeah.
Gets wrecked by Jinjiao and Road.
Thanks, SMLZ, I think is what he meant to say at the end of that one.
Well, he also took the magical journey and he thought was going to put him in a good position. And it backfired.
It is magical.
Not the journey he was looking for, however. But OMG putting in work.
Yeah, get themselves on the board.
Except
800
the
gold
mid lane
behind,
turret.
unfortunately. Yeah, they actually did manage to pick up that turret. So that's why this gold so even. After slight CS advantage.
Look at Athena. Like, in terms of positioning, he deserves to be hooked here.
But Cosmic Binding is actually going to put 5 out of position. Nice pickup there from iMay. No, OMG, they were trying to make a play. Turns out, wasn't what they were doing. They were playing into the iMay hands.
Absolutely right. They were looking for something that they couldn't find for themselves. 5 with no summoner spells available puts himself in.
Oh, SMLZ thanking his Swifty boots profusely right now.
Yeah, but once again, you can see Road. He knows what he wants, and he will actually just pull the trigger with no hesitation. Fortunately, doesn't find his target. However, they get a kill onto 5. They get themselves the enemy red buff and Krugs and Raptors and set up vision in the area, which means World 6 is not going to be safe in his own jungle. They'll be able to monitor his location at pretty much all times.
Yeah, like it a lot. SMLZ as well, doing well. Continuing this CS advantage. As you can see, that's a lot of tunnels.
It's a crossroads.
Yeah. Oh, you don't... He could have got rid of 2 tunnels at once there. It would have been beautiful. Doesn't. Athena, though, continuing to stay ahead by a small margin. 5 CS here in the mid lane.
Not in terms of farm, though. And we already alluded to this fact as well. Is like he's just going to keep it pushed, and Cool can't leave. The good thing about the Rise, however, is he does have that teleport available to him, so whilst he can't leave, he can.
Yeah. Still a few seconds before that one's back up, but it's very, very close. Skull did use it to get towards the top side of the map. Netted themselves a kill, though. And this team will get more and more powerful as the game moves on, especially in that mid lane. Another spell shield is going to avoid the dancing grenade.
Curious item build from Jin as well. Unusually has put himself with components of 2 items at once. Hasn't finished a single one. It's not the Cloak of Agility that you were looking for, SMLZ.
Probably wants to go for the Infinity Edge first, but had a cheeky 400.
Yeah. But that also means he can't buy the Cloak of Agility till he has the 1500 for a full Infinity Edge.
Because he did get that refillable potion.
But that's fair. As long as he gets the 1500 and doesn't have any major hiccups as a team beforehand.
Yeah. I don't mind it.
He'll be perfectly fine.
Nice work, Athena. Death Ray going to score himself a blue buff as Cool moves towards the top side of the map. Amazing J getting pinged back. There are a lot of members of OMG moving up here. Is the flash going to come out? No, OMG. Cool holding onto it.
Cool starting to make things happen, but look at mid lane throughout this. They've also just given knowledge of where Cool is.
Ooh, Tempered Fate avoided there from SMLZ. Voidless actually going to get hooked up. Not deciding to go in as 5. Does mean that this tower will be under fire. Turret falls down on the top side of the map, equaled on the bottom side.
Yeah, and that's the major trade-off, is Cool has to come back middle lane because Athena is still pressuring. So everything that iMay are doing is traded, but it's also traded near positively, simply because Athena is being tenacious in his inability to leave the middle lane.
Yeah.
It's working out.
Yeah, most certainly working out. SMLZ now trying to take himself down Krug camp here towards the bottom side. He's slowly accruing further and further a lead. But if we're talking about Jin, I mean, how do we feel like he's going to be as usefulness is concerned in comparison to a Sivir in the late game?
Well, he'll definitely still be useful as far as late game is concerned. Once he gets his items, I'm looking at probably 2.5, maybe even 3 items.
Yeah.
He'll be doing stupid amounts of damage.
Infinity Edge now done, actually, as you mention it.
Yeah, and I guess the problem's always going to be the Echo and Rek'Sai as to how they're going to get onto him. But based off their items at the moment, I think Jin will be perfectly fine.
Yeah, does have a Maokai and a Thresh to help peel for him there as well, and Cool will need to be dealt with from this iMay squad. That is some big carries on OMG that have
that's
to be
actually
dealt with.
like the best part,
Yeah.
is that he outranges the Rise as Jin.
Yeah.
And so he can sit behind the Rise and still be doing damage whilst they have to get through him, through Cool, to even hit him.
Amazing J, though, slowly getting himself into that frustrating Echo stage. Not deciding to go any damage items at all on his particular build, not even opting for a Sheen early on, anything like that. Is Magical Journey going to be taken? And 5 not going to be able to find the hook to catch him out of it.
Gave it a good go.
Would have been very, very cute.
Dragon.
Yeah, Mountain Dragon actually going to be taken here by OMG. So iMay did manage to get the first one. Was an Ocean Drake, but OMG have started this Mountain Drake up. Road does have Tempered Fate. This could be a really big deal, as Amazing J does have Teleport, can make his way down.
Ulti.
Yeah. So there's the Tempered Fate. Flash comes out, but SMLZ can't get his way out of it. Takes the Lantern.
Nice.
That is a good position. Look at that, Cool. Immediate explosion onto Road, and now can they find more? 5 is going to fall down. Athena grabs it with the help of the Chaos Storm. And look at the curtain call. Amazing J taking a lot of damage, but like we mentioned before, very tanky. The Flash comes in. There's the Rune Prison. But nothing else going to follow it up, and Jiang actually getting caught out.
Wow,
Amazing
Echo.
J, oh my god, straight into the stun from SMLZ is really, really nice. And Athena, lots of health. That being said, it is a 1 trade from OMG.
Yeah, so OMG, they get the trade. They still have their jungler here. But a Voidless with his Void Rush. Still no tunnels available to him near the area. They just sacrifice the dragon. They give it up. Well done from OMG to get themselves that team fight. So we do get to see the next Drake on the menu.
What was it?
Cloud.
Nice.
We're also going to see this team fight. This is 5.
Yeah.
Giving the Lantern, getting the hook, blowing up Road with his team. And Xiang's just this unkillable, immovable Maokai sitting in the backline. And, I mean, realistically, fighting in a choke point like that as iMay is a mistake simply because Xiang had his ultimate on. And there was no one taking enough damage that was relevant to actually get them that entire team fight. Cool gets more than 1 rotation of his ultimate as well. Puts in work.
Yeah, really nice play out of Jiang. Like you said. Amazing J tried to get the execute kill, I believe, with his ultimate at the end there, but
Doesn't have damage.
yeah, the Maokai was just too big at that stage. Had built, itemized completely for that magic resist. Spirit Visage giving him so much ability to stay in a fight for as long as he likes.
And we saw the best case scenario for OMG in terms of positioning in team fights as well. Mentioned that Jin can outrange.
Oh, elite damage out of
Everybody.
Jinjo right there, though. Look at that.
Yeah.
Boom. Worth it. 5 actually hits the hook on Athena here, but a Voidless right over the top. Chaos Storm just sends him straight to the grave. World 6 has to dash his way over the wall.
Ulti's on Cool.
Yeah. Cool is just going to try and turn around and get a kill here, but he's not going to be able to. iMay just grabbing all the picks. Jiang didn't cancel that teleport either, which is so dangerous. 5 members of iMay in the mid lane, and Jiang's going to fall down. That is the perfect response to that last team fight, and they're heading straight towards the Baron buff.
Yeah, so they're going to the pit. Remember that World 6 is alive. The Graves with Smite is available, and Jin able to put down some pressure, perhaps use the curtain call for vision if it comes down to it.
Yeah, is going to be there.
That's
Road
one of them.
immediately dies. Jinjo actually tanks 2 bolts of that ultimate. Does have the Deadly Flourish there as well. World 6, can he get in there? Not going to happen. as it's actually taken by Sivir of all people. World 6 there as well. SMLZ
He's in
a
trouble,
whole host of
SMLZ.
trouble. Yeah, Athena going to be able to close that gap quite easily. The Q movement speed helps him out. Even grabs a minion wave.
Yeah, and has a giggle at the end. Athena and the rest of iMay picking up Baron, picking up kills everywhere across the board, and putting themselves in a fantastic position. This rookie side now joining the LPL, stepping up massive against OMG.
Real beautiful play, and they will grab their third turret for it as well. So the outer ring's done. Jinjiao doing work on the Sivir. Of course, trying to catch back up in that farm department. 23 behind for now. But it doesn't matter. He's just so incredibly useful. Athena, look at the balls on him. Picks up a Magi's Soul Stealer.
Yeah.
He ain't got no worries. It's like, I'm just going to keep chilling in the mid lane, guys. Don't you worry about it. 100% kill
care.
participation. He hasn't left mid lane, and he has 100% kill participation. How does this work?
The team is moving to him.
Yeah.
The best way to look at it. Naturally, with this Baron buff as well, we're making expectations of a couple of towers to be taken, though they are now harder to take as they are deep turrets. Athena, as you mentioned, actually not mid lane for the first time this game. He's bottom. Cast a curse.
Doesn't have teleport either. The Ghost is on cooldown for now.
He can probably fight the Maokai, but it's not worth it, I don't think. He's better off looking for someone getting caught in rotation, actually work with Road and get a Bard ulti onto somebody out of position, and that all sets up with vision. Or you're going to send multiple parties down to the bottom lane.
Yeah, get the
It's
siege up.
unusual.
Amazing J with the teleport. Can actually start something if he wants to, but they've given time for OMG to make their way down here.
I guess they wanted vision of the OMG members who are all missing on the map. So now they've got 4 of them at the turret. You can see the vision from Road now starts to become a bit deeper. And if they ever look to rotate to mid lane or top lane, something that they actually choose elsewhere, OMG have to be very careful with how they get from where they are to that extra lane.
Classic Amazing J play. Split pushing, being a nuisance. Often plays off on his own, but you can see working out very, very well for iMay as they put the pressure on, make sure OMG have to respond, and Amazing J's given all of the room that he needs. And I actually find this beautiful. I mean, we're looking at 2 solo laners that had a bit of a stint on EDG,
Yeah.
but EDG is a team that, you know, revolves around Clearlove and Deft and these big names, and they weren't sort of able to get a lot of this attention.
That's true.
Whereas Athena right now, being this sort of big carry for his team, whereas a lot of his teammates are actually moving around him. Amazing J given a lot of space to do what he does so well.
Same with Athena. Yeah.
It just feels like it works out stylistically a whole lot better for these players that we already knew were good, just didn't quite work.
Yeah, it's
on
an
EDG.
interesting scenario to consider, right? How they worked on EDG and how they work on iMay, kind of just based off necessity. Clearly,
Yeah.
of course. Like you go to
And
RNG.
it's not a slight to EDG at all. It's just a stylistic change, right?
Exactly. You go to RNG, you have to work around what Marta says. Like it's kind of the law. Whereas this time around, perhaps the dynamic, and of course we're not too familiar with said dynamic, is Amazing J does what he would like, or Athena does what he would like, and Road just kind of roams around the map to cater, opposed to shot calling. Something we're yet to really deliberate further upon.
It does look very, very good right now. And as far as a debut into the LPL is concerned, if they manage to take a game at least off OMG, I'd be very, very happy about that.
Putting the right foot forward. Definitely correct. Also, noted aggression as well from an LSPL team.
Oh, yeah. Athena is so far ahead in farm all of a sudden as well. That's 50 CS, the lead.
Yeah.
Just after that last bit of aggression that they managed to put down.
Cool's been controlling side lanes as well. He's kind of been rotating back and forth, so naturally you'll find the lead will start to accrue.
Athena's 30 ahead of the clock at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just ludicrous.
Jungle farm definitely helps. That's not exactly where you want it to be, is it?
Road, of course.
You know what it is.
As like a guy called Road, it makes sense that he's able to create these beautiful magical journeys, right?
Yeah. Of course, the
How
next
does-
Dragon Ocean.
Oh man, if Savoki had tried to do that, it would have been a very different story.
I don't think it would have been.
Was it Savoki that had the really unfortunate one? Am I thinking about the different?
Yeah, no,
I
it
am
is.
thinking about the other series. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. SMLZ, nice dodge. Gets himself to the lantern there as well. Didn't have flash. Of course, that's going to be up very, very soon. That was Moore. It was Moore's unfortunate magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one I was referring. Just not going to try and do the meme thing ever again. Nice slow comes in as Jinjiao blocks the second one, but look at the flanking play. Xiang right into the backline right now. Deadly Flourish doing some work from SMLZ. Needs to get some auto attacks into this fight though, as he has to take a lantern to get out. But look at these low health bars. OMG, they tried to start this fight, but it's not good enough. Jinjiao takes down Cool, and in goes Amazing J. Standard Amazing J stuff, but he is going to be able to use his ultimate to get himself out. They don't get any more, but OMG not going to be able to stop this siege.
Yeah. So the Echo goes deep, and yes, he gets himself to safety, but Xiang's health bar is why they don't have anything to stop the pressure that is now mounting on top of them. I don't think they'll get anything past that turret. The Baron's obviously worn off. But
Hook
still.
is now on cooldown. The optimistic parallel convergence there from Amazing J.
Zoning.
Yeah, like it. You can see Jinjiao very, very close to that Infinity Edge third item. Really do like the fact that he has gone for the Phantom Dancer as well, and they got 5,000 extra gold from the Baron.
And that's big.
Yeah, really, really nice play. 9,000 gold now the lead, and iMay have really extended it, and it's brute force that's come out of this team. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. It's group early and destroy people in skirmish situations when they're not ready for the aggression, and they've done it, like you said, to a fault almost throughout this game, but eventually has paid off, committing to their game plan. Really nice to see out of this new squad in the LPL.
Confident map play.
Complete confidence, exactly.
Whether it works or not, they are still doing it with confidence, and that's the sign of a better team than it is players as well.
That's what happens when you have sort of these all-star supports. They allow you to just have better play like that, because that's often what makes a good support is good decision-making with a lot of what they're capable of.
Current Victor as well is actually not too bad into Rise when you think about it. Having that extra damage over time. Rise has up and down periods in terms of his burst.
Yeah.
Victor is always consistent, so if you survive the initial, you will do more throughout until he has it back up again.
I also like the fact that, you know, they pick Rek'Sai into the Rise at the same time. I mean, you can't just turn around and burst out of Rek'Sai because she's just got so much health.
Yeah. As does Amazing J, as does an Abyssal Scepter Victor.
Precisely.
Baron's been started up here from iMay. You got Amazing J zoning, but this thing is getting bursted down, and OMG have to get in here soon.
Yeah, so much damage. 3,000 health now, 2,000. Deadly Flourish coming in. Avoidless does have the smite. He'll lock down the Baron. Nice hook onto Road. They may be able to exploit him, and can SMLZ stay in such a good position? That Tempered Fate was brilliant to keep Road alive for now, and Xiang just going to die in the front line. All of that extra time that was bought from the Bard ultimate was great. Amazing J has closed the gap onto SMLZ. iMay tearing OMG apart. Baron buff now at the ready as well, and this will be base broken.
Yeah, absolutely. It's now 13-5 in terms of score. Complete control.
Amazing J. Always diving all the time as they lock down Cool at the same time. This inhibitor is going to die. 4 dead on the side of OMG. Only World 6 there. This has got to be game, exactly. Amazing J will grab himself an extra bit of health, and World 6, just back to your fountain, buddy. These Nexus turrets not long for the world, and iMay, what a debut into the LPL.
Yeah, 30 minutes into their first game in the LPL, iMay come out well and truly on top.
Yeah.
Taking apart the OMG team and making it look easy.
So easy as well, and you can see a bit of defeated faces on the side of OMG, probably ready to bring it back to iMay in game number 2. But man, the squad just looks so hungry for that victory. And OMG just had no time to reset. There was no resetting that game. They wanted to play it slow, they wanted to play it methodically, but iMay said, no, you're just not going to do that.
Yeah.
Just flat out.
I think it's simple and safe to say that. Yeah, absolutely. It was almost oppressive, I think is the way to describe it. Like
Precisely.
They were aggressive, they were proactive, they were trying to get things done across the board, make OMG's life really difficult. And whilst there was plenty of resilience from OMG,
This fight in particular.
yeah, this is one of the big ones, but that was a mistake from iMay that from this point, it feels like they immediately learnt their lesson. It was like, all right, we can't fight them in choke points like that unless we set ourselves up better.
Yeah.
Obviously, Road realized that perhaps I shouldn't be going in 5-man deep and hitting my ultimate and then having to ult myself to save me. But like things worked out really well in the end for iMay.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff. And we'll see exactly what is going to happen as far as drafting is concerned, because what we saw when WE won that first game, It's like, oh, if we give 0 Bard, he's going to tear our team apart because this guy makes plays like nobody's business, and we can't give him that utility. I wonder whether the same response is going to come out of OMG to take it away from Road, because we've seen like a lot of prevalence of Sivir. Very, very successful so far today here in Group B, like talking about the Group B meta, which seems to be developing. So Sivir, very, very strong. Sivir Bard, wonderful lane. Has been working out very, very well. And despite the fact that, 5 and SMLC looked beautiful in the laning phase, it just seems to be that if you can move Bard around the map, you're all sweet moving into that mid game.
And that's the cool thing as well, looking at iMay, is Road, we said coming into this that he's going to be a roaming heavy support, that he wants to be outside of his lane and get things done. Well, you give him a champion like Bard.
Built to roam.
Exactly what he's going to do. And he's going to get out of his lane, he's going to make an impact elsewhere on the map, and it's just too easy for him to actually get it done. I think you're right in the way of banning it, get it away from him, and maybe put him on something like a Thresh that can't do it as well. He'll still do it, but you're taking away the more efficient option.
Yeah, precisely. And look, we've also got the Alistair being banned away, so maybe that could be another adaptation, like lose the Alistair ban the Bard instead. But we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, game number 2, iMay versus OMG.
And I swear to God
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. OMG falling at the hands of iMay, formerly EDE, the team that swept through the LSPL. MVP is going to go to Athena, the man that never left the mid lane. Only left 100% kill participation towards the end of that game as well, and did 37% of his team's damage. What a beast. This guy seems to be unlocked on this roster.
I mean, Athena had a lot of hype moving towards the EDG roster and just didn't really step up to the plate.
Yeah.
Not fulfilling the role that was necessary to him, but comes into iMay, obviously has played with the team for a while now in the LSPL, and just goes off.
He's really come into his own. We can see in the mid lane here, this was very early on. Cool. Just unable to get to that beastly rise stage because of the continued aggression out of this iMay team. And once again, we've seen Rek'Sai as well being very, very strong at Voidless, making him look very, very good. And it's a lot about Road here at the same time because this Bard is very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing we can take from iMay's first game in the LPL, it's that they're still a very good team when it comes to going forward.
Yeah.
We're yet to see them in a losing position, however, so we don't know how good they are kiting backwards.
Very good point.
The first step in the right direction for iMay was dismantling OMG in game number 1. And that's where we have to look towards. What do they ban? What do they pick now? OMG have got a lot of adaptations to make.
Yeah. That is what's going to be really, really impressive as well, is whether OMG are going to be able to pick themselves out of this and maybe take game number 2 as well, because we have seen every game so far here in the LPL that has happened has been a best of 3 and has gone to 3 games. So, look, it will be interesting if iMay are able to actually close this one out 2-0, but I have a feeling that it's all about the adaptation, and the teams have been so much better at it this time around for the second split of 2016, because it's all about changing up the bans. It's all about changing up the picks to make sure that you can counteract what these teams are good at moving into this split. So we'll see whether OMG are going to be able to do it. Of course, they seem to be spoon-fed the Rise pick there in the mid lane, and it seems like maybe they won't take that bait immediately this time around. And of course, with the red side, maybe a couple of extra picks for themselves that are slightly stronger. We'll see whether they are going to be able to change things up and move effectively into possibly game number 3.
I mean, the way I see this is like, whilst the Rise was hand-picked for them, essentially, they're like, go ahead, take the Rise, we'll just play Victor into it. I don't think the Rise was the issue.
No.
I actually think Graves being picked did nothing but die for the team. The Rek'Sai put in a lot of work. He was a super tank. He did what was required of him and then some.
Yeah.
Compare that to the Graves. Very lackluster performance, honestly, and I think he should be changing that up. Actually match the meta, perhaps go for the Elise, go for something that's got early gank pressure to match what a Rek'Sai can do, or just ban the Rek'Sai away, just get it off the table, because every single time we've seen it, it's done well.
Yeah, and so we haven't necessarily seen Graves be at all powerful, and like I like the Elise. She's had sort of up and down performances, but there's the fact that like Graves doesn't offer any early ganks, like doesn't offer anything really in the early game, wants to be power farming. If he's going to gank, it's with extra damage, and I guess when you've got a Maokai, when you've got a Rise, you do have the ability to lock someone down, but no one's going to die from that necessarily. And if he meets like a Rek'Sai in the jungle, what? Rek'Sai just tunnels onto him and eats him because she's so tanky.
I mean, the only reason that I'm seeing the Rek'Sai as a priority option personally is simply because the Nidalee and the Kindred are always banned.
Yeah.
And she is probably going to be like the 3rd best jungler, to be real. I mean, Graves is still a good clearing jungler, but I just feel like Rek'Sai does everything that Graves does.
Yeah,
even
no,
in the
this
way
is
of
definitely
farming,
like
so.
without the Nidalee, without the Kindred, you look back at these sort of like more control style junglers, the gank heavy junglers that want to be like setting up for maybe a more carry orientated top laner, maybe add a few more carries in there. When you've got the squishy supports like Bard, maybe that's when you want to be picking the likes of Rek'Sai to give some more bodies to the team fight.
So the other thing as well that you have to consider is that they picked the Jhin as an AD carry, and that's why I actually like the Graves being picked in that team. So if I was to change the Graves, I'd change the Jhin.
Yeah.
I think they can get him away from that champion. SMLZ was a Caitlyn one trick, and Caitlyn's good right now if you're good at it. So why not play that champion? Why not play to your strengths as a team? Maybe get cool on something like Ari if you really wanted to go deep in that respect.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that SMLZ was a notable Tristana player at the same time. And, you know, we've had conversations with Frosker, and she thinks that the Tristana are very, very strong right now. I'm not entirely sure whether you're going to be building a Rage Blade. I mean, we'll have conversations about that when it comes up. But SMLZ can go towards that champion. Crystal didn't find success, but it wasn't to do with the Tristana in that comp. It was because, you know, Game Talents were playing incredibly well in that game number 2. So, look, interested to see what they are going to change, because there are so many things that they can do. And we'll see whether iMay, they might change it up as well. I mean, forcing a team to like double adapt on the fly is very, very difficult because if iMay have more tricks up their sleeve to like grab themselves early aggression, maybe some different options here, maybe like some sort of different support for Road to play there towards the bottom side of the map that can offer something else. I mean, maybe he can pick up the Karma.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hardest thing to actually adapt to be perfectly honest with you. The Bard's always going to be an issue. The Victor also was MVP worthy in that last game, so you ban one of them. Perhaps you leave open the Trundle that was taken from them the first time around for Amazing J. Whilst his Echo was good, there's a reason it's banned from him, and that you shouldn't be giving that to him.
Yeah, and also Amazing J is fantastic because he has such a deep champion pool at the same time. I mean, when we're talking about like the champion pool top laners of the LPL, I mean, Amazing J is in that conversation with the likes of Zatai. So it's really good to have someone with, I guess, flexibility to play the tanks, but can also just play Fizz if he feels like it. We are going to be jumping straight into champion select here. We do have Lucian and Azir banned away.
And two substitutes.
Yeah, as Kindred and Nidalee are going to be taken off the board by OMG. But yeah, couple of subs. That is very interesting. Bamey is going to pay a visit to the mid lane. And that is just so strange. Yeah, Midi in the jungle. And I'm looking down at my sheet. I'm like, well, Bebe's the sub.
No, here there was 3 listed subs, and Midi was the listed sub for today's games. Yes. Bebe was not.
So, after a fantastic game out of a Voidless, Midi is going to be stepping in, as Trundle is just going to be snapped away immediately here. So, skipped out on the bans. Ryze is going to be taken away. As far as OMG are concerned, they do not want to see that one first picked. And Rek'Sai was banned last here from iMay. So, just giving a lot of respect to that champion. And OMG now to answer. And look, this is such a curveball to throw if you're iMay, because OMG, like, they're like, all right, well, let's adapt to what happened in the last game. But it had a lot to do with what a Voidless was capable of on the Rek'Sai, a lot to do with Athena, who had an MVP performance on the Victor.
Yeah, I mean, the major change now is OMG with the options on the map. This is definitely one of them that's worth considering.
Yeah.
As well as changing up their jungle pick. I also think that Bard, even a possibility to consider taking away from Road, because I just think the champion right now is unbelievably strong.
Oh, yeah.
But still, they don't.
Yeah, no Sivir Bard to be the option. And of course, like, denying the Bard was a really good idea, because if there's one constant as far as this iMay roster is concerned, it is Road. So, not going to do it by the looks of things. It is going to be Sivir locked in here by OMG. And iMay. Alright, so Caitlyn being looked at.
Definitely assessing their options. The Sivir being locked in by SMLZ, the denial as well from the AD carry here. Rhodes always got his support flexibility there.
Precisely.
Curious to see if they actually lock that in now, though. You have to imagine with World 6 having not got a jungler locked in, that Midi might actually take preference in that respect.
Ooh, okay, locks in the Graves, actually. So iMay going to take the opposite side of that matchup. Without Rek'Sai there, I mean, this may be a better idea here for iMay. May work out a little bit better, but we'll see.
I swapped with like a second left to Victor for reference. I was in the middle of writing Caitlyn.
Well, he's going to be the same mid lane champion, different mid lane player.
Indeed.
But Victor still very, very strong in the middle of the map. And we'll see what OMG do to sort of round out this comp now that they've got some very comfortable picks. Azir is once again banned, so the golden combo of Sivir and Azir not going to be available to augment the Maokai, who's already very, very strong.
And with OMG banning away the Ryze themselves, I think the Swain is definitely something that you would have to bring into question for Cool if he can play it. That and the Ahri always going to be an option for him.
Oh, I do like the Sivir Karma combination, though.
As is this for Cool.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we're getting back to comfort here for Cool in the mid lane. So Twisted Fate is going to be taken. Oh, my God. Come on, Jinjiao. He hovered the Draven. Hovered it for a moment, waiting for Road to lock in his Bard.
You would imagine it's Bard, but there are possibilities especially noteworthy that you're against the Twisted Fate and Sivir.
And Braum would make a little bit of sense here as well, considering the fact that they're not taking a tank jungle. So it could be giving him the Braum instead. Does pair well with Caitlyn.
Especially that you're blocking all of the spells that OMG have got.
Yeah.
Elise, Cocoon, Twisted Fate, Stun and Q, Sivir, everything.
Civ is everything.
Just Sivir. You just block Sivir.
Yep.
Helps Caitlyn be oppressive also in the way of being an AD carry in that 2v2 bottom lane. Team fighting as well, a lot more utility. Victor as well having auto attacks. Graves being auto attack focused. Trundle wanting to hit a lot of auto attacks. Brom's passive. Kind of a big deal, but he doesn't want it.
Whoa, Tahm Kench is going to be taken, and I absolutely love this. Love it so much. Something that we actually saw at MSI. Actually, SKT picked up the Tahm Kench support. Wolf was playing it because they saw a pick comp over the side. And so what do?
Yeah.
You take someone that can avoid anyone getting picked off. You just munch him up, and if Tahm Kench gets picked, who cares? He's got grey health. Activates that, gets through it, and otherwise, I mean, you've just managed to pick off a support. The rest of your team's possibly able to go to town on them anyway, so I really, really like this option. And look, it doesn't really detract from the laning phase too much because Caitlyn on her own is just bogus in that regard.
Yeah, Rhodes got the toad. He's definitely set himself up well for drafting. I agree with you, though. It was originally picked as a counter to Veigar when he was seen in the World's meta, and everyone adapted very quickly. Twisted Fate is another example of that, where you can catch people with picks. Elise also.
Yeah. Maokai to a certain extent with the Twisted Advance. I do like the adaptation. Very, very, I guess, on the fly and in the right time there for iMay. So we'll see whether it is going to still work here for OMG. They did grab the Elise there for World 6 as well, so he's adapted. And we'll see whether the control jungler, the ganking jungler, is going to work out for OMG this time around because there has been a stylistic change. But Amazing J's got the Trundle. And this is going to be very, very scary. Once again, Bamey, a player that we actually saw be quite successful.
On EDG.
Yeah, on EDG. It was one of the better stand-ins there for Pawn, as coach is now going to shake hands, and we'll see whether iMay can grab the first 2-0 victory or whether OMG are going to fight back in game number 2. Yep, so Xiang was on your screen there for a moment, but we are going to have a slight pause as we break into this possibly final game of the night.
Indeed. Of course, a lot of questions now. We've got the entire drafting phase to see from both of these teams.
Yeah.
Tahm Kench, the standout that we've spoken about before, but the Twisted Fate as well for OMG being the reason. What I like about that pick is that OMG, and this is almost akin to their first draft, but now more holistically, comfort. Like, it's exactly what they want to be. It's exactly how they want to play the game out. Cool being Twisted Fate. He can now be an experienced shot caller for the team. He can rotate around the map. I think this is a very big positive for OMG.
Yeah, and he actually, like, Cool was completely held down in game number 1, and it's going to be a very different story now with a lot of very safe wave clear. I mean, I know he's against a Victor, but if there's no minions at all, then that's still absolutely fine. Wildcard, red card will be able to clear out that minion wave very effectively, and we'll see whether he's going to be able to get around the map and get things working. And I think a lot of it is going to be on road, trying to avoid these ganks, being at the right place at the right time to save his teammates.
And Tahm Kench is not an ideal roamer in comparison to the Bard from the last game, but at level 6, of course, you can bring someone with you, so perhaps it is a little bit more impactful in that respect. I think that there are still a lot of positives to iMay as we move into our second game, as a draft, as a team as well, but still, questions. Every single time we've watched this team play now, this is, of course, the second time.
Yeah.
They've changed their roster up in key positions, like game-winning from game 1 positions.
Yeah, precisely. And like, if you were to look at game number 1, who would you give like most important, second most important, and third? Like, rate it out like the first 3, because I have a feeling that Athena and a Voidless would have been up there in those top 3 spots with Road.
I wouldn't have had a Voidless, to be honest with you. I think I would have had a mid lane, and then I would have gone support top lane as like a combo pair there. And I think that they are actually the most important when you look at iMay as a team, right? So Amazing J needs to be diving the back line. Rhodes sets that up so that he can. He was using the Bard Tempered Fates as an example. Mid lane was actually just wave clearing. So whilst I think that I rated mid lane as the most important, jungle is definitely still a big deal. I think that anyone can do what they did in game number 1, as long as they don't lose lane and don't suck.
So it's sort of about the plan rather than the players that were carrying out the plan, because they did so perfectly, but it's not exactly something that's all too difficult to manage.
Yeah, and there's also the possibility that changing the players changes everything. Because as far as we know, Athena as a mid laner was just wave clearing and keeping cool down by poking him and whittling down his health bar, which let the rest of iMay dive him and continue from there with their snowball. Perhaps Bamey is passive. Perhaps he can't control lane. We don't really know, and that's the questions that we need to ask.
Yeah, or maybe he just lets Cool push into him as well, tries to create scenarios where Cool is going to be out of place in order to be ganked as well. So there are a lot of players that do have very, very different styles, and it's been a while since we've seen Bamey as well play in the mid lane, because of course he was filling in for Pawn when he was injured a long time ago.
I think he was playing with Amazing J at the time that Bamey was subbing in, if memory serves, which is a sign that they've been together for quite a while. Athena's actually the new player in this, so realistically, Athena subbed in for game 1, then they actually put the big boys in for game number 2.
Yeah.
Because Bamey's meant to be the mid laner for this team.
Yeah, and Avoidless was actually meant to be the jungler. So sort of a bit of a weird switch out where you got main roster coming back in, main roster switching out there as well. But I really like the fact that they are giving different players a chance, because of course this is game number 1. It's a very, very long season. Remember, all of these teams in Group B are going to be playing each other twice. They're going to be playing the teams in Group A once as well. It equates to some ludicrous amount of games. So if you're going to mix things up, do it at the beginning and then try and catch yourself back up, or you go in very, very hard at the beginning, much like EDG like to do, and then play around with things at that stage. So.
Yeah, or kind of like what QG did with Uzi last split as an example. Wait until they're ready before you put them in. But of course, this being an LSPL team, kind of give them the one game here and there. But this, of course, being an LSPL team that plays together a lot, they might have mixed and matched a lot in the LSPL.
Yeah.
I think they're quite comfortable swapping players, because you don't usually swap 2 at once. And the thing about this as well is it's predetermined when you come into the LPL Best Sub Series. Game 1, 2, 3, it's all predetermined rosters. So they knew they were going to do this before coming into this series. And this is with a plan regardless of how game 1 went.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And there's also the fact that, I really hope that we continue to see a lot of this flexibility in these rosters, because there's a lot of curveballs that you can throw. And we see a lot of adaptation between sort of champ selects and things like that. And it's much more difficult to do when you have to account for 40% of the roster completely being different.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I mean, drafting was the first step in that, right? You have to maybe take Bard away from Road as an example, but what if he's subbed out in the second game? Do you know if the other guy can play Bard? Do you fall for the same trick twice? I feel like what they've effectively done is that with Victor. Where it's Victor beats the Rise, Victor won the game and got MVP, but we subbed out our mid laner, so they don't ban the Victor, and he kind of just picks it up anyway. He's well done. Sweet. Yeah. It's great.
And of course, everyone plays Victor in the mid lane anyway.
Yeah.
So, I mean, iMay might be proving the point that, Victor is just a ridiculously strong champion. Did lose game number 1 today.
But still 100% pick or ban.
Exactly. So, one thing that we definitely did get out of Rusty's article over on LoL Esports was the fact that Victor still extraordinarily strong. Make sure you go and check that one out if you want to learn about 6.10 at all. Lots of thoughts on the Dragon, on the Rift Herald, things like that. I learnt a lot, read the whole thing. Don't read a lot of articles all the way through. Read this one. Felt like it was a very, very enjoyable experience.
Still going. Really impressive plug, Atlas.
I thought that was a good one, right?
It's almost like you wrote it. That's how much you just plugged that article.
Did you guys actually see the teleprompter there in the background? It was just automatically came up.
I didn't have to tell anyone to go anywhere anymore. It's great. I got this guy. Just go check it out.
I'm going to be following you around for the next few days, just plugging all of his stuff. Of course, he's going to be writing a few more things as well. We are, of course, ladies and gentlemen, in a pause at the moment, about to get into game number 2 between iMay and OMG. OMG probably reveling in the time that they now have to readjust, because losing game number 1 for a team debuting in the LPL could actually be really difficult for this team to manage, and actually could be a very good example of sort of Cool's level-headedness really paying off.
Yeah, I think if OMG are going to successfully come back into this game or this series in general, they do have to have Cool and Xiang step up to the plate, be that experienced member for the team, and kind of just keep it level-headed. I almost keep going to say Cool. Just keep it level-headed throughout. And bring it back strong. SMLZ, of course, no slouch when it comes to competitive play. I wouldn't call him the experienced member on the roster, but he's done his time to be
so much,
considered
yeah.
a long-standing AD carry.
May not have
Good or
necessarily
not.
been in as much of the limelight as players like Cool would be because, of course, Cool being to All-Stars, played phenomenally. Of course, went to Worlds, played phenomenally there as well. This guy's been playing for the OMG organization for an extraordinarily long time and, of course, has a massive fan following at the same time, understands the pressure of being one of these players. But SMLZ's always been there. Always been playing in the LPL for a very, very long
Absolutely.
time, but just not necessarily at the level of Cool and not with as much of the recognition that this guy's had. So really good to see like someone like SMLZ stepping up to the plate because his Jhin was good in the last game. Just unfortunately, this sort of steamroller style that iMay had meant that he couldn't really play like a Jhin wants to, which is sort of calm and calculated.
You know what's interesting?
What is interesting?
M3 as a team, they weren't good. Like,
No.
They were really bad, I think, as it is.
No.
But every single individual player has now gone to another team and is good.
Hey, that's a really good
Yeah.
point. So what have you got? Like Condi, Dade, Looper,
SMLZ,
SMLZ,
and someone.
and I think it was it Candy or Love City?
Yeah, whoever that is, they
One of
don't play.
those.
But 4 out of 5 ain't bad.
Yeah, no, it ain't bad at all.
And they've all just gone to different teams. They've all been really good players on these respective teams. So, you know what? There's 2 trains of thought here. M3 sucked as a team, or their support was just not good.
Wait, hang on. If we have a look at the teams that all of those players went to now as well, I mean, do they have phenomenal support players that really are holding them together?
5's a monster.
Yeah, 5's a beast.
Marta's
Marta's
like
pretty good. Pretty sure that guy's
word
okay.
on the street.
Yeah, word on the street, pretty good still.
Who are we missing?
Who are we-
QG, no. See, they
Oh,
don't.
Zero's pretty good.
Yeah, but QG break the. I wouldn't call Mora top tier in the LPL support.
Oh, damn it.
Almost onto something. It's not the supports. Either
Really,
way,
really
what I
close.
am trying to say is it's the individual players
It's
are
the
good.
breeding ground for
Yeah.
like phenomenal players. I like
That
it.
was like I was here, and
Yeah.
then you went like really deep. Like you went straight down, and I wasn't trying to go there, but it almost worked.
It's like you don't even know me. Like if you're gonna trust me to do anything, it's go far too deep when you bring me an analogy like that. But M3 no longer in the LPL. Very, very sad stuff. Thankfully, Game Talents is there with 40% of the team now towards the bottom side of the map. EPA, of course, occupying the rest of it. But they actually played very, very well. So excited to see what this team's going to do. And maybe if we grab all of those parts, like where did Soul go at the same
Yeah,
time?
Moon
Like
and
that-
Soul were good.
Yeah, real good.
They've disappeared. We need them back.
We certainly do. So we'll see exactly what does happen. So looking forward to this game to actually start, to be perfectly frank with you, ladies and gentlemen, because we are, look, in a pause at the moment trying to sort things out. It's probably another one of the sort of ping issues that we have been happening and does sort of tend to crop up here because it's the very, very beginning, brand new
Yeah.
patch for the LPL and things can be a little bit difficult. We are going to be bearing with it for as long as possible
Yeah.
as soon as we get into this game. And look, it's a deciding match here for iMay, and I really hope that like we are going to see our first 2-0 victory because I didn't even know whether it was possible. Like maybe we are just going to have 3 games every single time. And look, that can be dangerous because you can be looking like side bias, things like this could be really coming
The
out.
modern best of 2.
Yeah.
Now just the best of 3. I don't think there's any illusion to side bias based off the wins so far. I think it's pretty mixed and matched. I mean, you'd usually, so the way I would imagine it is Dragon being important, red side is then better. But because blue side is picking up wins all the time, I don't see that really as a trend anymore. But that's unusual. So like you look at drafting, it's like red side gets the first or the 2 picks, whereas blue side gets the first priority pick.
Yeah.
How is that a big deal? Is there any bans that have gone towards it? I still think there's a mix and match between target bans and strong champions being picked, but the Rise, as an example, still losing. So, look, honestly, I just think it's teams being better than other teams on the day and finding the victories where it counts. I don't think there is any actual trend to be seen thus far.
Yeah, and teams also understanding like what they're capable of on certain sides as well, and like which side wants to be lane swapping this time around. And that's a good question for this game moving in as well, because of course iMay actually instigated the lane swap first up here in game number 1, and then it was answered immediately, like the immediate shove in from OMG, then moved up towards the top side, and then SMLZ was able to sort of dominate that lane while he could. But we'll see exactly what happens this time around, because that could have been a potential thing for OMG to capitalize on. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw to a short break. When we get back, hopefully we're going to have game number 2 between iMay and OMG. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We are currently in a pause between OMG and iMay. We do have the full drafts down, but there are some internet issues in the venue, so we are making sure we clear those up so that each player is going to have exactly the same experience on Summoner's Rift. Very, very important stuff to do. But yes, just waiting to get onto the Rift for the possibly last game of the night, because iMay had a dominant performance in game number 1. OMG unable to really find any way in, Rusty.
Yeah, definitely struggling OMG, of course. You have to remember, first game in the LPL, I almost called it the OPL. There has been a lot of shaky starts for Team OMG. Naturally, iMay, though, their first game ever in the LPL has been very impressive.
Yeah, well, we'll see how the second one goes as we are onto the Rift finally for game number 2. We'll see exactly what is going to happen. Amazing J just doing a drive-by over screen just there. Meow Kai there for Xiang is going to wander over a ward, so it looks like OMG not going to be swapping any lanes at this stage.
I think Cool's going to get them, actually, from the looks of it. 2 saplings is the magic number for the mid laner to pick it up. If he starts a red card, get himself all 3 of them.
There it is, beautiful. Well, look at this. The Master Chef himself.
Also playing the Tom Kench, which is one of the harder things to smite battle against, as you can tell.
Oh, that was very cute. Just
Also,
eats it.
yeah.
Does a lot of damage to it.
OMG gave him
Ginger,
a leash.
easy pickup.
Good start.
Yeah, lane swap is going to be coming into effect, so iMay once again going to be instigating it. Bro.
He's getting the small ones. He was going for
yeah,
40.
Cinderling. That's a big deal. Oh.
Yeah, that's actually a big deal. Remember, we spoke about this as well. When experience gain has been changed in the jungle so that the person who gets the kill is the only one who gets experience, that's actually quite a large deal to take away any individual camp, because all of the small ones go to the top laners, and Xiang still only level 1.
That was a really sweet fadeaway death ray as well. While you were talking about that just there. Bamey showing that he's still well and truly comfortable on this Victor, like every mid laner in the world.
Yeah.
Because honestly, everyone plays him.
As they should be. And of course, Mitty, something that we have to talk about is he's making his way mid.
Yeah, here's the immediate change.
His path very well in the way of avoiding Karma, avoiding the support pressure, and staying away from the bottom side of the map. What he has done, though, is given World 6 a free reign of this part of the jungle, and he'll well and truly catch up, if not best, Mitty. So,
yeah. Red buff, of course, was taken by World 6 as well. Something that Graves very much wants is the red buff. We'll see whether this could be a 3-buff start available from World 6 as he moves around and actually spots out that red buff. So, yeah, you can see Mitty.
oh, he's going to miss that cast of Communion now. Unlucky.
A little bit unfortunate.
That's why you don't always preemptively auto-attack them before they get onto the turret atlas.
Really?
Yeah. Only some of them. You should. You have to recognize minion aggro and how it actually is predictable as well.
Yeah, how predictable is it, though? I always struggle with it.
Predictably unpredictable.
That is very convoluted and confusing, but I do like the idea.
No, the
Turrets?
idea is it targets the outside ones first. Turrets included, so you
Uh-huh.
just have to be particular with which ones you hit. Like, right here is fine because there's no minions.
Well, you can see turrets falling on the top and bottom sides of the map for each team at about the same time. Top lane is also able to get relatively even CS. Xiang is able to pick up a couple of extras. That was amazing, Jay. Okay, so both of them sitting on 8 or 9. Not too bad. You can see OMG, slight organic lead. I think Stack Deck probably helping out with that one for Cool.
Yeah. Things kind of very slow at the start of this game,
Sorry,
but such is
loaded
the
dice.
nature.
Loaded dice, not Stack Deck.
The money one.
Too many passives on his stuff.
Either way, Cool having a good time in this middle lane is always a positive sign for OMG, especially once he gets towards that level 6 mark and gets his first recall in.
Yeah.
The question is, does he go for the Sheen build? Does he go for the Abyssal Scepter build, perhaps, given that it has cooldown reduction on it now? And how much can Road get done?
Yeah, precisely.
He's not roaming.
Just smacking down this turret. Of course, if Caitlyn's happy, she's generally smacking on a turret. Well, we got mirrored action here as the lanes were swapped. Xiang is going to pay his visit towards the top lane as well. We may just have outer turrets falling on both sides.
This one
Road
will take a
just
long
deciding
time.
to eat midi.
I think he wanted a minion, just quietly.
Yep.
We'll say this turret's going to take a bit longer than OMG's, but they've added the jungler, so the inclusion of an extra member.
And it's a Graves as well. A little bit of extra damage there, but it has given World 6 some free reign. And you can see the jungle relatively bare right now. A lot of farming has been going on, and 24 CS to 15. And I mean, Graves, known for his ability to farm things out.
Yeah, but he's also spent a lot of time, and again, it came back to the awkward start to the jungle.
Yeah.
This is the other reason why I would imagine lane swaps are actually quite important. The fact that you can then go to the dragon on your second turret swap. What the immediate adaptation should be, however, from the opponent team in OMG was the hard push.
Yeah.
Instead, they give over a free objective as camera guy's getting this down.
Damn right he is. We got Windy right into salt water.
Ocean.
Yep. I just
For
didn't
those who
quite know
didn't
what to
get
say.
it.
I was about to say windy into salty, but then people may think Salt Lake, something like that. It's late, guys. Xiang
It is late.
hanging out with this minion wave. He's pushing nicely back towards himself. So we're going to see possibly another shove as Caitlyn and Tom Kench once again moving towards another potential objective. In a turret towards the top lane will be the option.
And this is one of those points in the lane while we're looking at it that Bamey could honestly just drop the Storm and make Cool's life miserable and stop him from getting anywhere on the map.
Drop the base.
Basically.
Once again, Road maneuvering himself around. Little Kitten not going to quite find him. He does have a fair bit of vision, but now going to head back, and we'll see whether this is going to be the Roman Toad. Road the Roman Toad. Beautiful.
It's actually important, though, that they went top lane so Xiang couldn't get a freeze. If they break that freeze, they can then give Amazing J the farm under the turret anyway, and they'll stay even as top laners. But World 6 actually very smartly here.
Ooh, nice movements from Road, though. As you can see, Middy's making his way in as well. There's the pillar put down. Amazing J making sure he forces a flash out of World 6. No one to repel to.
Yeah.
Bit of an advantage, yeah, but there's the teleport in
Cool.
from Xiang. There's the flash, actually. And Xiang is definitely going to be going down here. Cool. The heal is there. Does have... Oh, sad boys. Nets himself into the wall. Had to use it there because, of course, one more auto attack would have done it.
Yep.
Cool. Grabs himself first blood. That is a big deal for the Twisted Fate. And actually used the teleport to get himself there. So still has Destiny if he wants to affect the map.
2 flashes burned. Xiang still has his teleport, but there's no dragon to contest for, so I don't think it'll be used for anything too important just yet. Cool, of course, having his Destiny. They might be able to 4-man
Yep.
with the AD carry support duo, but it's also a Karma, which means it's difficult to execute on. And so realistically, they get themselves a kill, and they don't really get anything from it. And the biggest benefit's actually just going to be that SML has a lead.
Yeah, 47 to 64, and Siva having a good time against a Caitlyn is definitely a big deal here for OMG.
But they haven't even had a time against each other. That's
Yeah,
the
precisely.
major conflicting difference. Caitlyn should not have overstayed her welcome in the top lane. Well and truly did that.
Yeah. And of course, Xiang didn't have to use his teleport either. Was just Cool able to get that one to work. Yeah, Ace in the hole going to come down, but Cool, not even below half
Looking
health
bottom
just
for
yet.
Amazing J.
Yeah, Destiny comes in. He's Amazing J looking to try and turn this one around, but World 6, gets it flashed over the top. Really nice work, but he is still going to...
Oh, wow.
Road picks it up after the flash. He gets delivered into death, though, as 5 picks up that kill. Grey Health going to be eaten here as well.
Whoa.
6 gets the base dropped on him. Bamey picks 1 up. That is going to be not enough responses there from iMay as they lose 2 for 1.
Unreal follow-up damage from iMay, but it's not going to change the pace of the game. OMG still finding advantages. Cool with his signature Twisted Fate, if not Ari, putting in work.
Yeah, 2-0-1 now as well. And we always talk about Twisted Fates like, can their first roam do the work? Is that what's going to be able to get them to a point where they are in control? Because as soon as a Twisted Fate's behind, it's difficult because you just, you teleport in to die. And that's not so much of a good idea.
Yeah,
Now he
absolutely.
needs to be respected.
Yep, except that Victor and the rest of iMay are still looking to pressure that lane out, as Middy's is going to have a hard time finding this ward. Really hard time. Naturally, though, iMay still looking quite strong. I think the problem's going to be the Caitlyn, and we're always going to come back towards looking at this.
Yeah.
There's just no safe place for her to be against the Twisted Fate. Whilst the ultimate's down, perhaps it is. It's just not ideal. And it's a mid-game trough champion as well.
Yeah. So if OMG do manage to get their lead, there's not going to be a lot Jin Zhao can actually do to affect the situation.
And look at the way he has to play right now. He doesn't know where the jungler is and OMG are freezing. He needs to push into an awkward position just to break a freeze.
iMay, however, do have a lot of vision towards that bottom side of the map, so not a lot of flank opportunity here available for OMG.
Bringing down Victor.
It is actually going to be the snare coming in, but Road, of course, able to nab his Caitlyn out of the way. So far, we have seen how useful a Time Kench can be against these pick comps.
Proactive, though, is what OMG are this time around, and it feels like the team who has control is the team actively making steps towards winning.
Yeah, well, World 6 actually taking a fair bit of damage, does have the repel, help himself out, but there are a lot of members converging on this mid lane. Jin Zhao, of course, going to make his way in as well as World 6 heads towards the top side of the map to grab the Krug camp.
I mean, we're 11.5 minutes into this game, and I still feel like OMG are, like, outright winning. And I know they're not, but, like, 2.4k, roughly, at this stage is a lot.
Yeah, nothing to scoff at here at 11 minutes.
And they need to find some serious skirmishes, put themselves in this. Because Jin Zhao sharing farm with Bamey is not okay.
No, of course, Bamey did take that opportunity to head back to base. But of course, Cool did as well. He's got a Lich Bane now already done. This Twist of Fate, very, very strong, already moving in towards this sort of split push opportunity. And Midi has been caught out of position. There's the Destiny as well. Has used the Flash, the ultimate, and the Quick Draw, but it's not enough. He's, oh my goodness, still alive somehow. Cool is able to lock that one down, but he's falling very, very low. So much movement speed out of the Twisted Fate. Looks like he did actually take Storm Raider's Surge there as well.
That's what it felt like, absolutely. But he has Thunderlords based off what we can see above his
Hey, that's a good point.
Summoner icon, which means he does have Thunderlords now available.
Didn't think that,
That was very quick.
yeah, didn't think that Karma was
Sivir
able to give him that much movement speed.
Sivir ult Karma as well. You got to remember they have a lot of move speed available to them. And that was a very nice pick onto Midi, who was out of position by a fair distance again. But also, you can see Bamey, no slouch on this Victor.
Yeah.
Still commanding respect to his burst. And finally, Jin Zhao rather gets himself an opportunity to farm
Yeah,
and hold a wave.
might be able to get a decent freeze on this one as well. Ocean Drake may fall down in favor of OMG given this extra space that they have been given. But we'll see exactly what is going to happen here. Lots of vision available for OMG as well, as Wildcard is just going to be able to tag this one as he's pulling it out of the pit. World 6 is going to make his way in there as well. Road down here. Just looking to be a menace. Doesn't get snared up though. Smitty, we'll see whether he can actually get in here and take away this dragon. No Tongue Lash going to come in, but there's the teleport available from Amazing J. Jiyoung's going to make his way in as well. Middy's actually going to get stunned up. Amazing J right here, but look at the damage onto the Graves. Jin Zhao, can he get the work done? The shutdown comes in. They've already lost the Fed Twisted Fate. And iMay now might have the opportunity to make a change.
Yeah, so Graves doesn't have any health to speak of. He needs to be careful when it comes to going for the dragon. They'll take the pick onto Cool, though, you would imagine, and just go back about their business.
Shutdown gold
happy.
for the it's shutdown gold for the Caitlyn. That is such a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, look at Caitlyn's build right now. They were trying to bridge a big gap in strength, and Cool's kind of lovingly gifted it to them. I don't think there's a whole lot that they're able to actually get done here, OMG. From a blunder, they should still get the dragon. Honestly, like, that is the easiest dragon in history.
Yeah, especially when blue buff is going to be delivered to Bamey as the priority. So wards are there, but I am saying, all right, we pushed our luck enough by getting that nice pick off. This dragon's going to level while they're taking it. Let's have a look at what's next. Mountain Drake is going to be coming in, so no Infernals to be seen this game. But a bit of extra regen available for OMG this time around.
Yep, one dragon apiece between both of these teams. Still, the gold lead remains the same, though we've had a couple of skirmishes now to be seen.
And what do you think, where does this game rest if you're an iMay fan? Like, what are you looking for to try and get them back into a winning position?
Bridging the gap. Victor needs to bridge Caitlyn to a point of power. Trundle as well as a split pushing threat. He's always going to have that availability, but he's building the team fight just to be a super tank, as is Amazing J anyway.
Yep.
We're just looking at it, like, if you're an iMay fan, you just want to scale. You want to stop actually letting them get advantages.
Jin Zhao wants to be able to take that red buff, but doesn't get it. Peacemaker came out, didn't find too much, as SMLZ is the one that gets it. Nice tongue lash to grab himself that relic stack. And once again, Jin Zhao, it's a minion wave gifted to him.
Yeah, it's still very important that he's getting these. The BF sword added to his pickaxe as well is still behind in items.
Amazing Jay. This is a troubling time. In goes the Destiny. Cocoon isn't going to quite find him as the Subjugate does come down. He's running pretty quickly.
He's got a pillar, he could live.
Yep, pillar is going to come in, but there's the repel.
Oh,
World
no,
6
there's
just
no turret.
waiting for the cooldown, of course. Yeah, he has to run for a very, very long time. Took him a while to go down, but we'll see whether iMay can get anything. Teleport immediately back into the mid lane, so not going to lose anything from that one. Nice play from OMG.
Yeah, OMG still displaying. They've got the capabilities as Cool's now.
Yeah, on the hunt has been popped as SMLZ makes his way in. Nice instant cleanse there from Bamey, saves his life.
That was sick.
Yeah, Captain Jack.
That was really sick from Bamey. He keeps himself alive, as you said, but still had to burn the cleanse. Cool is a definite threat.
Oh, yeah.
Twisted Fate. He moves so fast and then gets the Sivir ult to boot, gets the Karma shield as well. It feels like they've got one strategy, and that is buff the heck out of Cool.
Well, they have started all the movement speed here. OMG looking for a potential dive as collateral damage just clears out a wave.
Get him.
Kitty.
Still doing well, Bamey. He's probably the saving grace of this entire game.
Yeah, perfect hex score done as well, so Chaos Storm has to be respected even with all the movement speed that OMG have.
Yeah, the base damage of it is quite strong, so level 11 is actually what I'm looking towards.
Yeah.
The burst is unreal. Teamfight's still entirely winnable by IM.
Well, they also have a lot of base damage on Jin Zhao as well. I mean, he's got the Renan's Hurricane, doing a lot of AoE damage as well as the pickaxe and the BF sword, so we'll have that 2-item spike of the Infinity Edge Renan's very soon. So they are slowly bridging, slowly creating
Just holding
winning
on.
situation. Exactly, and the gold lead has not changed. I mean, what is it, 2.3k? Nothing really to worry about. SMLZ picks himself up some free mana. Jin Zhao. There's a sale at the store, I think. He's just happy to get the farm where he can.
Yeah. It's kind of the name of the game, and we'll continue to allude to that fact for IM. They just want to farm, they want to scale, they want to sit pretty when they get towards the 25 to 30 minute mark perhaps and finish more items.
Yeah.
OMG, on the other hand, even building a zone use on Cool, they're showing signs of aggression, and it doesn't show signs of slowing down.
They do have 2 carries pushing in the mid lane, though. That's
They'll just
not
all bottom.
ideal.
They'll just kill Caitlyn.
Well, you're exactly right. Oh, Abyssal Voyage is going to come in. The heel's down. He's been eaten. Jin Zhao is going to fall eventually, but Jiang is now in an uncomfortable position. Nice knockup comes in. Chaos Storm going to be down there as well as Road picks up the kill. So the trade 80 carry for top laner means that OMG, I mean, they instigated it, but honestly, came out relatively even.
Yeah, but they've lost control of the middle lane, so whilst they get an even trade, OMG is still going to be able to push in here. It's going to be hard for Midi to defend.
Yep, collateral damage is there. End of the line means that they will have to tank this one up, but are going to do so quite easily.
Yeah.
A couple of minions remain.
And so whilst it's a 1-for-1 trade, they get themselves the turret.
Like it.
And it was all a part of their grand plan. Road also, I think, actually missed playing. It was a real opportunity for him to eat Jin Zhao, but he didn't do it.
Everyone was sort of stacked on
No,
top.
okay, so there was a distinct like half-second period where Jin Zhao had netted away in the Twist of Fate after the stun had ended and Road couldn't get to him. Perhaps it was a positioning or communication issue.
Well, we'll see whether next time can come out ahead. It's Jin Zhao. Still not enough money to pick up the Infinity Edge. The Cull has procced, so a bit of extra cash there for the Caitlyn. 1, 2, and 2. But of course, the kill score isn't really the big deal here. It's the fact that he's 50 CS behind SMLZ, who's just been eating creep waves. They've been served up to him.
Yeah, not having a great time, to be perfectly honest with you. Jin Zhao has been predetermined feature since the start of this game.
Yeah.
They did it to themselves in the lane swap. They wanted Amazing J to be ahead. But it hasn't amounted to anything. He's just getting ulted by Twisted Fate. Time and again, when we see teams play against OMG and disrespect his Twisted Fate. He makes you respect it.
So I actually really liked what was done into Snake, in fact, yesterday. Tank has his Twisted Fate banned whenever Snake are on the red side. Just because that counterpick Twisted Fate is always a threat. If you've got a Twisted Fate player, have to respect it as in comes the Abyssal Voyage. Xiong forced to run out of the way. There's the ultimate to come in as well. He's going to get eaten, repositioned, and then destroyed. Going to take a while there, but it's a perfect timing for this dragon to come up. Cool.
Yeah, but
Split pushing towards the top side.
Still with teleport available, Cool is going to draw attention. They opt into not even going for the dragon because they can't, and they're probably going to lose turrets for this.
Yeah, Inner possibly to fall towards the top side of the map. Well, definitely to fall. Mid lane Inner turret was also pressured out of the way as, oh, turret does eventually fall. So Cool.
Not
Just
sure
being
how
a nuisance.
Not sure how it fell. Just decided it didn't want to stand.
Yeah, it was done. It was like, come on, it's basically enough.
It's been a long day. Top lane is Siver and TF.
Yeah, On the Hunt has been popped here as end of the line comes in. Midi wants to be able to find something here. It's Cool, looking for it onto Road. Road the Toad.
This is like, they are completely running iMay around the map at the moment.
Which is
Twisted
exactly what
Fate.
iMay was doing in game number 1.
Yeah, but this is because of the draft, 100%. Like, they've just put themselves into this predicament, and they're now forced to bear the brunt of it.
Yeah.
The TF gets a turret top lane, just ults his way back towards the middle lane. We've seen him pressuring mid lane, then just ult bottom lane and kill the Caitlyn. You pick yourself Caitlyn, and you don't give them an opportunity to make it through the early game. They hit this mid-game trough. Then you get capitalized on. And Siver literally just has to press R and watch the game win.
Yep. Of course, 5 has it a little bit more difficult. He has to press R and then E. But the same thing will happen in the end. Might need to do some right-clicking as well.
And it's a comp designed around Elise and Twisted Fate, respectively.
Yeah, it's actually really cool.
And it only really works when they get ahead. Because the pick composition is basically irrelevant if anyone is losing. Because he's a 4-1 and 3 TF, and Elise is still farming decently and has items at the very least. We'll still have the cocoon there. Things are looking very positive here for OMG.
Well, Amazing J has finished his first couple of items. Going very, very tanky for the Trundle. Often we do see things like the Iceborne Gauntlet finish first, things like the Ravenous Hydra there as well, but not going to happen this time. Amazing J looking to just try and be a body.
Well, he has no wave clear, so up against the Twisted Fate, he'll actually run into problems.
Yeah, I mean, Sunfire Cape is at least a thing.
Well, that's now his primary wave clear. It's standing in the middle of a minion wave, which again, Twisted Fate kind of enjoys that. I don't think they want to focus the Trundle. I feel like he's built himself into irrelevance. In that respect, he's just going to be that body you mentioned. It means that Cool will be staying in the same lane as him and then just being elsewhere and killing the Caitlyn or the Graves in rotation and then potentially even looking at the Baron now.
Well, he's got all of his tools available, does Cool in the Twisted Fate. So we'll see exactly what iMay are actually going to be able to do. As OMG running out of vision a little bit here towards the top side, but OMG, they've pulled the trigger, looking for Baimi there as well. He's got the flash. He's got the cleanse, but he doesn't need to use either.
Yeah, Siver Ultimate and Karma's Mantra used. I think Amazing J actually causing issues for Cool and getting out of the lane.
Yeah.
Potentially stopping that from happening at all. From what I've seen in terms of map movements, Cool's definitely shot calling.
Well, right now, at least able to continue pushing out waves. SMLZ doing the same thing in the mid lane. But the Caitlyn, slowly but surely.
Getting stuff.
Yeah.
It's definitely getting stuff. It's just a matter of when. 2 full items is nice, but having not upgraded boots, not so nice.
Yeah, also 70 CS behind. Also not nice.
Yeah.
Amazing J beating the heck out of that siege minion. Midi as well, positioning himself around this Baron. iMay just looking like they don't quite know what to do next in order to get themselves back into this game. Last game, it was all about them being so proactive, so sure of themselves in their movements. So now you can see OMG looking to try and find themselves a pick here in the jungle. Pink ward is there. Baimi is able to get that.
That was very impressive that he got that at all. World 6 actually smited for him.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so tried desperately to steal it and tried to outsmite Midi, but Midi didn't smite at all. There you go, the mind games continue and Baimi somehow getting that blue buff.
Well, definitely a good thing. Needlessly large rod now done as well. Lucidity boots there. 20% CDR now with the Abyssal Scepter also completed. So Baimey doing work.
And this is actually like the initial question that we raised. They won game 1. We come into game 2 draft, and there's been a different strategy. New players as well being picked on the roster.
Yep.
How do they play when they're losing? Honestly, doesn't feel like they play the game at all. They just watch the game play them. They need to start making things happen.
Looking very good for OMG. Both of their carries getting very even amounts. Rest of the team just dealing with whatever. As Amazing J actually picking up a whole lot more of the money here for iMay. By a whole lot more, it's just there's not a lot to divvy out, as now he might be caught out of position. There's the Destiny. Amazing J is going to have a lot of health bar to get through, as he does throw down the Subjugate, and the rest of iMay have found their way in. Amazing J just says, yeah, you can do that as many times as you want, buddy.
It's kind of like a second-rate Twisted Fate ultimate, but Tom Kench has always been at the right place at the right time with somebody inside his mouth.
Yeah.
He gets there. So all that Amazing J has to do is live through the initial burst and gets out safely without a summon a spell burn. That's a big positive.
Get on the voyage, guys.
Yeah.
We'll take you to the promised land. Well, thankfully, did work out. Now almost has his Locket of the Iron Solari as well. So building up towards being that secondary tank to augment Amazing J. And look, if iMay can actually bridge themselves to a point where Jin Zhao has at least 3 items, has the ability...
He needs a Last Whisper now, I think.
To be a monster in these fights.
Problem is, he's up against a Twisted Fate, so kind of needs Cleanse.
Yeah, so QSS will be important
yeah, as in, so QSS is a big deal. But that's too many items at once, so he has to choose. Do I go aggressive? It's a Randawin's Elise, it's a Sunfire, Maokai. Like, it's even a zone use, so I could afford to go Last Whisper right now and have a very efficient item buy. I go QSS to not die and risk not being strong enough.
Well, they're getting pressured out of the mid lane here as Middy's going to throw a few abilities in there, but the inner turret just brute forced here by OMG. SMLZ there as well, does have his spell shield as Amazing J throws down his pink. He's just like, no, don't kill my ward, dang it. He's not going to. One more auto attack will do it.
Dragon also up in 10 seconds, so this is the big point.
Yeah.
OMG are always looking towards. I may have one, and it'll be the second Cloud Drake if they do get it. Light on their feet.
But first Cloud Drake for OMG, completing the trifecta of the dragons available this game. And it is just going to be taken away here by World 6
Yeah,
and
no
Xiang.
contest. Everything's been set up at the Baron by IM. They don't really care about this Drake as a Cloud, so perhaps they've just foregone its existence and said it doesn't matter. It's their first.
Got to pick your battles.
But to be fair, they're against the Twisted Fate, so they're just giving him Alacrity enchantments. They've given a Karma and a Sivir bonus move speed as well. You wouldn't be a big fan of it,
No.
if you're IM, but you have to kind of choose your battles wisely. I will say, however, the gold lead, not really worth mentioning.
No. I mean, 4,000-ish. Closer to 3, so... Look, it's okay, but if you have a look at where the money is and what it's done, is it's a Luden's Echo that's being picked up by Cool, as well as his first 2 core items there.
Yeah, like the TF's big.
But look at the Infinity Edge on SMLZ here. Like, this Sivir is just going to be tearing people apart, and he's just been free farming. He's ahead of the clock as an AD carry. We mentioned SMLZ as a guy that has been known to carry for OMG in the past and was definitely a man stepping up towards the end of the split. Well, Destiny is going to be popped again. We'll see whether SMLZ can get us in there with the ultimate.
Nice.
Lots of damage
Baimey.
coming out. Yeah, Chaos Storm comes out from Baimey as Cool cops an ultimate to the face. That is a lot actually used here from OMG. No teleports, though, which is important, and they do get Amazing J's.
You know, realistically, it was only 2 ultimates from OMG. It was a TF and a Sivir ultimate, and that was basically met, if not, like, even more used by iMay. Road needs to recall because he has no health. And so we'll see how far he pushes his luck. He does have Relic. You got one of them. There you go. 2 of them.
Yeah, well, they're trying to get themselves
And then you just got
towards this turret. But, like, look at how much wave clear they've got. Static Shift Sivir.
Yeah, so iMay are really struggling to get anything done. They're not really being proactive. They're kind of just letting the map happen to them.
Yeah.
Small details, though, like getting this blue buff that they have now twice for Baimey has been saving them a lot.
Still scaling as well on this iMay squad. So Caitlyn wants to get to late game. Of course, Trundle, same thing. Now has his Iceborne Gauntlet. If he
Yeah, it
builds
feels
a
like
damage
we're
item
just-
now, could be good.
We're just getting repetitive.
Yeah.
But it's because they just can't do anything. Like, Cool's running them around. OMG are running I am around.
Well, Baron is going to be started.
Getting destroyed. Not just started.
Exactly right. And with Trundle towards the bottom side of the map, not a whole lot they can do. Bamey looking to try and set up. Does have Gravity Field available as they're going to turn off it. Lots of shields.
Cool has teleport, so they're baiting the Baron so you can get turrets. Like, Twisted Fate's one of the most oppressive split pushes in the game past 20 minutes once he gets that Lich Bane. There's another easy turret just taken.
Not 5, actually. He's going to throw down the snare, but Mitty has to flash out of the way. That crit did so much work. Just dives into Rhodes' belly. He's going to be safe for now. Destiny not going to be acted upon.
Bottom.
Yeah, he's just going to head straight back towards that turret. Try and get himself towards an inhibitor. But, of course, iMay not quite out of it just yet. Destiny is going to come in. Oh, nice pillar from Amazing J, and Cool. He's going to fall down. Jinjiao picks himself up another kill, but Baron has been started once again. Can they get there in time? This is going to be the big deal.
Jinjiao also has no health to his name. It's very important that what Bamey does right now
Death Ray doing work. 5 in trouble. Flashes forward. Chaos Storm is there. World 6 is going to die. Bamey on his own against 4. Chaos Storm still here. Double kill comes in. This is massive. He's got another Q. Picked up by the support. OMG. That could be the Baron throw. As Xiang, he might fall down at the same time. Road picks up that kill. And now iMay moving towards the Baron.
Out with the subs and in with Bamey. He comes up so clutch for IM. 3 people on the bottom side of the map, and it just does not matter. The Victor's burst is unreal. Easy Baron pickup and easy teamfight victory on the back of 1 member.
That is huge. Under 2,000 gold now the lead for OMG. And they were controlling the game, and now they've lost it.
It's the decision-making of SMLZ and Xiang as well. They just can't get in here. But this is the dangerous thing. The pulsation pop of Victor's Chaos Storm with a Q and laser instantly kills him. Like, instantly.
Yeah, it's like he had Chaos Storm again for SMLZ.
And that's the gross thing about current Chaos Storm. It does like 300 bonus damage at level 11, so it's only level 2 for him at that stage because he was 15.
Now level 16.
Which means 450, an extra 150 per level, I think it is roughly, which is insane.
Well, there's the pillar that's going to come in, help out the shove into the mid lane.
So Cool's resigned himself to not actually joining them unless it's necessary, which ultimately it isn't, because they're just going to go for the 1 turret.
But Rapid Fire Cannon's now done for Jin Zhao. He's even got himself a Vamp Scepter. This guy's like 3.5 items in. The Caitlyn's starting to feel better. 33 minutes into the game.
That's a weird build, though. I feel like going for the Rapid Fire Cannon wasn't that necessary. He needed some kind of armor penetration item. Then again, he's got it on... No, you know what? It's fine. He has it on his headshot. They changed it so it has flat armor penetration.
Yeah.
So Rinon's Hurricane. He's fine. I take it back.
Boom, headshot. Boom, headshot.
Boom.
Boom, headshot.
Boom.
Yep.
It's so annoying.
Yep. So assuming that they're going to be able to fight against a lot of people at a time, Jin Zhao are going to be relatively okay shredding through these tanks.
Yeah.
He's now there on the siege.
But this hasn't ended from Cool. He's controlling both side lanes, and thankfully for iMay, they've got the bottom one pushing. They also know that he's too far away, but he is about to work his way in based off positioning.
Yeah, they're going for some sort of flank play. Jin Zhao actually
Jin Zhao
below
would
half
die.
health. This is a real problem.
Like a stun card would actually just kill him here.
Oh, well, there it is. He's going to get eaten right before it happens. Really nice play from Road. I've been impressed already by this guy.
They're letting him life still as well, so very smart play here from IM.
Yeah, already
Saving Jin Zhao.
back to full health. So Dragon is now up. That is the Cloud Drake. Of course, Cloud Drake number 2. For
Do they
IM
go
if they're
for
able
him?
to get it.
I was going to say, Rhodes a very big playmaker, and if he gets onto Cool at all, I get a feeling that he'd try and kill him.
The rest of iMay moving towards this inner turret, towards the bottom side of the map. This is going to be eaten very, very quickly. Baroned up minions being utilized to great effect here from iMay.
Yeah.
And that is completely even gold now at this stage of the game. Exactly when they want to be drawing things back to even, because iMay, they've got this comp that they're more than happy to go late with.
Yeah, and Dragon's now up as well, so they're going to get themselves a Cloud Drake, which is 2 of them in their back pocket. Very fast team now.
Lots more movement speed around the map, and when you've got OMG trying to run them around,
Well, they
feels
haven't picked
good.
up an Elder. Come on, man.
That's true. Oh, wait, so that's an Elder. Okay, sorry, my apologies.
No, they haven't got one.
They haven't got one just yet?
No, but the graphic says
you were
they
talking
do.
to the graphic.
I was
thought you were talking to
wasn't-
me.
no.
Yeah.
Talking to the
very
picture.
confused. I was like, I'm pretty sure I saw a Cloud Drake. That wasn't that big, you know? I'm a Mordekaiser main. I know what a dragon looks like, right?
Dude, the Elder Drake takes up that whole, like, pit.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Right now, though, I mean, big deal.
Okay.
Jin Zhao managed to pick up his last Whisper.
Yeah, it is very important.
And he's 120 CS behind.
Yep. Works out, though, naturally, as I'm pretty sure that was a decent-sized Baron power play.
Yeah, it would have worked out quite well. 4 turrets to 6, so still in favor of OMG because they've cleared out the entire outer ring. Thankfully for IM, their base is still up.
Whoa.
Yeah, here's the Abyssal Voyage getting taken towards the top side of the map. It is Xiong.
He
It
is.
is out of position, well and truly. The Destiny's going to come in. OMG going to look for something.
They're going
As
mid.
TF, yeah, they're just going to try and take down the base. In goes Cool. They will be able to start tanking this one up. The rest of IM looking to try and take down Xiong and then move forward. He's going to die. Can they get any more? Amazing J being a big problem for them, but he doesn't necessarily have a target for the Subjugate, and he's going to get chain CC'd. Flashes
Wow,
out.
he
He's
lived.
going to survive, saves the turret. Amazing J living up to his name.
Amazing J is basically the hero that I am need. That was ridiculous. He did use the Subjugate. The target may not have been ideal, but nonetheless it was used, and he's coming back in.
Yep, the chase is on. iMay looking for it. Chaos Storm dropping the base onto 5 and World 6 is Amazing J right back in there. Midi picks it up with collateral damage as SMLZ being massive, but he's going to die to the Caitlyn. Cool flashes out of the way.
He's
as
got
Baby
cleanse
looking to
here,
chase
so-
him down. And that gold card, exactly right, ain't going to do nothing. So Cool, of course, didn't want to be turning around.
Yeah.
And can IM get an inhib off this? Because that could be such a big deal.
So they don't have a minion wave for quite a while. They need to tank it. They are.
This is the full tank Trundle at work right now as Cool's just going to get obliterated. Bamey finishes that one off.
You can't backdoor turrets. They need to get out.
These turrets do a lot of damage.
I'll tell you what, they're backdooring it.
Yeah, well, Amazing J takes a considerable amount of damage. Jin Zhao did not want to grab that next, though, as Road, he's got some grey health. They managed to take it down. There's the pillar as Xiong, the only man standing here apart from 5. And that inhib falls down. The minion wave gets there just in time. And iMay, they've turned this game on its head. 3,000 gold now in the lead, and that's approximately the largest lead that we've seen this game.
Yeah, very impressive performance thus far from iMay in game number 2. From a gold deficit, they've now put themselves up by a decent amount. Mostly the control on the map, I think, is worth noting. Shinjo actually gets over a wall this time. OMG are playing the map more than they're playing IM. And I feel like it's also coming back to bite them in the bum.
Yeah.
Because whilst it's a good strategy by having the Twisted Fate to do it, and I think it's something they now have to commit to doing, simply because he is running around the map, it's also just not going to work now that they're behind in gold.
Well, there's also the fact that now there's 35 seconds on the Baron. Baron inhibitor now down for OMG. No teleports apart from Cools, who has sort of redundant global abilities right now. Probably needs to start using them to check things out.
Like, he's so fast that he is just walking to use his ultimate, which is very weird. What he should be doing is teleporting so that if it comes down to it and needs to re-engage, he can use his ultimate, but he's not using the TP at all. And they've been running into issues.
Still have a feeling that OMG are well and truly equipped to win a fight.
Oh, yeah.
But at the moment, state of the game-wise, Cool looking to try and set up a siege in the mid lane. Abyssal Voyage is coming in. They're looking to try and find him.
He's too quick.
Can he use the Destiny in time? They can't actually stop it.
Oh, here we go. The headshot hit him. Oh, we didn't get to see it. Oh, so excited.
Ultimate is going to be traded there, though. Teleport's still up, but I mean, that is only the Abyssal Voyage used. And he's got 20%, 30% cooldown reduction on the side of road.
The trap line stopping them from
Happy
passing,
birthday,
though.
Ian McKellen. Yes, they shall not pass.
Wow, this is getting chunked out. OMG.
Yeah, looking to try and turn on this one as well. Lots of movement speed coming in. There's the teleport from Cool to try and get into the back line. Snare goes into an Amazing J. As now Midi standing in the back line. Jin Zhao also standing in the back line. Pillar goes down, giving them some extra
But this
vision.
is good for OMG because they want to poke them out. They want to re-engage and then disengage until it's favorable for them. And now they've got the inside track to the middle lane. IM have no way of getting there.
Well, base gate is going to get them in, but this turret is not long for the world. That gets taken down. filing in iMay. It looks like the inhibitor will survive, but so will the Baron. And I am now waiting for their minions to do the work. They're trying to stop the backs as best they can. Lots of movement speed available for OMG,
How fast
though.
Cool is. It's ridiculous.
Ludicrous amount
He
of
has,
speed.
like, move speed, quints, and everything. This guy is, like, decked out.
He's got 2 movement speed items in
But-
the Lich Bane and the Luden's Echo and Swifties. Holy crap.
He did use his teleport. He's about to have his ultimate available, however, so thankfully for them, he can reset, go towards that bottom lane. You get a feeling that IM are going to start it up on the assumption he doesn't have it.
Yep.
He absolutely does, and you can see him running over already.
Yeah, Destiny is going to come in here, but it means that there are still super creeps in that base. The Baron down very, very low. Xiong has made his way in. Amazing J is gigantic right now, and Xiong is going to fall down. Collateral damage comes in. Road somehow still alive. Look at the Chaos Storm doing so much work, and turrets are falling down in the base. OMG have to try and get back in there.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from iMay once again. They keep themselves in this game. Amazing J is so tanky, it's unbelievable. And that was very well timed from this IM team because they saw that Cool was going to go defend the minions, but he starts up the Baron, and once the Baron was started, they had no choice but to run over and try and stop it with TF Salt. Well, he has neither available now, and Jin Zhao, Road, and Baimi have been demolishing this.
World 6, not going to happen there as he immediately flashes after getting in there with the repel. Baimi was the one that was able to lock that one down. I have a feeling he's got a lot of burst damage. It might actually do more than Smite.
Arguable, depending on if he uses his ultimate, but I agree with you. Elder Dragon, no.
Yeah.
That'll mean 90 bonus damage on hit, 135 including the Elder Dragon buff.
And Baron minions to boot, but
They're teleporting in to fight this one. This is a must fight.
down to
Traps are
half
set up.
health now. Xiong at the front line doing battle here as iMay now just moving towards the base. They've got OMG slightly out of position. They'd be happy to
What are
base
OMG
race
gonna
this
do?
one. So much pinging going down.
OMG are recalling.
They're trying to get back in time. They've got Baroned up super creeps now heading towards this base. In goes the Destiny. As now iMay may have just thrown the gauntlet right now. This Trundle is so big. And of course there is a Maokai there as well. The Subjugate going to be very, very important in trying to whittle down this Maokai.
Now, once again, very smart. Of course, the inhibitor is about to respawn. So in terms of timing, they couldn't have done it better to
Stunning.
keep control of the map. They can go straight back to the Elder Dragon. They can rinse and repeat this now. They can even go mid.
Yeah. Road looking for the Licky Tongue, but doesn't quite find it there. As Amazing J actually still taking relevant damage here from Cool. Flash is going to be burnt from Road just to save their super tank.
Yeah, but again, no big deal because it's the Tahm Kench using the flash.
Yeah.
Things still working out for them. They just need to set up like 5 traps in one area and actually stop OMG from getting into the Elder Dragon area. If they all recall, OMG should just do the Elder.
Well, right now, OMG look very undecided on what they want to do. 6 items on Caitlyn. Jin Zhao is huge as he finishes off that Bloodthirster.
Full build across the board nearly.
Yeah.
500 CS at 43 minutes is SMLZ.
Jesus
That's unreasonable.
Christ.
He should be giving farm to other people on his team, but just sold his boots for a Zeal, so that's where it's going.
He's actually weaker now. I don't think Zeal's as efficient as Boots.
I agree. Depends on what his goal is. He has his ultimate and Karma's move speed to make up for it.
Amazing J as well. Full tank Trundle. He's now got a Guardian Angel. That is, yeah, a lot of survivability.
We're super late game. Everyone's well equipped for the team fight. The Elder Dragon is still the standing objective. It's still the priority.
Yep.
And once again, it has been started up.
Cool sold an Abyssal Scepter for a Rabadon's Death Cap as well. This guy's doing a heck of a lot of damage. He's now Midi.
Midi's dying to the Dragon.
Yeah, he's taking so much damage right here as OMG. They are going to pick up the aggro from it. It's just doing so much work for
That's
everyone.
resetting.
Now going to reset. Get all of that health back. SMLZ here has to be feared. As you can see, Trundle split
Amazing
pushing in the
J.
base. There's only one turret there.
TF's gone.
Yep, there's the Destiny. As now I am trying to find something more. Chaos Storm right in there. World 6 in so much trouble as it's Baimi that picks up the kill. Xiong can't do anything to this one as Midi's in so much trouble. But look at Jin Zhao's damage. That was ludicrous.
And
Picks
Amazing
up the
J's just
double kill.
winning.
Amazing J slowly, casually smacking on this Nexus. And iMay are going to come out with our first 2-0 victory in the LPL.
Sooner or later.
That is the debut as well. Cool doing the very best that he can. He's had a brilliant game. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. And iMay stalling it out, playing so well.
Give each other that fist bump, shake hands. That was a well-deserved victory from iMay. Showing that they have what it takes to play from ahead, close out a victory. Showing they have what it takes to play from behind and claw it back.
Yeah.
Put themselves into the driver's seat once again. They played the game well.
And another huge shout out to Road there as well. I feel like the Tahm Kench was such a key pick. A lot of those Abyssal Voyages were fantastic, baiting out Destinies, making sure that Cool had to use his ultimate for inopportune moments. And despite the fact that they were able to move around so well at the beginning of the game on the side of OMG, it was the fact that they were equipped with some of the answers on the side of iMay to really come out ahead. So this team, welcome to the LPL. I understand now exactly why they were so dominant in the LSPL.
Yeah, absolutely right. Our auto promotion team, that is a standout performance to say the least from this roster. Amazing Jay stepped up to the plate. He's that big tank. Decision-making individually from these guys, and then how they came together collectively as a team. It's actually just a really strong roster.
Yeah.
Very impressive once again. Most LSPL teams we see come in don't do too well, but we compared this team to Xiaogu, to Snake when they first moved into the LPL. Both of those teams kicked it off on the right foot. This is no exception so far.
Most certainly is. And look, on paper, this is the most impressive victory that we've seen so far in the LPL because every single other game was a 3-game series. But we have a clean sweep from iMay as they jump into the LPL for the very first time against OMG, a team that has so much lineage as well. And if you're talking about players that don't necessarily have as much stage experience, despite the fact that they have a heck of a lot of players that do, together they don't. We didn't know how this team was going to go, but my God, brilliantly right now. And I just want to go back to, like, Road is so good.
Road is good. He's a very impressive support. I think he's a standout feature of this team and something that we have to look towards as the LPL split moves forwards. Because honestly, playmaking on Bard, saving his team as Tahm Kench. It makes me think of like the IWC, like I was watching Dumbledore all over again. But this time he's an LPL king and was just massive for his team. As far as I'm concerned, Jin Zhao built his items specifically to note that Road was going to save him throughout that game, and it worked. Twisted Fate gold cards that would have outright killed him, saved him every single time without a doubt. I feel like they're just a strong team, and that's the key word.
Yeah, and they seem to know what they're doing as well as far as like getting themselves into winning positions. We are going to have a look at the results for today. RNG were able to claw a victory against WE, back-to-back victories after a first game loss, getting those jitters out of the way, but still looking fantastic. Uzi there with double MVP performances, Siva and Ezreal games 2 and 3, and my God, did he deserve them.
Uzi went off.
Yeah, looking brilliant on RNG. And there iMay able to take back-to-back wins against OMG for their first best-of-3 series in the LPL. Formerly EDE, of course, the EDG sister team. And man, it just looks like the perfect place for Amazing J to go off, for Athena to go off, Bamey as well, who had one of the best performances that I've ever seen him have. Almost solo carrying towards that Baron pit, where he made that phenomenal play to really get them back in there. You can see standings are going to be iMay sitting on top with RNG. WE unfortunately grabbing a loss. OMG doing the same thing. Next matchups, of course, tomorrow night it is going to be EDG taking on Snake. Game Talents against Saint, 2 of our newcomers, and Newbie are going to try their hand against Invictus. Of course, Newbie formerly QG. And that will be a really fun matchup as well because I'm really looking forward to seeing IG back again. Tarbe still a support player, but of course, very, very similar team and a team very comfortable with having a former AD carry player in the jungle. Kid looking phenomenal. Really excited to see what has happened to this squad during the offseason.
Yeah, absolutely right. Tarbe adding some shot calling to the team as well. So as far as I'm concerned, it should be an upgrade for team play, perhaps not at an individual level. Tarbe has never been known as the best mechanical player, especially not now because he's back from retirement. Yeah, and he's no longer in the meta. But Invictus Gaming still showing a lot of positive signs because they haven't changed the roster, similar to that of World Elite, who unfortunately went down today to RNG.
Yeah, but World Elite did actually look very, very strong doing it because RNG are arguably this team that looked brilliant. They were the best team in the LPL for split number 1. And then afterwards, they pick up Uzi looking even stronger. We are going to have MVP, though, for our final match, and it is going to be Bamey. So back-to-back Victor MVPs, but my God, did he deserve it. 807 at the end of the day. The guy was legendary. 41% damage share.
Yeah. Look, as far as I'm concerned, there was one moment that I hope we see from Baimi that just captured the entire game, and it was essentially the winning moment. Is this guy like 1v3, 1v4 at the Baron pit, gets a double kill, almost gets 3 of them, and then the cavalry arrives and actually helps him out. 41% of damage is no surprise, honestly, based off his performance in that game. And you know what's scary to me is Athena and Baimi both getting MVPs on Victor.
Yeah.
This is actually the replay I was referring to. Who do you even play? They're both just so good.
Yeah, just flashes forward, drops the base,
Watch
kills
this,
the
though.
jungler as well, which is so important.
That's absurd damage. Just to come straight out. And it's, again, Victor's ultimate, the changes to the Chaos Storm is just unbelievable.
Also subtly moves behind the corpse of SMLZ to avoid dying to the boomerang. Whoa, there's a lot of like really, really sort of nuanced things, but he looked fantastic in that series. I'm just so excited to see what iMay can do, because this is Group B. This is a group that we put up as being one of the most difficult groups to be in here. Of course, there are 2, so of course, more difficult than Group A. But there are a lot of talented teams in this group, and it'd be good to see what iMay can actually come out with.
Yeah, I agree. iMay probably one of the better LSPL teams, again, that we've promoted, and there's a lot of praise that we can sing for this team. They've now proven it all correct through their first best-of-3 series in the LPL.
Yeah.
I will say Group A as well, World Elite as well. I mean, everyone in the LPL, this split just feels like they're strong.
Yeah.
And it feels like we've all just had strict upgrades almost across the board so far. It's really impressive to see.
Yeah, and it's like this is sort of the redemption story of the LPL after Worlds as well, where things weren't as impressive. MSI comes around. We've got an 8-2 like group stage for MSI for RNG.
Positive
Getting back
steps.
in here, they lose the first game because WE looking so strong. WE still challenging them at every single game.
Yeah,
Look, LPL just looking a whole lot more competitive and a whole lot better, honestly, moving into this one. And the adaptation after the mid-season changes as well is something to be looked at and regarded very, very well, because this has been a region that hasn't necessarily adapted as well. This time around, definitely have.
Yeah, I mean, they've adapted thus far from what we can tell better. We still don't know what the best looks like, so there's still going to be a lot of discovery in that respect. What is the best? What does good look like on patch 6.10 and onwards? But from what we've seen, we're still taking steps in the right direction towards the ultimate goal of Worlds.
That's exactly right. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for us tonight. I hope you enjoyed the show. On behalf of myself, Rusty, our whole production team, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.